Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a wonderful weekend as always, and it is weird to be here at this hour, but hey, the long wait is over, and we finally have the Monster Train DLC. So, that's what we're going to be playing all day long. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a good day. Hope you're all as excited to see it as I am. Oh, also thanks for resubscribing, Joe. I really appreciate it. So anyways, DLC adds a number of things. Technically, there's two updates today. One is the DLC, one is a free update. So, I'm so excited for it. Yeah, I've been waiting to be able to talk about this finally. As a reminder, I've been pretty open about this before, but I am one of the testers for this game, so this is largely not new to me, but I couldn't talk about it until it was released, so I'm really excited to finally be able to share it with everyone. So, the free update added Wurmkin, which were already in Monster Train 1 as part of the DLC. They're a very cool clan, my favorite Monster Train 1 clan for sure. There's also a number of adjustments to existing cards, like we finally got Truffles down to cooldown 2. It is slightly less bad of a card now. It was cooldown 3. Cooldown 2, not a huge change, but makes it a lot more playable. Bounty Stalker now has Burnout by base and has much higher base stats and scaling. Consumer of Crowns is the really cool change where it went from cooldown 2, which it probably should never have been. I honestly was surprised that it was cooldown 2 instead of cooldown 1. But now it's cooldown 0. Which means that you can use it as many times in a turn as you have imps to sacrifice. Which is a lot of fun, way more fitting for a rare unit. And then there's also Shadow Siege, finally got an update, but I think it's an awful update where it is only 4 costs now, but starts with Ember Drain 3, also has higher stats. I don't have it in me right now to rant about this unit, but I will rant about it later. Either way, it's nice that it finally got an adjustment. I think this was a terrible way to do it, but we'll set that aside for now. Ooh, Burnout 1 on base is so good for Stalker. Yeah, I'd been pushing for that for a long time. Because it helps set it aside from, or set it apart from Reforming Ooze a little bit better. And it also makes it so you don't, there's less upgrades competing for Bounty Stalker's attention. And so I really appreciate that it has the Burnout by base now. I wanted more changes to it than that, but it's at least a good start. Niche for Perils runs for Shadow Siege. It's weird. I will go into more detail on my feelings on Shadow Siege later, but not right now. So the other thing the DLC adds beyond Railforge, the totally new clan, is they also added the whole Soul Savior game mode, which is a roguelite mode. So you do build up kind of permanent progression in the terms of you can unlock these souls, which you can then equip to different cards, or some of them are just global effects altogether. They do powerful things, but the enemies are also dramatically stronger. There's a bunch of new enemies, new bosses, all sorts of things like that. Honestly, I have played with Soul Savior almost none, so most of it is totally new to me. Since I played with it a little bit, really early on, before things were in the state that they are now. So, we'll play Soul Savior at some point, but for now, we're going to jump right into normal runs. We're going to start with Railforged. I am not going to do Wurmkin, just because I would like to give them their own focus. Wurmkin is... They are the same clan from Monster Train 1. There are a lot of adjustments, though, so I'd like to go over some of those in more detail. But I think basically all the adjustments are for the better. So, we'll just do a random Monster Train 2 clan to go with Railforge, since I assume that shouldn't hit Wurmkin. And we'll get into it. So, our first champion here is Herzl. Makes sense that he's finally a champion now. Railforge's main mechanic is Forge. So, like, you can see on Herzl's starting card that it has Forge 2 and then applies Armor 2 to the front friendly unit. What that means is whenever a card says it forges, it means it's building up that many Forge points. I'll actually get into the battle and then we can explain that in a little better detail. But, yeah. I really like Jack Strips. Molten Manifold is also good. It's a slightly weaker version of First Hell Pact from Monster Trend 1, which used to be a clanless artifact, so it's a little interesting that now it's a Railforged artifact, but I'm still glad to have this effect back in the game. Even if it is not as universal and not quite as strong as First Hell Pact was. That said, we don't have any X-Cost cards. I'll take Jack Strips because it's just so good. So, our options are Blacksmith, where he starts with Burst 2 and generates Forge on strike, and then whenever he's equipped, he gains Burst 1. Burst is a new status effect. Watching a stream to learn some of these new mechanics before starting my own runs. Yeah, no worries. I don't think DLC is out on console yet. That's unfortunate. It's out on PS5 and Xbox. It's not out on Switch, just because it was a Nintendo thing. As far as I understand it, it's purely just a delay on Nintendo's part. I believe they said that the Switch release will be on the 10th, but it should be out on PS5 and Xbox. But anyway, so Burst is essentially multi-strike that degrades. You attack an additional time for every burst that you have, but you remove one stack of burst every strike you do. So it means that he'll come out swinging hard, but then he won't be as strong for every subsequent turn, basically. Although, again, we can equip him to re-add burst onto him. And every time he strikes, he'll generate a Forge point. The other one is Pyresmith, which has an active ability to add a Pyre Shot to the hand. Pyre Shot being a spell that normally costs 3, he makes it cost 0, and has the Pyre itself attack the whole enemy floor. And then to combo with that, he has the Celebrate bonus, which permanently increases the strength of the Pyre. We smack smithing now. Yeah, I had to check manually and download manually. Yeah, sometimes there's some weirdness with when things are new to the stores where you have to either like refresh the console or check in a weird way. Anyways, we'll just start with Blacksmith. It's kind of the like basic Herzl path. Guessing Burst can't be propagated. No, it cannot. It's a yellow status. Propagate is only green and red. So yeah, specifically cannot be propagated. If you can get Burst onto Primordium though, if you have Superfood, he would pass that along just like he passes on, you know, multi-strike, sweep, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, we take the trial because we're trial-taking sort of people. That's just who we are. Okay. So, I was about to say, I was waiting for the tutorial to pop up, and I thought it wasn't for a moment. So, add to your Forge point total to strengthen your units or equipment when they are played. Click here to toggle whether your Forge points will be spent. Forge point total will reset at the end of each battle. As in, you cannot carry Forge points over from one battle to another. But yeah, so whenever something says it generates Forge, what it means is that it adds to our Forge total. We can click to turn on or off the toggle. If it's on, the next unit or equipment that is played will consume every Forge point that you have and will gain +3 attack and +3 armor per Forge point spent. So, Railforge is definitely kind of a weird clan. It's not my favorite clan, but I do appreciate a lot of what they're doing. A lot of their units in particular are more like synergistic and like support pieces meant to help you like kind of build up an engine and then use Forge points to play out to like supercharge a unit or an equipment and all of that. But we'll go into that in more detail. But essentially, build up Forge points, choose when to spend them. You can turn on or off the toggle as many times as you want at any point in a turn, so you can choose however you spend them. So, for our starting unit, we have Conductor Steward, which has Rally, apply +5 attack and +5 HP to the summoned unit, which is interesting. It's the only Rally that gives buffs to the unit that's played. And then also has Train Whistle, which makes friendly units attack immediately, but on a 3 cooldown, because it turns out that's a pretty powerful effect. So, let's play out our dudes, buff Herzl, play out a Steward, and that's what we got. And we're just going to build up Forge points, and since we have Furious Greed, we are going to remember to take the Vengeful Shard damage. Oh god, I for a moment thought I didn't have a Witch Weave this turn, and I was going to be so pissed. Yeah, so we also have Weldling as one of our starter cards. It's a non-banner unit with Resolve. Apply armor equal to half its attack to the front friendly unit. So, you know, with 6 attack, not very exciting. But if you are forging it or giving it a forged equipment, you can be getting a whole lot more armor instead. It does kind of have an interesting push-pull of you want to get the Weldling down early so that you have more turns where the Resolve is proccing, but also if you are waiting more turns to build up your Forge points, then it will have much higher attack and you'll be getting more armor per trigger, basically. So I think it's a cool unit, for sure. Also works well with Conductor Steward since it's going to gain the attack bonus from the Rally when we play it. I think we might pass on playing this one, though, since we have another one in the deck. And so then we can forge for a bit more strength. Plus, Herzl still has his burst unused, and so we'll be able to kill this guy like no problem, basically. And there's Astral. Okay, so unfortunately we don't have 3 Ember this turn, so the Weldling's going to consume all my Ember. But let's play him out. And he comes at 35 attack from both the Forge points and the Steward. And that's pretty good. Yeah, let's just daze him twice. That's not bad. Like, we should easily murder him on top floor since we have a good chunk of armor and high attack. And we also get a whole round of attacks as well. And there we go. Oh, they have an extra DLC for $10 too. It's like an extra campaign or something. So, the DLC is both the... So, if you're talking about the Destiny of the Railforged DLC, that DLC adds the new clan and it adds the Soul Savior game mode. Which is like a roguelite game mode. The free update today added Wormkin and did some adjustments to various cards that already existed. But the DLC is how you get the clan. So, we've got Bonk, deal 9 damage, Slay, Forge 3. Seems reasonable. We are up against Entropy, so that is a good option to kill the Silence dudes or other things. Also works decently into like Flesh Weaver. Hammerfall, either 15 times X damage to an enemy unit or plus 5 times X attack to a friendly unit. And then we could get another Weldling. Kind of like Hammerfall. Hammerfall obviously would have been better if we had taken whatever that artifact that is definitely not called First Hell Pact is. Honestly, I can't remember its name yet. I think we'll just take Bonk, though. It's not like my favorite, but it's not bad. Moon Pixie's fine. Faye's Blessing is good, but it's kind of contingent upon us having Conduit. I think we're just going to not worry about that. Especially because we already have the Weldlings. And I'll kind of want to go here looking for, like, holdover for the bonk. But we're definitely just going to go here. Especially because then I can also show off some Railforged units. So, our options are Forge Steward, which starts with armor and has Revenge Forge 1. So, sit it down, let them take some hits, build a bunch of Forge points. Or Salvage Machine, who is probably my favorite uncommon Railforged banner. Harvest Forge 1, so whenever a unit dies, we'll build up some Forge points. And then also it can generate Scrap Metal with its ability. Scrap Metal being a blight that just stays in your hand. And I was trying to see if it had all the tooltips on here. For some reason, it doesn't have Refined on here. But anyways, it's an unplayable blight that starts with Refined 3, which means that if you smelt it, which is another clan mechanic that allows you to consume a card in hand, but if you smelt it, it is worth extra value, basically. That said, don't know that Salvage Machine is that great for us right now. Well, the Harvest with Forge is not bad with Jackstrips, since if we just sit mid-floor, he'll gain a bunch of Forge points when it kills things. And he has 1 capacity, which I really like. Although we'll still need more capacity if we want to fit like Conductor Steward and Salvage Machine and a Weldling or 2. But I'll take Salvage Machine. Unfortunately, Forge is not a dualismable thing. Obviously, we can still do things if we wanted. I might just give extra attack to the Weldling, because that directly becomes more armor. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Yeah, so we see here the Railforge specific upgrade is Burst. Honestly, I hate it. I know there's a couple people who like it. And I think overall it will be decently popular. There are some like good use cases for it. Like it works great on Bounty Stalker. Since you want the Bounty Stalker to just like attack and then die. And so it doesn't matter that it's losing the extra attacks. But essentially it gives you a burst of power at the beginning. And then, you know, it is weaker after that. But overall, that's okay. Sadly, we're a little short on getting both upgrades. I definitely want multi-strike on something. It's just a matter of what. I kind of lean towards the Salvage Machine. It's either that or the Weldling, but I really appreciate that the Salvage Machine comes out immediately. And if we can get some like equipment for it, we can make good benefit out of it. But the Weldling, if I'm playing the Salvage Machine during deployment, I won't be able to forge it, which means that it won't have very high attack. Nonetheless, we'll do that. There's a lot of ways we can benefit from that. Yeah, I'll just give you HP. I kind of was hoping for Smidge Stone so we can make the Conductor Steward smaller. Alright. So, we're just going to put Herzl there. Actually, I'm sorry. We're going to do this slightly differently. The main thing is I'm trying to benefit from... Oops, wrong order. Because I need to play out the Conductor Steward first. The main thing is I'm trying to benefit from Jackstrips and the Harvest. Also, admittedly, I probably should have played you behind the Steward, but whatever. Because there's a bunch of these guys in the fight. And so, the Jackstrips will kill them. We'll get a bunch of Harvest stuff. I don't really want to play out the Steward here. Nor do I actually want to use his ability because I don't have any use for the scrap metal currently. Anyways, they all die. We get a bunch of forging. Yeah. Could attack immediately, but I think we're fine not doing that. Because then Herzl gets to attack. I guess I could have saved him, but I do want him to strike so we can get the forge points. Okay, we'll put you down, and then we'll just daze you, I guess, instead of doing more forging. I was really hoping to draw the other Weldling before now. Well, unfortunately we didn't. Yeah, fine. It doesn't really matter if you're just gonna heal. Yeah, I didn't really put the forge points to good use, but that's okay. Okay, we still get to play out the Weldling, though. Who comes out pretty strong. Honestly, maybe should have played him in front, because he also had a bunch of armor. But either way, that's fine. We get the kill. I do wish the forge toggle naturally turned off after you play a unit. I know why it doesn't, but I wish that it did. We are not taking another Weldling. Hammerfall's okay. It is an attack buff, even if it is not the most efficient one. And it can kill things. But, hey. Steel Polyclaw is very good. It's both powerful and fun. So, it's a room that has an ability. And that ability is, on cooldown 1, you can move a non-boss unit to this floor. Of note, it is not enemy units only, so you can use it on both allies or enemies, so you can use it to overstack your floor, or you can use it on enemies to either, like, if you have it on bottom floor, you can drag down an enemy that's leaking, or if you have it on a higher floor, you can pull up one of the, like, enemy backliners so you can pick it off more easily. Like, it's a very versatile, very good room. That said, not sure what we want to do with it. I think we're probably taking it, is what we're doing. Could also use gravity, not going to. I mean, I kind of want to get some equipment so that I can get another option for using my forge points. Also, if we equip Herzl, then he gets more burst, which is not unwelcome. I think I just want to go here. Well, okay. If I go here, I could also do deployable on Steel Polyclaw, which would be nice. Not that I really have the Ember for that right now. Not if I want to play out like the Conductor Steward. Obviously, I can take more Ember after this fight, and that'll be a little easier. But hey. I'm also fairly vulnerable to the corruption, which I'm not wild about. Yeah, we'll just go to the left, I guess. Don't hate multi-strike. I kind of want the Forge Steward. Especially since I have Titanite available. The problem is just that it takes up so much capacity. It's less an issue with the room, but I still am going to have problems utilizing it well. At least if I want to keep playing out the Conductor Steward. I don't have to play out the Conductor Steward during deployment. It's not that important to me. Fine, I guess we'll take it. And then we'll give you Titanite. We'll give you... I'm just gonna give it to the Weldling, like, especially with Corruption Flesh Weaver, I do want to make sure that he's surviving. And then I guess I'm gonna do this, even though it feels like a little bit of a waste currently, because I don't have good ways to buff its attack. Yeah, I'll take Spike of the League, even though, again, I'm not the best use case for it currently. That's fine. Okay, so, how do I want to manage this? Sal's live! I may have been up since 3 a.m. because I got the time wrong, and it might be 6 a.m. now, but you streaming the new content makes my Tuesday infinitely better. Well, I'm glad you're excited, Rat. I have also been awake for many hours already, because I had things to do this morning, and it's going to be a long day, but I'm excited to show off the DLC, finally. So, here we are. I hope you all enjoy. I really wish that I'd gone Smidge Stone, I gotta say. Because what I would ideally do is just do Conductor Steward, Salvage Machine, and Forge Steward all on the floor here. Okay, I think we're going to do that. And then we're just going to cry that Herzl's going to take a beating. I did totally space out that he'll just die to the first attack from Flesh Weaver. Though there is that, at least. I mean, I could play the Welding to block for him. I'm not wild about that, but I think I am actually maybe willing to do that. Okay, let's do this slightly differently. Let's play the Welding first if I'm committing to doing that. Then let's activate the ability. Yeah, but that kills Herzl at this rate. Okay, that's a little better. And then we'll just do that. We'll still not use your ability. Unfortunately, I'm going to get the Scourge card, but whatever. It still just seemed better to be up here for a variety of reasons. Maybe that's not true, but it seemed true at the time. Problem is I'm not really killing you. I really wish that I had a better way to be forging the Salvage Machine. And obviously I could just not play him during deployment, which I was considering. But who knows? Oh, actually, I have a better use for that. Okay. So let's knock that off, then let's kill that, and then... Is it even worth giving you the reanimate? Kind of. I'm still gonna take a hefty beating from you. Like, it's gonna be most of my health, because he goes to 15 attack here before he attacks twice. Yeah, I don't know that I can actually afford to do that. I kind of need to be getting the enhanced flagellant down as low as I can. Yeah, it's kind of important. I do still need to do more than that, actually, but hey. Was really hoping to draw the Weldling before now. Though, again, with getting the Scourges, like, I'm not surprised that we're not drawing it at a reasonable time frame. Okay, so... the main important thing is we're going to play out the Weldling here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that, and then we're going to pop your ability, so we're going to still kill there, and then we'll summon the Weldling. And he's got 116 attack, 96 armor, and that should be enough to turn the tide. Okay, we don't get many turns to generate the armor, but we get a couple. And we'll just play out the Calcified Ember. And we get another 50-ish armor. Which is enough. Like, again, overall, it was a bad fight for us, but it's okay. We get there. Also, just for the sake of it, here's what a scrap metal looks like. So, it gets refined, increases forge points and energy gain from smelt by 1 per stack. But we don't have any sources that smelt currently, which is why we haven't been using the ability. And there we go. He's dead. He's dead, I tell you. Oh, man. Okay, so we got some options here. So Dust Mantle is whatever. Cycle Staff is good, except I don't have any way to phase, but that's still probably fine. And then there's Foundry Line, which is a consume card, and choose a card, smelt all cards in hand except for the chosen card. So smelt, I referenced it before, but smelt means that you will consume target card and you gain Ember and Forge points equal to its base Ember cost. So if you are consuming a 2-cost card, you gain 2 Ember and you gain 2 Forge points. If you are consuming a Calcified Ember, then you are gaining 3 Ember and you are gaining 3 Forge points. So it's a way to thin your deck and also to generate extra Ember and extra Forge points all at the same time, which can be very good. Doesn't do anything on its own, but again, it's meant to work with other things in the clan and other things. So overall, it's a good mechanic. I enjoy it quite a bit. It would give us a way to use the Salvage Machine's ability better. But we really need some good payoff to actually spend all that Ember on, which we currently don't have. I definitely am leaning towards the Cycle Staff right now so that it's a way where we can better utilize the 3 attacks on our Salvage Machine. Smelt Scourge card? Yeah, absolutely. We'll take it. It's not incredibly powerful right now, but that's okay. And we're going to skip. If I want another salvage machine, we're definitely just going to dupe the one that I've got. We're going to take Ember. I also really want capacity with what we're doing, or I want to get the Steel Polyclaw deployable. Maybe we should do Merchant of Magic here. Doing, like, holdover on the bonk is not bad. Mostly, it's helpful for entropy. Also, like, remove consume on Spike of the League would be good. And also, that is actually a very good payoff for smelting stuff, which I just spaced out on that we had it. Obviously, there's also, like, Starstruck, which is nice with intrinsic or holdover things. Honestly, I kind of want to go here. I don't really have a good reason for that. I think we're just going here. Also gives us a chance to get more equipment if we want it. I generally prefer forging onto equipment, because then you don't have to wait to play out the unit. Alright, so we already saw rank 1 of Pyresmith. Rank 2 of Blacksmith gives us more burst to start with. We now also do more forge on strike, and gain more burst on equip. So, take Blacksmith too. Inferno Room is not bad, but it's also kind of redundant for us. I'm just going to skip those. We will hold over the bonk. We will minus cost the bonk. We will not do anything else there. Although I think we're going to get rid of some cards. I think there's a lot of things I want to get rid of, but we'll start by getting rid of one of you and one of you. Maybe shouldn't use up quite all of my cash, but that's fine. Okay. So. Again, I don't have the capacity that I would like. I think we're going to set up like this. And I can't play with the Shield Steward anywhere. Yeah, I kind of wanted to wait on the Cycle Staff, but honestly, I maybe just play it now so that I can start stacking a little bit of permanent power. I think that is what we do. And then, since we have 2 Weldlings, we'll wait to forge the other Weldling. And that'll be that. Okay, seems reasonable. What, did you take the day off? Nope, just I'm available today and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately he's a lot weaker without the burst, which is a problem. Alright, so let's get the Steel Polyclaw and then make decisions. I'm gonna wait to play the Weldling, I think, because I think I would like to just make it a lot stronger. So, let's instead start consolidating some friends. Okay. Don't mind me, as he just dies there. Also gains us some forge points. Yeah. Conductor Steward's ability is very powerful, but being on the 3 cooldown is quite long. I was like, why is it on cooldown? Already spacing out that I'd used it this turn. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just gonna forge some. And honestly, I'll just give you the 1 reanimate now. We're building up a bunch of armor, so the reanimate is a lot less important, but hey. Unfortunately, he does get a bunch of corruption, but whatever. We'll just bonk one of those guys. I forgot you have Titan. I was like, why is Herzl not taking damage? Turns out there's a good reason why he's not taking damage. Pull you here now. Unfortunately, our Forge Steward is super dead no matter what we do. And then Herzl can join the team as well. Still not quite enough to get the kill, though. But that's fine. We can handle that. He'll be at 1 HP, so like he'll just die to the jack strips, and if he doesn't, we'll just do other things to him. God, I really want my stupid Weldling. Like, is that so much to ask? I have all this Forge potential and nothing to do with it. Okay, well, we'll do that. Yeah, we knew this was a possibility, but... Oh, I suppose I could have done this first. Well... There we go. Just need good old Weldling to join the team. Turns out when a lot of our budget power is in actually... A lot of our deck is devoted to forging right now, so we need to actually spend the forge points to have any good payoff. Also, I hadn't used the Conductor Steward yet, so we also do a bunch more damage there. Either way, Corrin goes down. Of course, Scrap Machine or Salvage Machine dies for our sins, but that's okay. We really need to get our deck thinner if I'm going to be trying to equip or forge, like, specifically the Cycle Staff or, like, a Weldling. Alright, more new cards. We've got Car Collapse. Deal damage to enemy units equal to 30 times the capacity on this floor, but then reduce capacity to 1. So, it is in most cases a one-time nuke, basically. Technically, you can use it more often than that, but it is mostly going to show its strength once per floor. But it does a lot of damage. Honestly, probably doesn't need to be 30 times. Armament Drive is consume and add a 15/15 crafted equipment to hand for each unequipped friendly unit. The crafted equipment being a zero-cost equipment, which means that we can use it to spend forge points on, or just to dump +15/+15 into each of our units. Or we can also give them to Herzl and just, you know, build up his burst, which is not bad. And then there's Quenching Oil, which applies spell weakness and melee weakness. Honestly, feels a bit out of place for the clan. Whatever, that's fine. I'm going to take Armament Drive, I guess, and then we're going to skip these. So what do I want to do here? Kind of want to go to the right so we can put Deployable and Steel Pulley Claw. Yeah, like that would work okay. It's not perfect yet, but it would be okay. That is probably the best I can get. I really would like Smidge Stone, though. That's what would be truly great. Also, I badly need to thin out my deck is the main thing. Alternatively, I go here, I get, like, more equipment, whatever, I don't know. I can dump some upgrades into, like, I can look for Smidgestone for the Forge Steward. Like, that's not bad. Unfortunately, there's not another Merchant of Steel till here, and there's not another Arms Merchant till here. How to use Forge Points? I'll show you in battle. Yeah, Moonlit Glaive would be good if I actually had any Conduit, which I could still get Conduit, just, you know, in a variety of ways. Exile's Diadem is interesting. But is it interesting enough? The problem is that it's more stuff I'd have to spend Deployment Ember on, and it's another thing I would be competing for deployable on. But I could use that to make something smaller. It's not bad. Yeah, we're just gonna do this still, I guess, and just commit to that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Should have looked at the alcove first. Random graft unit. Isn't that interesting? Kind of want to graft the cycle staff onto the salvage machine. It isn't that good though, but it basically just means that we're gaining 1 permanent attack per turn, which does help when it's got 3 attacks. Just not sure that I really want to do that when I could also just hold it to forge with. I might just do a random equipment on, like, the Forge Steward. Salamander Pog. Glad you're enjoying. Fine, we'll do this. Soul Smelter's not bad, although I don't know if he's going to survive that many battles. But it's a thing. Also, if he dies, then I can re-equip the Soul Smelter on something, which also gives us another way to spend the Forge points. Although, it's not ideal, since Soul Smelter costs 3, but still, we'll do what we can do. Okay, so you asked how to spend Forge points. So, we have a toggle right over here. You can click it any number of times you want at any point during a turn. The next unit or equipment you play while it's toggled on will consume all of your Forge points, and that unit or equipment will get +3 attack and +3 armor for each Forge point spent. So, there you go. It is purely a choice. The problem is I do want... Okay, I guess this is what we're going to do. We're going to put you and you there. Yeah, because I have the 1 less Ember. I can't play out the salvage machine at the same time. And boy, do I actually really want that salvage machine. Yeah, probably should have done this differently. Okay, well, we were going to pull you down. I still kind of wanted you to be there when I got the salvage machine. But we'll do this and get some crafted equipment. And then we'll give Herzl a bunch of attacks. And call that good. He does burn through basically all of his burst, which is a concern. But, that's fine. Yeah, I'll still play that now. The problem is I want to get the Collector, but I also kind of want to benefit from all the harvesting. I do think I really want the Collector, though. So let's do that to get the Collector. It does make this guy stronger. Oh well, who cares? And then we'll play that for now, I guess. We're gonna move the salvage machine to mid floor next turn. Now he can participate in battles. Don't really need to kill these guys since they will just die to the jack strips anyways, but hey. We'll do the reanimate, so if you do die, you'll still be around a little longer, so we can maybe still benefit from the soul smelter at end of battle. Which also is a reason I should probably be killing enemies on this floor. A lot of forge points. Would love to... You know what? We'll just drag you down here so you can die here. Yes, it makes this guy stronger, but we benefit as well. Anyways, I really like to draw the other Weldling. So would love to be benefiting from some armor. Unfortunately, still didn't get it this turn. Yeah, I really wish that I'd been able to daze him this turn because he'd get less reanimate. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure how badly this is going to go, but with 3 reanimate and a bunch of armor, like, we end up being okay. Also, I can play out my big giant Weldling and then have him join the squad, and then we, you know, call in the squad. I'm still going to let myself take the Vengeful Shard damage so we can gain Spectre Gold. Because who am I if I'm not going for all the gold that I can? It's a little weird hearing the tinking sound every time he gets attacked. Anyways, we get up to 8 Horde because so many of the units had reanimate on them that we were gaining a lot of Harvest Souls on the thing. Alright, more new cards. We've got Geared Gauntlet, which has suppressed a new keyword. This unit does not attack on its turn, so it doesn't naturally attack ever. And then it gains Burst 2, and Resolve gain 1 Burst. Also gains the ability to Wind Up Punch, which has them attack immediately, but removes all stacks of burst. So the idea behind it is you play it on a unit, you let it stack up, and then when you are ready, you let them unleash their fury upon something. So it's a weird, interesting, can be powerful effect. But yeah, it's kind of an odd equipment. I don't totally hate it, but it is weird. And then we've got Trap Shoot, which is Pyre Bound, so it can only be played on top floor. And has the ability Trapdoor, 3 cooldown, descend enemy units to the bottom floor, and apply Daze 2. It is pretty powerful. Bit restrictive, bit weird, but it's pretty good. We're not going to take it right now. I will talk more about it later when we do. And also, we're not taking the card collapse. I mean, honestly, I maybe could take Trap Shoot, but still, we're not going to. Kind of want Cover of Night since it's a way to buff my units that I'm kind of lacking. I don't actually totally want the stealth. I mean, the stealth is fine. I guess we'll take it. And then we're definitely looting this. We don't have any dragons. We sort of have ways to damage our own units. I'm just going to take the Shale Shell for now. I should probably take Taskmaster's Lash. Don't really care about the Soul Shard. And we don't have any silent units. The Soul Shard would make this Weldling cost less. And I do still have the Shield Stewards. I guess we'll take it for now. It's whatever. The equipped units gaining armor also wouldn't have been bad. I actually probably should have taken that. Do I want to go here? Kind of, probably. I should probably look for, like, Remove Consume on Cover of Night. God, Armament Drive is weird, but not bad. Kinda want to take it, even though mostly it would just be to buff up Herzl, which is fine. It's not like the worst thing we could be doing. And I do have plenty of gold. Could also do Spell Change Starstruck, which is fine, or Cover of Night. Yeah, I don't really know what I want to do. Kind of want to do that. You know what? Sure. I don't do that. I don't really need the Smith to keep bouncing around all the time. Yeah, I'll double stack that. I don't know how much we actually need it, but that's fine. Alright, so Remove Consume, I could do on Spike of the League. I am going to do on the Cover of Night. And I'm going to minus cost Spike of the League, I guess. And Permafrost you, I guess. We're going to get rid of one of you guys because I don't have capacity for both of you. Iron Tongue is fine. It's honestly kind of cute on my salvage machine since it has 3 attacks and low stats. I'm also probably going to dupe the salvage machine soon, so I might want to do that. And have one of the salvage machines get the sweep and the other one get real attack. I mean, I do have the Cover of Night now. Yeah, maybe. My deck just feels like a bit of a mess. It's not the worst mess, but it is a bit of a mess. I don't know. I'm hesitating here. I just don't know how necessary the Iron Tongue is. Whatever, we'll take it. It's also not the worst thing to have on Herzl either. Maybe I do that. Oh, I meant to remove some more cards since we're up against Kale. I mean, maybe we're fine against Kale. I'm a little worried, though. Now we whipsmithing. You're not wrong. Oh, whoops. Slightly wrong ordering. What we wanted was play those guys there and you there. Okay. So, I think we are once again just going to play that immediately so you start getting the bonuses. Yeah, I'm still going to do this, even though getting stealth for a second time is actually not totally great for us. Question I wanted to ask, Sal. Do you feel that deck thinning is as valuable in Monster Train 2 as it was in Monster Train 1? No, it's not, for a number of reasons, kind of. It's also a little deceptive because, like, your deck is on average going to look larger, but that's because... But with deployment phase, you are actually playing out a lot of the cards on, you know, turn 0. And so, on turn 1... your deck might not actually be as thick as it seems. Yeah, not exactly how I wanted to do this, but I think what we're going to do is... I think we're going to do that, but instead of pulling you down, I think we're pulling you down so then we can immediately do this. Still not quite killing, though, which is a concern. I'll just kill you, even though I probably should have done that differently. Okay. Sure. You can enjoy that. Hey, look, he's back. I'm still not totally convinced that that's what I want to do, though. It's not the worst thing, but... But it's also not ideal. Yeah, the Armament Drive is a little less appealing here, but still not terrible. Okay. So let's do this. We only make 2 of them. So, it's probably best that I replace the Cycle Staff here. Much as I don't want to, it is probably correct. And honestly, I'm going to kill you, even though I'd like to pull you down to my floor. But I think we need to pull this guy next turn, which means that you'll just get killed by Kale next turn anyways. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Because we could, like, equip it to one of these guys. But I think just your 3 attacks make so much better use of that we kind of have to. So again, like, Railforge is this kind of awkward clan, but it does lead to these interesting moments where you end up deciding how and when you're going to spend the Forge points, which I do think is a pretty cool thing for a clan to be doing in this game. And then, yeah, you know what? We'll just have some murder occur. Not bad. Unfortunately, can't really put the bonk to good use. Honestly, you don't really need to be playing the bonk right now. But that's fine. You get Forge 2 on strike. Alright, well, we'll just daze you a chunk. And build up some armor and do that. God, we have a lot of Forge, and I just don't have good things to spend on. We do have the Weldling, which we can play out if we draw it. 3 more weeks to fumble? What do you mean? Well, here we are. Yeah, especially with Herzl getting Forge on strike. With this sweep, he just generates so much more. Oh, 75 streak. Gotcha. I see what you mean. Alright, so let us do that, and then wholly unnecessarily, you know, give him 237 attack, have him join the squad, and then give them all stealth, and then have some smashing occur. Ta-da! Look at us go. It's a bit awkward for us, but again, we made it work just fine. Oh, he only got to 7 Horde this time. Still not bad. We could take a normal Pyre Shot. Definitely don't want that. The Ritual Tome seems a little unnecessary here. And another Cycle Staff is okay. It would basically, again, just be a way for us to dump Forge points in, which is not terrible. I don't hate that as an option. I maybe take the Cycle Staff. Nah, we're gonna skip. And then do I take draw? I definitely don't need capacity. Because we're using the... Like, it's nice, but we're basically just using the Steel Polyclaw to overstack. And I've just accepted that that's life. Ember's helpful, especially because I'm going to be duping the Cover of Night, but maybe I just want draw. I think I probably just want draw. Well... you know what? We'll take Ember, I guess. Yeah, I mean the Conduit's kind of cute, but we'll definitely take Medallion. Why? Moonstone is so bad. Honestly, I will just take the gold. Okay, I think we're going here and we just dupe the Cover of Night. Armament Drive is not terrible. Doing that on the Starstruck is also pretty good, though. Maybe you want to do it on the Starstruck. I think that's actually pretty reasonable. But I could also do Armament Drive and Spell Chain and just give Herzl a huge amount of burst on turn 1. Which also translates to a huge amount of Forge points. You know what? We'll do it. It's maybe not the correct option, but we'll do it. Yeah, I don't really need that, but I will permafrost this so we can draw it, or so we can actually play it out while it's dazing. And we will do the Cover of Night. And we will do Blacksmith 3. Which he's now up to a starting Burst 5 and Forges 3 on strike. So, starts with 6 attacks. And then let's get rid of some garbage. Since the Witch Weaves do nothing for me. They are one of the worst starter cards. Like, when you're using Ekka, yeah, sure, they can do some good work for you. But when you're not, they're awful. Unfortunately, we have these silence dudes. But we can sort of get around that. Okay. Well, we're just gonna bonk you so I don't have to worry about the silence. Sadly, can't get another unit on this floor yet, but that's okay. It's still 4 equipment. And then we'll swap you over to that. Not that it's really going to matter at the moment, since these guys are all just dying to the jackstrips, basically. The question is, do I want to play the Cycle Staff yet? And I think I do, just so it can keep getting more permanent power, even though it feels largely like a waste. Yeah, and I'll still do this. I still wanted to kill the silence dudes, if nothing else. We'll also do that. Okay. I'm willing to spend these on Weldling number 1. And sure, honestly, I'll just give you 4 reanimate right now. I will wait on Weldling number 2. Yeah, like I could get you onto my floor, but then you would just immediately die because you don't have stealth. He's bad at killing it, but he did generate us a lot of forge points. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to do this turn, too. So, Weldling comes out. We'll just drag him down to the depths of hell as well. Yeah, here we are. Our Weldling takes a little bit of damage, but you got plenty of forge from the, or plenty of armor from the forge points we spent on him. We'll just go ahead and kill you. Doesn't matter that we're buffing the enemies. We will pull you onto this floor now, since we can give you all stealth at the same time. I don't really have anything else to forge with my forge points, unfortunately, but, you know, we're trying. Again, part of the issue is that I'm not actually spending my forge points buffing up the salvage machine, which is my best attacker by far. Also can daze you this turn, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. We're generating a bunch of armor. They're all dying to that anyways. Here we are. Truly a god among men. We're not going to take the damage, even though it does more golds. I definitely spaced out at some point and wasn't... Oh, I keep forgetting that the cover of night changes it to New Moon. Have not been paying attention. I knew there was something wrong with the way I was using Starstruck. Either, it doesn't matter. Rax is super dead. Even if we didn't have boatloads of stealth, we had, 700 armor. Not what she was going to do about that. Another armament drive is kind of cute. Railgun is a pretty cute unit. So, it has immobile, which is another new keyword. Can't move between floors or change position on this floor. So, can't be, dragged onto a floor to overstack it with, like, Steel Polyclaw. Can't be moved with Hidden Passage. Can't be shifted around with Just Cause or whatever. But anyways, it's immobile, starts with a Burst 1, and its ability Overdrive can be used every turn and spends all of your remaining Ember, and it will gain Burst 1 for each Ember spent. So, yeah. It's a way for you to, find an outlet for your excess Ember. It's pretty cute. We're not going to take it right now. The question is just, do I want another armament drive? And I guess maybe. I think no. I will take another Cover of Night. They're just good and I'm already using them. I'll take Taskmaster's Lash, even though it's of dubious value. Sure, take Emotome. Railgun seems phenomenal with Umbra. I mean, kind of. Umbra doesn't actually have that many Ember generation effects. They have some, and yeah, if you have a deck that's got, like, holdover spell chain perils and you are duping them and generating like 9 to 12 Ember, whatever, per turn that you're not really needing, yeah, absolutely dump it into your Railgun and watch it go nuts, especially because you're also dumping in Rage at the same time. Like, yes, absolutely, that's a good situation. But outside of that, Umbra doesn't actually have that many things that are going positive on Ember. Yes, you've got Kindle, you can do that. It's of sort of value. The problem is that Burst, you're going to lose all of your Burst in a single turn versus a Flying Boss or the Titans. And so while like generating 99 Burst on turn 1 might be good for every other battle, it's not going to be enough to win you like the Titan fight. You're going to need something more sustained than that. But anyways, all that said, Railforge does have a number of ways to generate a lot of Ember, namely with the smelt effects, which is where things like Salvage Machine generating you the scrap comes into play. Is like you can generate high cost cards and then consume them with smelt to generate more Ember. There are a number of ways to get good value out of that, along with other ways to just use Ember. Hellhorned as well. You can use Pyre Chomper or Pyre Chomper with Transcendent. Anyways, I think we're going here just for the dupe. Yeah, Kingdom's Tears doesn't really do us any good. Sketches kind of does. Not really. Because I want to be able to forge my units, not just get them out. And Breath of Heaven sucks. I'm unfortunately unable to play right now, even though I just bought and downloaded it. Super looking forward to trying the DLC. Yeah, It's really cool. I've been I've been dying to be able to finally talk about this. New clan is a lot of fun. I love that Wormkin are back. We're gonna play Wormkin next. I really want to show off the secondary champion for this clan, but we have to unlock them first. But I definitely like the secondary champion more than Hersel. I don't really need the conduit, but it's not like terrible. We're gonna take Ember Staff. I think we're just gonna get rid of some things. I was hoping, unreasonably so maybe, but I was hoping that we'd get Lightstone Casing so we could do additional things like Holdover on the cover of night. But yeah, we'll just get rid of the Witch Weaves. Don't really need Holdover on those. Remove Consume. We could also make something consume and then remove it. Don't think we care about that. It's basically just, do I want to remove Consume the cover of night? And I think the answer is yes. Yes, I do. Because we can just minus cost that. And then the question is, what do we want to dupe? It's either we dupe another cover of night, or I dupe the salvage machine. I think we're maybe duping the salvage machine, because that also gives me another outlet to forge with, so long as I don't play it during deployment. I will have the Ember to play it during deployment, and I think we just don't. Maybe that's not worth it, though, because then I'm taking away... I mean, I don't really need an insane amount of armor from the Whelblings anymore. The other alternative, by the way, is that I just stop using the Forge Steward on my floor, which I'd considered before, because then I could play out a floor of like Conductor Steward and then Salvage Machine, Salvage Machine. And then they get the bonuses, and they are immediately together to use like the cover of night, and like turn one I can then pull Hersel down or something. I don't know. Don't know what I want to do. I think we do probably want another salvage machine. Just 3 more attacks when I'm already playing out like a ton of covers of night and all that is just very useful. Even if it's a little awkward for me. Don't really need the Spear Steward. I think we're just going to get rid of a Smith, though. I was really hoping that the Horde was going to give me, like, what's its face? Wing Steel, so I could have the extra draw per turn. Okay. I think we are just going to do this. Yeah, I'll just play him now. I think that's fine. Alright, so this works okay. Because we're going to pull you down here. And then you can block for us. Oh, I forgot that I have Emote Tome. Alright, well that's a little something, but that's fine. I didn't really do the cover of night there, but I chose to do it anyways. Alright, that's fine. And then Jackstrip murders them, because Jackstrip is good. And then let's bring you down onto the floor. Oh, I once again forgot that we have Emote Tome already. Honestly, it's so weird being active at this part of the day. Or more specifically, streaming at this part of the day. It's not weird for me to be active, but... Okay, let's forge more. I can't play with the weldling. Oh well, fine. And unfortunately, he's going to block the harvesting, which is not the end of the world, but it's a little sad. I feel like you underestimate consume cards. I love adding consume plus magic power starter cards to cheap removal. So, I would disagree with that assessment, or at least that you think that I undervalue them. It's not that I undervalue what it's doing necessarily, as much as a lot of the time when I am not taking those upgrades is because I want to save the gold for other things later. And like, it is removal, except that you still have to draw it at least once, which is a problem. Like, in a deck like this where I don't have a lot of draw, and especially when I'm trying to draw into some key things, that first deck cycle really matters. And so even if those cards are being removed for the second deck cycle, third deck cycle, whatever, it's not actually of that much value for me if I am, you know, not able to utilize that. Oh, that's definitely a bug. Oh, no, never mind. He used up the burst last turn. What am I talking about? For some reason, I was spacing out that he had already used his burst, and I thought that he had lost the burst because of the silence. Not at all what happened. But anyways, yes, it is a bit of a playstyle thing. I definitely could be doing that more than I do, but I don't think it's really undervaluing it, per se. Like, there are reasons that I don't do it. Yeah, I think I just pull you down here, even though you're going to have to take the hit. Definitely better on some than others. Definitely my favorite in Root Seeds, though. I still really wish that Root Seeds would get an adjustment. I do think they suffered in the transition from Monster Train 1 to 2. And I don't... Like, basically, nothing has been done to them. Like, even just raising them up to, like, +3 or +4 attack would make them more appealing. I feel people really, like, heavily latch on to the fact that they give draw. But the fact that it is draw next turn makes it far less valuable. It's not actually positive draw. It's neutral draw. And that's only if you're actually spending the Ember on it. And still, it delays, whatever. They're not great. Regardless, let us... Yeah, I don't have a good bonk target, sadly. This is probably why I didn't totally want to put a holdover on bonk, because I knew this was going to happen, but that's okay. Anyways, we're going to just, you know, dump a fair bit of power into our salvage machine. I did admittedly forget that I'd emote home and could have double bonked to kill something. Doesn't really matter. That's fine. And then we're going to do this, so we can murder some dudes. And I'll still play that out so I can use it later if I want. Feels a little sad that I don't have any way to smelt, because I have the 2 salvage machines now, and I never use their ability. I could use their ability just to get armor from the shale shell if I wanted to, but it's not really important to us. How do you spend forge points? I already went over this last time you asked, but again, there's a toggle right here that I can turn on or off as many times as I want in a battle at any time. When it's on, the next unit or equipment that I play will consume every forge point that I have. So it's just a choice on when and how I want to use them. Anyways, that said, we're going to forge our little friend here. Bring him down to the crew. And then do some work. Also, should have forged first. Totally spaced out. That's fine. Yeah, let's just daze you for a couple turns, even though it doesn't tons matter. Mostly my deck doesn't matter at this point. Oh, sorry, the stream started buffering when you explained it. Yeah, no problem. Not a big deal. The question is just, do I want to play him out now? And I think the answer is yes, especially since we're playing out the Cover of Nights regularly. Although, did I play some Cover of Nights this turn? If I did, I definitely... It's fine. We'll just leave him there. So he doesn't have to take the hits from these guys. Okay, so you can join the squad. Doesn't really matter that we're buffing the enemies since they're never going to get a chance to attack me. Alright. Yeah, it would be nice if I had another equipment to actually equip to my salvage machine number 2. Which, I could have planned that better, but that's okay. Yeah, the daze doesn't really matter when we're already stealthed for 1,000 turns, but hey. Ta-da! We have so many forge points. I really should have had at least like one more equipment so we'd have better ways to utilize it in the end. But that's fine. Unhelpful, sure. We'll take the Ember Charge, I guess. Do I even have targeted things for Abyssal Prism? Not really, unless I want to bonk my own dudes. I've got Spike of the League, so technically there's that. But there's no real downside to taking it. So I guess that's what we take, since I don't need any of the other things here. It's just not incredible for us. If it'll allow me to spread around the, like, forge bonuses, that'd be a different world, but can't, so who cares? Oh boy. Alright, let us beat the Titans. We're a bit weak to the sap, but that's fine. And I think we're gonna not play out one of the salvage machines this time. Okay. Yeah, we'll just wait to drag him, I guess. It's a shame that I can't get more units on this floor, because the, oh, whoops. I knew there was a reason I was doing this wrong. Yeah, the armament drive, if it were giving me more equipment per play, would be a lot more exciting. Yeah, I thought that was too much. I am being bad and not actually mathing before I start playing cards. Once again, I this time didn't move the dude first. Don't mind me. I'm playing sloppily. Okay, so we do that. Do this. We do that now, and we should have enough to then get the full set. Okay. Kind of want to play the Weldling right now. And weirdly, I will give the Reanimate to you, I guess. Alright. Don't mind as Herzl attacks, you know, like 20 times. I mean, it was 67 Forge points, even after we spent the ones that we had. Okay. Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to move you so that I could not get a Scourge card this turn. Maybe I do actually want to do that. Well, you'd be blocked by Savagery either way, so I guess it's a moot point. Yeah, I'll just take some damage, that's fine. Yeah, don't love all that. But you're going to do this and get a hefty increase in power. I don't know if Forge points should persist between battles. They don't. And I don't think they should. Yeah, you're still taking a beating. Well, it's not the end of the world if you die, I guess, though I would prefer you not to. But that would really require me at this point to be doing different things than what I'm doing. Namely, I'd have to find a way to get you to survive with the Weldling. And that seems unlikely. Okay. Am I good with just that? Probably. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to die. So I guess I'll kill you myself. Well, it's unhelpful that I'm not drawing the covers of night, but this is fine. Okay, you can join the team at least. I don't really need to keep playing these, but fine. I also don't really need the bonk, and I should probably just let it cycle. Yeah, that's fine. We're doing okay damage. Like, my deck is a bit clumsy, and yeah, I'm taking a lot of higher damage, but we'll be able to mitigate that in a moment. Though I did space out that I'll be on the wrong moon cycle this turn. Well, yeah, I should have done it last turn, and then I just didn't do that. Okay. Sure, I'll do that. And there's the cover of night that I want. Yeah, that's okay. We're not playing out the Pyrolite, but I played it so many times that he's basically dead already. Unfortunately, I didn't daze Savagery that turn like I had meant to, but that's okay. Because now we're going to do that. Which is what I meant to do last turn, and then spaced out that I'd be in the wrong phase for it. Then we just offset the sap with that, and yeah, I don't actually need to play the Pyrolite, but there's no reason not to, so there we go. We're just waiting to kill Savagery now, which is not wildly difficult for us. Again, our team is a bit awkward, but we've played out enough heavily forged things that we'll manage. And there we go. Ta-da! We even bonk him for good measure. Admittedly, I could have dazed Dominion, taken a little less damage, but that's fine. There we go! Anyways, success with our first Railforge run. Not the cleanest run, but we did some cool things. On the whole, like, I don't love Herzl as a champion, especially the blacksmithing path that we played. It's fine. As you can see, he can generate a lot of forge points just early in a battle. I just don't love that he's kind of, you know, like, blows his whole, expends his whole power budget at the beginning of the fight and then is a lot less useful. There are ways to, like, you know, refresh his burst, but you need a constant stream of equipment to do that, and oftentimes I would rather put those on other units for one reason or another. Though if you, like, pair him with Sword Maidens, for instance, doesn't really matter who's getting equipped there. They'll get plenty of power regardless. Anyways, so we unlocked Renovate, which is an X-Cost capacity increase card. It's alright. It's a little weird. Not my favorite card. Fused Pyre Shard, a new artifact. When your Pyre defeats an enemy, it permanently gains +5 attack. Bit strange, but it's fun. Especially comboing it with the Pyresmith path of Herzl, which allows them to it lets you create the Pyre shot so you can get the Pyre attacking floors more easily. And here's Juggernaut. I feel like I should wait to rant about this unit, but it is my least favorite card in the clan. Here's the deal. Juggernaut shouldn't be a banner unit. You can see here that it is a banner unit, but it shouldn't be a banner unit. Because its ability, it's a 30-30 with an X-Cost Ember. X-Cost mana cost. And on summon, gains +20/+20 per Ember spent on it. So, like, I think that's whatever. It's kind of cute to have an X-Cost unit. I think that is kind of cool. I think the specific ability is pretty boring in that it just ends up being a big block of stats. Here's the real kicker, though, is that it being played in deployment, like, what an X-Cost unit should be synergizing with is things that generate extra Ember. And, like, Railforge as a whole does generate a bunch of extra Ember. Like, if you were doing any of the smelt stuff, that is part of the clan identity. And so I'm perfectly happy for there to be an X-Cost unit. But it being a banner unit means that if you're playing it in deployment, it is never engaging with that extra Ember generation part of the clan. Because you can't generate any of that Ember in deployment. You can't smelt during deployment for the most part. Like, yes, there are exceptions, but basically what it means is just that it's eating your excess deployment Ember, which is incredibly lame for a rare unit. And in exchange, you don't even get an interesting unit. It's not something like Weldling, where the higher attack it has, the more it's translating into, like, armor or buffing the rest of your team or whatever. It's just a big block of stats. Better Shadow Siege? Yeah, I was going to make that point. We've basically recreated just more flexible Shadow Siege. It's smaller, but it is a similar block of stats. Slightly less now that Shadow Siege is higher stats, but so what? Like, if you played this thing at 6 Ember, it ends up being 150, 150, which is relatively similar to what Shadow Siege was before its stats increased today. Like, it's just a dumb unit. And people are going to make the argument of, like, Sal, you don't have to play it during deployment. You can not play it during deployment, so it can actually benefit from the Ember generation part of the clan. And my response to that is, yes, but, like, if that's your argument, that it's a banner unit that's not designed to be played during deployment, why is it a banner unit? Why is it a banner unit when we could just make it not a banner unit? Like, what I want from Juggernaut is I want it to be not a banner unit and just tack onto its summon trigger attacks immediately. Or, if you're afraid of multi-strike being too strong on it, have it deal its attack damage to the front enemy unit. Because then, like, I think that's a pretty simple but cool design. That's a good payoff for the Ember generation part of the clan, and it ends up feeling like sort of a hybrid spell unit. It's similar to playing out like Forever Consumed that then sticks around and attacks every turn thereafter. I think that's pretty cool. Also functions well with forging, because the more forge points that you dump into it, the higher its attack is when it then deals its damage to the front unit. We slap Endless on this bad boy. Yeah, I mean, it uses Endless well, kind of. So what? I think it's an incredibly boring rare, and it has no business being a banner unit. Moreover, there is a very clear unit for it to swap within the non-banner pool, which we'll get to when we see it. But anyways, I just despise Juggernaut's current situation. Anyways, Broken Rail. When you forge a unit or equipment, grant plus 2 HP for each forge point spent. So, a whole lot more defense. Since it already grants armor when forging, this gives HP as well, which is good. And then we unfortunately didn't go higher. But we mastered a couple cards. Oh, boyo. Yeah, still a lot of the clan we haven't seen. Which, to be fair, you know, some of that we just haven't unlocked yet, but that's okay. Okay, so we're going to do Wurmkin next. And then we'll probably just do Rail, Forged, and Wurmkin. Unless you guys have strong preferences on what you'd like to see. But I would like to be leveling up both clans. Oh, the new DLC came out that explains the Sunday, well, day stream. Yes. It came out today. That's why we're doing a long stream day today and why everybody is so excited on the Discord. Okay. God, we got Luna again. Like, I know I said it to Monster Train 2 clans. I actually probably should have just changed it to full random for this one, but I don't hate Luna. It's just, we just got Luna, even though I was basically not using them. Anyways, we got Wing Spirit, which is whatever, who cares. Echo Infusion's good, is now plus 15 HP instead of plus 10 HP. And for those of you who are not familiar with Wurmkin, I'll actually wait till we get in battle to explain that. That's just easier to see in battle. Yeah, I'll take Center South. Wait, what interaction happens with the Transcendent plus the Imp that creates Ember on summon? What happens first, the Ember generation or the stat increase? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're generating Ember with the Transcendent, no matter what ordering it happens in, it's not going to then consume the Ember mid-function. Anyways, our options here are Infector, which on strike he creates a charge, or Corruptor, which friendly units, including himself, Gain +5 attack per charge. We're going to start with Infector, I think, for reasons. Partly so I can complain about something later. Alright, so here's the Wurmkin tutorial. Build up charged echoes to empower Wurmkin units and spells on that floor. Charges that exceed the available slots will disappear at end of turn. So, play infused cards to add charges to that floor. The Wurmkin starting artifact Wurmtooth applies infused to starter cards and 1 card per draft. So what it means is all the starter cards will have this kind of purple glow to them, as well as 1 card per draft will also get infused randomly added to it. If you play an infused card on one of these floors, it will build up a charge. So you can have different levels of charges on each floor. Charges don't do anything by themselves, but you can they empower various other effects. So, for instance, Echo Infusion has Extract. Extract says that we have to pay 1 charge to be able to play this card. So if we have no charges on the floor, can't use the card even though it costs 0 Ember. If we do have charges, like if we have 3 charges, we pay 1, we go down to 2. Additionally, Spine Chief's starter card is Fracture, which applies Reap 2 to a unit. Reap being a debuff where that unit will take 1 damage per stack of charge after combat ends, and then it doesn't like decrease or decay over time. So if you apply 2 Reap to an enemy and there's 1 charge on the floor, they'll take 2 damage at the end of the turn. If there's 3 charges on the floor, it'd be 2 times 3, so 6 damage. So it's multiplicative rather than additive. So that's where like paying charges comes in at a cost, because if we want to use the Extract card to buff our health, it does mean that things like Reap are going to be weaker. Or, you know, if we had Corruptor Spine Chief, which is giving strength per charge on the floor, we'd be giving up some attack power, essentially, to do that. All that said, here we are. We'll just start on bottom floor. Okay. I don't like Witch Weaves, but at least they are free charges. And I guess I'll just give you the armor. Doesn't super matter. And so again, the Infector Spine Chief, the one that we took, does generate an extra charge per attack that he does, which is, turns out, reasonably useful. I actually should be giving HP to the frontliner here, since his ability allows him to full heal. I'm going to generate a charge there so the Reap starts doing damage. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I don't think it's going to matter a ton, because we full heal, and then we do minor damage to him, and then A, we just have high stats to start with, because Spine Chief is like that. B, if he did survive, he'd be taking 4 damage per charge on the floor, and Spine Chief is generating more charges every time he attacks. And so essentially, it's an additional 4 damage per attack here. Though it doesn't matter, because we don't actually... It doesn't survive long enough for the Reap to proc. We probably want Echo Transfer here. It's a shame it's not infused, but that's okay. It's plus 15 attack. That's pretty good. I'll take it. Do I want Gravity? That's a solid maybe. We are up against Savagery, which complicates matters. Because that does mean I would prefer to be on bottom floor, all told. Yeah, we'll skip, I guess. Well, Well, I really want the Wurmkin unit, so we're going here. Also, there's some decent spells for us. Okay, Spell Chain's not bad. Okay. So, to explain eggs, which are what these are. Egg units have bad stats to begin with. And they're small, just bad stat units. They start with Shell, and Shell is... Once they run out of Shell, they will hatch. And so, for instance, this one will hatch into 2 Bogflies. End of turn, eggs will eat any charges on the floor and deduct that many stacks of Shell. So essentially, we need to eat 5 stacks or 5 charges for this to hatch into a real unit. Once it hatches, the hatch unit will inherit any stat changes on the egg itself. So if we increase its max HP, increase its attack, or whatever, the hatch units will also have that. Additionally, for Monster Train 2, they will also inherit any equipment as well. So if you equip the egg with something, the eggs or the hatched units will get that too. Either way, we're not going to take Bog Chrysalis here. So I guess we're going to take Kinho's Carapace, though it's not really what I was hoping for. Kinho's Carapace is completely different from Monster Train 1. In Monster Train 1, it was a bad unit that required you to... It had a summon trigger where it gained stats and increased in size based on how many charges were on the floor. That obviously would not work very well with deployment. So now it does something totally different. Now it has a cooldown 2 ability where it gains +2 attack and +2 HP per charge permanently, and then clears all the charges on the floor. So it is now a permascaling unit rather than a gimmicky bad summon unit. The problem is it's 3 capacity, and so is Spine Chief, and I can't fit them on the floor together, even though I'd really like to. Nonetheless, we'll take it, and we'll start working on powering it up, I guess. That also makes me less excited about doing Spell Chain Echo Infusion, though I think we're still doing that. It's a powerful effect in general, and with Winged Spirit, it's even more powerful, since all the extra HP that we're generating will be able to heal back later. The problem is that each charges, essentially, instead of generates charges, which is not as good when we're trying to build up as many charges as we can for the Carapace. Regardless, we're gonna do... Whoops, I didn't mean for those to be on top floor. I was meaning to put those on mid. Okay, we're gonna have a number of problems, but so be it. We're trying. We are gonna take some pyro damage. So what? We're gonna suck it up. I hate the sound that they make. Really wish that they didn't add that sound. Oh well. Anyway, so we're gonna do that so we can eat some charges. And then we're consequently gonna take a fair bit of fire damage. Oh well. The more we power up the Carapace now, the better. I'm gonna kill that though. Oh, whoops. I actually want to do the Echo Transfer, not the Echo Infusion. I just spaced out that I didn't have enough charges on the floor for it. And I don't want to eat the charge here because I do want to keep them around till next turn so he can use his ability again. Okay, you can get a buddy now. Still not killing you. Am I okay with taking 10 damage? Probably. Probably yes. Because I could bring this up to 4 Reap, and we'd be at 2 charges, which would go to 3 with his attack. Which I don't think is enough to kill him either way, so we're just definitely not going to bother with it. Yeah, I guess I'll do this right now, rather than trying to get higher charges. Okay, so we don't need to pop the full heal yet. Alright. I did forget we're not actually going to kill you with the Reap, but that's fine. Maybe we should have done that a little less greedily. But I think that's still okay. Just I would have reduced the amount of damage that Spine Tooth is going to take dramatically if I had killed this guy. But it's fine. We still get the kill here because... reasons? There we go. I knew we were close. Especially because, again, Spine Chief is generating charges here, so... the Reap that's on him is going to be doing more damage for every round of combat that goes on. Honestly, I'll take the Hosting Kin. That Gravity's looking a lot more appealing now, kind of. Definitely not what I wanted. I will still skip it. We were definitely going here, although the Merchant of Arms could also maybe give me what I want. Hopefully we get Smidgestone. I mean, multi and quick is not bad, but it's not exactly what I want. No! I just want Smidgestone. I really wish Echo Stone had been changed. It got buffed from Monster Train 2. Or from Monster Train 1, 2, 2. It used to be that the unit would get +3 attack per charge. Now it's +5 attack per charge. I still dislike it, especially now that you can't fuse units together, which means that Wurmkin lost a bunch of scaling infusions. I really wish that Echo Stone were instead like Inspire, which means that it triggers whenever a charge is generated on that floor. I wish that it was Inspire +2 attack rather than +5 per charge. Because the +5 per charge, it is dynamic, so it varies turn to turn. Like, the moment you increase or decrease charges, the attack value will change. And so it can be very swingy. It's like, yeah, if you're trying to go for, like, early boss kills, it's a lot more helpful. But just from a turn-to-turn, like, growth perspective, it's not as good. The bigger thing for me, though, is that it doesn't work very well for half the clan. Because, like, half the clan wants to generate a ton of charges. Half the clan wants to consume those charges. And so Echo Stone really only works for the half of the clan that wants to keep charges as high as possible. Which I think is a bit lame. I wish that it functioned better for the entire clan. Whereas something like an Inspire trigger would do that. Because even if you are then consuming those charges after you've generated them, you still got the Inspire bonus. Whereas with Echo Stone, if you consume them after, it doesn't do anything for you. Anyways, I don't know. I kind of want to get rid of some cards. I I mean, I could take, like, the Acolyte. I'm still not going to. I don't think there's any Lunar Rare card I really want. I definitely don't want Pact of First Armageddon. Let's find out what we can get here. Well, I don't have any silent units. That would have made the Nightingale a lot more appealing, but I just skipped on it. And Phase Nook is whatever. I don't have anything that applies to. I think, honestly, I'm just going to take the gold, even though I hate doing that. Well, here we go. Anyways, I'm playing a little greedily as we're trying to power up the Kinhost. Although it is a lot better now that we have multi-strike on it. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay, so I know. Come on, play the spells. Alright, we're just going to eat those, gain some stats. Unfortunately, I can't play you out anywhere. Whatever. Also, the healer, being the enhanced healer, is just healing back all of the damage that we do. So that's not great. Okay, so we're not going to play the Fracture on our own units, because I don't really want to give myself a Reap. We will kill you. And we'll give you armor for the future. I do appreciate that that costs 0 for me. Yeah, Spine Chief is taking a bit of a beating, but that's fine. Again, at this point, like, the main thing is that we are utilizing the Carapace. Really wish that I had Smidge Stone. Because it being 3 capacity is a bit of a problem for us. Also, the stupid Witch Weaves just do fuck all damage. I can kill with the spell weakness, at least. So that's something. Just not very impressive on the whole. Alright. Sal, when the sun is out, impossible! More than you know. I'm definitely not a sun-based person in my life. But it's Monster Train Day, so here we are. Yes, make my monster grow. Unfortunately, not strong enough to kill this guy. We are going to take a bit of a beating. Oh well. God, do I want to let you die? Kind of. It's just either I pop Wing Spirit now, in which case Spine Chief is still taking a huge beating. But we save him. Which also means that then he'd be around to use his ability later and get the full heal, which is probably worth it. Carapace thing could be really strong with Taskmaster's Whip. Sort of. It depends on how many charges you're generating turn to turn. There are a couple specific situations in which that's very good. Namely, I was going to pull up the logbook and then remembered I don't actually have the logbook filled out on this save file. Whatever. Anyways, we're doing this. Which also means I take less pyre damage because then the first hit kills this guy and then the second hit goes there. Here we are. Confirmed Sal is a vampire. For so much of my life, people have called me a vampire. Sometimes it's irritating. honestly, but, you know, mostly not a big deal. The curse of being a tester. Yeah, it just, I'm so used to being able to pull up the logbook to reference anything that I want. You know, both while testing and just on, you know, while streaming. But with the new clans, can't do that until we encounter all the cards, so here we are. But anyways, what I was trying to say is, like, the big limiter for Kinho's Carapace is even if you could lower the cooldown, it doesn't matter if you don't have charges to consume. But there is a card that can generate permanent charges on a floor, and so if you are using that, yeah, then going down to like cooldown 1 or 0 or whatever actually matters, because they can just be popping it repeatedly for a bunch of stats. But you actually need for that to matter. Yeah, unfortunately, we gave him a bunch of rage. He is a menace. We'll see what we can do here. Honestly, we are not going to consume the charges right now, because we can just consume them next turn, and that is maybe going to be better. I mean, so you're saying it's possible? I mean, I've done it. I've done most things in this game, which shouldn't really be any surprise, but yeah. Anyways, we definitely win here, which means we're not going to do the Echo Infusion, so our dude can eat some stats. Anyways, he's base 70-70 now, which is not bad. Okay. I mean, Wormkin Spike is good. Do I want it? Great question. I think I'll still take it. Shard Soul Carver is now only 2 capacity, which I appreciate. Meaning, it also went up to, I think it was +2/+2 before. Now it's 3 attack, 3 armor. So, it got a buff in scaling. Also, sort of decent target for dualism, if you just want a very defensive unit. But either way, being 2 capacity instead of 3 capacity makes it way easier to use. I maybe am going to take that, although it doesn't solve my problems. Probably should have taken the gravity. Maybe. The problem is, I think I'm taking capacity here, but if I do hit Smidgestone, then it's way easier for me to use the Shard Soul Carver. I guess I'll take it as a backup. God, I really kind of want to go here in case I see certain things. Also, I was really hoping I was going to get Bounding Echoes, but I didn't. There's also one more Wormkin banner, which is also possibly quite good for us. If it's Keeper of Echoes, like, that's the ideal thing for us to see, basically. I really hate going for trinkets. Just feels like such a weird gamble. Yeah, we're not going to. We're just going here. Okay, I will remove Consume that. I will Intrinsic this just for the extra beginning card draw, I guess. And let's just minus cost that. I mean, I did tell you guys I was going to be streaming early. It shouldn't really be a surprise at this point. Like, it is very early, yes, but I did warn you. Anyway, so, Infector 2, his stats go up, he gets multi-strike. I didn't expect that early. I did say very clearly that it would probably be starting between 11 a.m. to, like, 1 p.m., somewhere in there. And so we started almost at 11. At some point, I'm going to have to take a short break so I can eat some food. But that's okay. Until which time you're playing a stream? Basically all day or until I get too tired. I have been awake since 6 a.m. because I had things to do this morning, so we'll see. But I'm planning to stream all day and then just take an easy day tomorrow. I mean, I could do the Witch Weave plus 10 or the Face Blessing plus 10. I really don't want to, even though it's sort of helpful. Alright, let's get rid of you. Even though I guess I don't need to do that since I have the capacity. That's fine. Have you played Railforge or are you focused on Wurmkin for now? We did one run of Railforge before this, which is why we're doing Wurmkin now. I wanted to give them each their own focus run. We're probably going to do Wurmkin and Railforge after this. Unfortunately, I'm one capacity short of putting the Carver here too, but I really want the Kin Host with Spine Chief so he can generate charges for us to consume. Okay, so he is still dying because even though we consumed the charges, Spine Chief will generate new charges for us. Okay, so we're gonna knock you back and do this, even though I am sapping myself, which feels really bad. I really don't want to sap myself more. Yeah, we'll avoid it. I just did 3 Railforge wins versus Covenant 10 Titans. Now I understand why you were saying that they feel strange. Yeah, they're a cool clan, but they are weird. Like, I was very, very clear about that. Yo, how's it going, Sal? Playing a different game with a friend right now, but been really hyped for the DLC. Well, I'm glad you are excited for it. I think it is a wonderful time. I didn't really want to have to burn my charges here, but so be it. Enjoy some Reap, and then we'll consume them for more stats! Weird is really a proper word for them. They'll feel better the more you play with them, but yeah, they're strange. I like them overall, but they are a weird clan. What's a Reap? It's a damaging debuff where it deals 1 damage per Reap per charge on the floor at end of turn. So unlike Frostbite and Decay, it does not proc every single combat round. It only procs at the very end of combat. But it is multiplicative in its scaling rather than additive. So if you have 2 Reap and 2 charges on the floor, it's going to do 4 damage. If you have 2 Reap and 10 charges on the floor, it's going to do 20 damage. So it can be very potent. Especially the first run where I lost because I didn't understand what the fuck is going on. But then, well, buffing you with 100 Forge points worked. Yes. Yeah, again, like, it's natural that it takes time to adapt, but overall, I think it's a pretty cool clan. Well, I don't really want to sap myself, unfortunately, but... Oh, I actually didn't need to play that last one. I actually don't need to play any of these, because they are just going to go up to max here. So instead, let's generate some power here. And then not play out that Fracture. Yeah, let's do that. It doesn't matter how much damage these guys are doing, because they're just going to get healed from Heaven's Seal regardless. I did forget that I wanted to Reap this guy, so I would have killed him last turn, but that's fine. More stats. Beautiful stats. Anyway, good luck with your runs. It's pretty late in my time zone. Hope I'll catch the end of your stream later. Yeah, I mean, I'll be streaming a good long while, so I'll be here. Alright, and then we heal, and everything's fine. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to eat one more time. Oh, well. Forgot about the most important emote. I'm glad you like it. I love the cat emote. Obviously, the cat is very special to me, so, you know. There we are. Anyways, Kando's Carapace is Carapacing. Really still want to find Smidgestone for him. We're certainly not the best deck at generating charges right now, but we're doing okay. Revenge of the Damned is maybe a thing. I'll take it, I guess. I will not take those. Yeah, let's go here. There are some trinkets I want, but we're gonna do this, I guess. I guess let's Spell Chain you for a bit of a boost. We're gonna double stack that. It was either double stack or holdover that we wanted. You're getting the +10, and whatever. I guess I'll just permafrost you. Those are fine. Not really what I want, but fine. And then we're either going to do the Fracture or the Wormkin Spike or the Revenge of the Damned. Wormkin Spike is pretty potent, but honestly, maybe I want more Revenge of the Dams. Yeah, I'll make another, I guess. It's a little bit weird, but we'll do that. My deck is still overall pretty messy, and the draw -1's gonna hurt me a fair bit here, but see what we can do. I don't really want to be doing this on bottom floor, but there are reasons to be doing it on bottom floor, so here we go. Yeah, I sat myself way too much there, but I just wanted to get the full bonus I could. There's so much sap. Okay. Well, I can't kill you, unfortunately. My extract stuff is a little frustrating at the moment because I'm trying to use them alongside Carapace. Which I don't want to be doing, to be clear. It's just I haven't been able to fix my deck yet, basically. Okay, well, you're a problem, but fine. Yeah, I mean, there's other things I like to do, like I am going to take 10 damage from him, but also, what is life without scaling up our perma-scaling unit? Like, it will do us a lot of good over time. Let's be very clear about that. Yeah, unsurprisingly, once we heal him, that's enough. We're good. I do still have plenty of problems to overcome, but we're working on it. I like permascaling stuff way too much. I mean, that's a pretty common take. Permascaling stuff is very popular in Monster Train, and for good reason. It's generally fun, and it's also mostly fairly powerful. But I wish I could justify the Soul Siphon. We're gonna skip. Another Revenge of the Damned is sort of okay. Coven Spike is kind of useful for me. I don't know. I'm gonna skip. I should probably take something, but I do want the Merchant of Arms for a variety of reasons, but we're going here just because it would be so helpful if I get things that I want. These are not things that I want, mind you. How dare you? Okay, this is maybe unnecessary, but this is what we're doing. Oh, I really didn't want Beacon's Light. Fine. It's a potential out to my problems. Like, I'm doing okay overall, but I definitely have whiffed on a number of things. And I did bet a fair amount on seeing those things. As good as it is, we're removing that. We're also going to get rid of, I guess, a Phase Blessing. Okay, well, here we are. God, I maybe actually want you up front now. You're way better at killing things than Spine Chief is, which I think means we basically have to put you up front. Which is fine. It just means that Spine Chief doesn't always get to attack, which is partly what I was trying to avoid by having him up front. Like, maybe it would work out fine to have him up front, but like here he doesn't get to attack, which means we don't get a strike trigger, which means we're missing out on charges, which is what I was trying to avoid. Yeah, I actually don't need to be generating those charges. So we'll do that. Of course, I don't like you having corruption, but that's maybe okay. Yeah, you're still ending up with more corruption, which I do find concerning. Like, I'll be able to full heal you at some point, but you're not going to be super helpful for Relentless at this rate. And it's probably better that I do other things. And, like, it's probably better that Spine Chief be up front. Because, like, yeah, Spine Chief is helpful, but what I really need is my Kinho's Carapace to be alive. I think we're just doing this, honestly, and then we're gonna give you 36 Reap. And yes, I know I didn't pop his ability that turn. That was by design. Don't know why I did it that way, but that's okay. Yeah, let's do this slightly better, where he takes slightly less damage. Because I can kill the one that actually attacks. I mean, he's still basically dead. But, you know, here we are. Okay, have to do that. He does heal for a bunch. Still has a ton of corruption on him, though. Honestly, I think we just would rather build up some attack and armor here. I could have killed one of the backliners before they got to attack, but that didn't seem all that helpful. Okay, we do slightly less damage there, but that's okay. Still doing a lot of damage. And you do have a lot of Reap on you. Yep, there we go. It's all good. Because he's taking 410 damage from the Reap alone. So he has a lot of Reap, even though we don't have like a ton of charges on the floor. And there we go. I'm gonna kind of want the Cycle Staff, but not really. It is infused though. It is free damage. It's just not that helpful at this point though. We'll take the draw, I guess. Give me Smidgestone. I mean, more multi-strike is also pretty cool, but... I mean, so, Ambient Charge, one of the change cards, by the way. Also got new art, weirdly. Also, I wish they'd use this new art to make a new card to replace Bogfly. The basic Bogfly, that is. But that's a different matter altogether. Anyways, Ambient Charge, pretty cool. It's an equipment. It has the ability Echo Burn, which is cooldown 2, extract 3, draw 2 cards. Which is pretty good. I like it a lot. There's a lot of good use cases for it. The question is, do I want it here? The answer is a solid maybe. Maybe not. I think no, even though it is good. Alright, so here's where I get to complain. Because Infector Spine Chief got buffed from Monster Train 1 from having 3 attacks at rank 3 to having 4 attacks at rank 3, despite having still high stats and reasonably high attack and still quite high HP, and having a strike trigger that functions with everything else in the clan. It is too much. This is definitely not the best deck to showcase that, but because this deck is fairly weak. But if we were comboing it with like Inspire units like the Shardsoul Carver or Keeper of Echoes or other things, it would really show its full potential. But as is, like, having a unit that is a 4 times damage multiplier for any buff that can potentially kill 4 separate units, including that it can kill like the chaff, like chump blockers, and then still do damage to a heavy. While also having a strike trigger that procs like Keeper of Echoes and Shardsoul Carver and buffs anything with Echo Stone on it, yada yada yada, and makes it easy to use extract cards. It just does it all. It's just too much. It really did not need the preemptive buff of going to multi-strike 3 when it already is a strong champion pathway. Like, Infector was the weakest of Spine Chief's paths in Monster Train 1, but it was never bad. It was just sandwiched between 2 very good paths. And so I understand why it got a preemptive buff, but in practice, I think it's just simply too much. The other two paths even got nerfs at rank 3. They do a little less than they did in Monster Train 1, whereas this one does a whole extra attack. But just like with deployment phase, Infector already got a big buff. Also with the existence of equipment, like it already got a buff just because it's easier to put it with more Keepers of Echoes or put it with Carvers, whatever. Didn't need a 4th attack on top of it. Regardless, that's what we're playing. And now we have choices to make. I really would like Smidgestone. But also another attack here is pretty good. Probably should have not put the conduit on here, but I did want the conduit. Okay, I think we're going to the Merchant of Steel anyways, so if I don't hit Smidgestone here... Okay, there we go. That makes our life a lot better. It's not perfect. I probably should have routed to a Merchant of Arms at some point. So I would have had a better shot at getting, like, quick on Spine Chief. But, hey. We'll see what we can do. Also, I really wish that I had more deployment number. Okay, so he does survive this, so he does take a beating. Kind of want to do the Echo Infusion on him. But we'd be losing delicious, delicious power on the Carapace. I think we still do it. And then we'll just give him plus 15 attack, which essentially gets multiplied by 4. Oh, yeah, that's fine. No, we're going to do this the correct way. The way I was originally going to do it. The problem with setting up on top floor is that I then am not killing these Scourge guys, which is a problem, but overall I think it's still best for me to be doing this. Yeah, we'll do it like this, so then we can do that. And then we're going to do the Wurmkin Spike here, so we can just kill all these guys. Because, like, I'll miss out on the strike triggers next turn, but on the other hand, I won't be in danger in the same way. It just overall seems like a much better choice. And we'll do the Beacon's Light, so that I daze them all. And then you just eat some charges. Alright, so you're already going to fill up our charges here. That way you're dead. Kind of want to save this for next turn, but I think we're just going to use this now so we don't have to get the Scourges repeatedly. But yeah, anyways, with Infector Spine Chief now being able to fit on the same floor as the Carver, we're now giving him plus 12 attack and 24 armor every turn just for Spine Chief existing. So that's a thing. Plus, you know, whatever we're actually playing during the turn as well. Okay. I should have done that differently. Yeah, Yeah, I guess I'm going to do that, even though it would be nice to have that for next turn. Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing this slightly differently. I want to hit the one on bottom, not the one on mid. Also, I think I probably want to use the Reap a little differently. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I still have to do one more charge here to get the kill, but so be it. Alright, overall, that's fine. This is a lot less fine. I don't know that doing the Echo Transfer would, like, hit a different breakpoint. It maybe does. Oh, and then you're not taking enough to die like this. Interesting problem. I mean, I can take the damage. It's just so much to take if I let that guy live. Which is partly why I was hoping to draw one of the Revenge of the Damned this turn. But it's sort of my own fault for doing it this way. Regardless, I think we're doing that, just not doing the Kinhouse Carapace this turn. Unfortunately, we get the Scourge cards and we take a lot of damage, but whatever. It's my own fault for building the deck that I did. We at least take a lot less than we could have. Okay, so I want to power up my dude, but I also don't really want to just let all these enemies through. Yeah, that kills them all. Feels like a bit of a waste, and it would be nice to do the Reap on a different floor, but God, fucking Scourge cards are the worst. Well, that's a lot more health gone. Oof, that's real bad. Which means I probably have to adjust my plans. Assuming we can even win here. Yeah, that's not winning. I thought this might be the case, in which case we might just have to step on a lower floor. Which is sort of fine. The big issue is... Yeah. Like, getting the Scourges every turn is really messing with me. Okay. Let's not do it that way. Not exactly how I want to do it, but that's fine for now, I guess. Yeah, I can't let you eat, unfortunately, and you're still dying, which I would love to have avoided, but it is what it is. Yeah, dazing doesn't really help here. Still saying 36 for me, which is just a massive amount. But, fine. Would love to have a second Kinhose, but we don't. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, honestly, I should probably have Spine Chief behind the Kinhose Carapace. God, I wish I had a way to descend you, and I don't. That's a lot of damage. It's not all the damage, though. A lot of beef to get through. It is quite bad. Basically, I just shouldn't have taken the trial, but I don't like just not taking every trial. Turns out it does cause problems, unsurprisingly. Yeah, well, I mean, we should win this way, but it does hurt very badly. But again, when I'm actually allowed to generate charges, it goes dramatically better than when I'm not. Yeah, unfortunately, I probably have to go for the healing here. Which is really not what I wanted to do, but it's fine. Is there a reason you aren't Echo transferring onto the champion? Yeah, it requires me to spend charges to do it, and I didn't always have charges available to that, because oftentimes I was using the charges for hitting enough Reap to like kill one of the backliners. Or I was consuming all the charges on that turn to power up the Kinhose Carapace, because that gets permanent scaling, and ideally I was hoping to dupe it. We're not going to dupe it, probably. Oh well. There were reasons, though. Oh, Soul Cripple, by the way, got an adjustment. It now roots an enemy when you play it, which is pretty cute. Slightly higher Reap, and makes them endure the Reap for 2 turns, which I like. Honestly, I'll take the Soul Siphon. I thought about taking it earlier, but we didn't. Planetarium is also... I guess I'll take... Yeah, we gotta go here and heal. Which is not the worst thing. There are some decent things we could draw here. Split Anvil. If I get Holdover, I'm very happy with that. No! I mean, that's fine. It's just not what I wanted. Well, we need to split Anvil. Unfortunately, can't really use the Lightstone Casing. Decay Decoy is good, though we're certainly not the best deck for it, and I maybe should just be doing some removals, but here we are. Whatever. It is what it is. Unfortunately, didn't draw... Well, I didn't construct the best deck. I put a lot of focus onto some bad decisions. Do I want you fully up front? I think yes. Okay, so, we do have the Planetarium, which means that now things hit a little harder, which is nice. And there's the daze on everybody. We are not going to play the Soul Siphon on this floor, but instead we're going to play it on the next floor. So if we do reap enemies, then they will be suffering, you know, much more long-term ill effects. Now the thing is, do I just want to dump a bunch of reap on you? Kind of, but I also really want to still power up my dude, so... It doesn't matter nearly as much at this point, and especially it matters a lot less if I am not duping him like I had hoped to. But, fine, here we are. Okay, we play that, which then minus costs everything else. Yeah, I guess I'll give you the armor for now. At least I don't have melee weakness on anybody anymore. Yeah, it doesn't really help the situation. Okay, but we did get the Beacon's Light this turn, which I thought we probably would. Yeah, unfortunately, still not gonna do a good enough job of killing things. So I can apply 36 Reap to you, and I can generate 4 charges. Almost enough. It's sadly not quite enough, but it's almost there. Yeah, it's fine if these guys survive, basically. Like, I don't really care about that. I'm just trying to mitigate the damage that's coming in. Unfortunately, I'm still taking a lot of damage. I'm not in great shape for the Titans. Kind of. I can mitigate things with the Beacon's Light a little bit. Oh, you are just at full health, and I, for some reason, didn't realize that? Not sure how I didn't realize that. Not sure that that's tenable. Why are you at full health? Well, fine. I don't know if that's actually workable as is. Yeah, I have not played particularly well. Well, that's fine. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this fight went very poorly for me. This is why I wanted a second Kinho's Carapace, and that's basically what I was working towards all game, and then I abandoned it so I could take the heal. Unfortunately, I still took just a massive amount of damage, and I came out in worse shape than if I had done the dupe, I think. Because if I had done the dupe, like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to use their abilities at the same time, basically, but I would have two units who are both hitting for about 250 damage, and that, well, 250 times 2, like, that's what I needed. And I think I made a mistake by trying to heal. Well, here we are. Of note, by the way, since I didn't point it out, they did make it so you can put charges in the Pyrum, specifically so you can use extract spells or reap on Dominion, so that's a thing. 250 times 2 is more than 300, can confirm. Yeah. It's what I should have done. Actually, I should have these guys on top floor. It's a somewhat minor thing, but we're trying here. If I had made my deck thinner, it would also have helped with ensuring that I can get the Beacon's Light when I need it. Although, Entropy being a jerk is always going to be a problem. Which is to say that it adds garbage cards to my deck, as only a true monster would. Yeah, I did that wrong, but that's fine. I just don't have higher HP to burn because mistakes were made and bad choices occurred. If this fight weren't dumb, we'd have a chance, but it is dumb, so it does cause problems to us. Well, here we are. Not quite dead yet, but certainly getting there. I was really hoping we were going to draw the Beacon's Light this turn. But we didn't. are. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm basically dead, because any set of turns where I don't draw the Beacon's Light just kills me. Yeah, that's fine. I expected to die with how we were lining up for Savagery. We had a bad couple fights, and it didn't go well. Doesn't matter what we do here, because it doesn't actually get down to us. That's fine. Let it die. Oh well. Not my best showing by any means, but that's okay. Again, like, I basically prepared the whole time to dupe the Kinhouse Carapace, and with how much effort I'd put into that, not then doing that at the end really made our deck not function well. But that's okay. Anyways, we have unlocked Forgotten Trade, which is another card that got changed. It used to generate Ember per charge on the floor, which was okay. It was kind of out of place, in the clan. Like, there weren't great ways to utilize it for the most part. Its best use case was basically ensuring that turn 1, if you drew multiple banner units, you'd be able to play them out. And so I'm perfectly happy to see it changed. Forgotten Trade now is an equipment. Ember Drain 2 and Revenge gain 1 charge, which is real good. The Ember Drain is a pain, of course, but like, being able to gain charges on Revenge is very potent. Echo Snare is just slightly more Reap than it used to be. It used to be 2 Reap, now it's 5 Reap. You also don't have all the cards. Getting Titans like it's nothing with the level 1 clan is okay. I mean, I don't really feel like leveling up the clans really makes you that much stronger, but yes, fair, I suppose. Honestly, I have no concept of what even gets unlocked level to level, because I am just used to playing at the fully unlocked clans. I couldn't tell you what gets unlocked for any clan at any level these days. But anyways, we unlocked Dawn Echo. It is everyone's least favorite artifact to see in the final ring, but it's very good early. It just makes it so 1 additional card in each pack will be infused. So you have a little bit more choice on drafts, basically. Hey, Nani here from Mechborn. How you doing? Hey, good to see you. And I'm doing all right. It's going to be a long day, but I'm having a good time. I'm glad you guys seem to find my feedback helpful. So, you know, I'm looking to see how Mechborn does as it develops. I'm especially excited to see what the mechanics for the other 2 mechs are going to be. Oh, and we unlocked Echo Bloom, which is another new card. This one's fully new. And it is their room card. So, high Ember cost at 3, but it gives you 4 unused charge slots, and you gain 1 charge when playing it, and has an ability which is on cooldown 4, which is long, but it gives you 4 charges when you play it, when you use it, which is pretty solid. There's a lot of use cases for just having like 8 slots to a room instead of 4. Especially with like Corruptor Spine Chief, where you're getting a bunch more power for that at each turn, or when you're trying to reap things, it's helpful. It's just good. Force Contamination gives melee weakness. I think it was melee weakness 3 in Monster Train 1 instead of melee weakness 2. Could be wrong on that. They're releasing more content, or the mechs are something you just need to unlock. The mechs is in relation to Mechborn, since the person above you had commented upon it. They're one of the devs for Mechborn. It's an upcoming deck builder. They had reached out to me for some feedback and to try out the demo. So I tried out the demo and just responding to their comment. Came here to thank you in person. Your feedback is super useful. Will definitely help us on the next Steam event we were taking part in. Well, I'm glad to hear that it was helpful. And like I said, I'm looking forward to see what Mechborn does. I really like the conveyor belt system you have for the hand. That's definitely the coolest part of the game for me. All right, let's get into a new run. We're definitely going to do more Railforge. I kind of just want to do Railforge Wurmkin, though I like the variety of playing different clans, but I want to level up both of these, especially at least until we can get the secondary champ for each clan. So, let's see it. And we're going to do a different champion path for Herzl. Starting with 2 Steel Polyclaws is maybe a bit much. Echo Transfer is good. First of Kin is pretty solid. It did get it got a number of adjustments. It is still 3 capacity, unfortunately, though that's fine. But in exchange, it's only 2 costs instead of 3 costs, which is a huge benefit. And the edge is now plus 15 per card consumed instead of plus 5. And then also its base stats went up. Pretty good unit. Although, unfortunately, you can't use it for infusions like you could in Monster Train 1, which was one of its best use cases. Also, I just like the way that it looks. I think it's a cool looking unit. I don't love that we have Winged Spirit again, but fine. Anyways, what do we got? Base charge is good. Just seed each floor with charges. Especially helpful when we've got Spine Chief Starter, which applies Reap. And then Wing Clippings, which I don't love. I think they changed in this patch that you can still proc edge effects if Wing Clipping saves the card. I could be wrong on that. If someone wants to check the patch notes, I'd appreciate that, but I don't remember for sure if that change went through. I think I saw someone talk about it, though. Anyways, I don't love Wing Clippings, but if it at least works better with Edge now, that would at least give it a better use case. On the whole, still not an artifact I really care about. So, we're taking base charge. So, we have both of the other champion paths as options. So we already saw Pyresmith, which, you know, buffs the Pyre and lets the Pyre shoot the floor every couple turns. Or we can do Enduring Steel, which changes Forge so that while Herzl's on the field, Forge is permanent and grants only +1 attack and +1 armor per Forge point instead of +3/+3. So, weaker gains, but they last the entire run. And like I said, it's not clear from this, but this affects the entire floor, or the entire train, not just the floor that Herzl is on. You can tell that I'm having some speech problems right now, but it's fine. We'll get through it. Anyways. I think I maybe just want to do Pyresmith. It's too early in the day for Sal. I mean, it's also that I've been talking for... Well, I've been talking on stream for 3.5 hours already, basically. And before that, I was talking for like 4 hours. So, I've been talking all morning. And it's taking its toll on me. And also, yes, I am a night person. Herzl, that's cool, just seeing the new clan for the first time. Yeah, it's super cool to me that Herzl's in. The alt champion is way cooler to me, though. But, yeah, I appreciate that Herzl's in. I do wish that he had a different, like, pose. It's fine, but, I don't know. It's less dynamic than I would like. Anyways, I think we're doing Pyresmith rather than Enduring Steel right now. Ideally, we would get the artifact that gives the Pyre permanent attack whenever it kills something. But, you know, we'll see what we can get. And we don't have any consume cards, right? We do not. But we do have Echo Transfer, which is nice. Okay, well, we definitely want Herzl to survive. So, here we go. Alright. Papa's ability, we only get to use it basically like twice this fight because it has a 6 cooldown. So we'll just use it to wipe that wave. And then we'll start consolidating friends with Steel Polyclaw. I don't really have anything to smith, kind of. Or to forge, I should say. Like, I can forge a Spear Steward, I guess. But I think we're just going to do this. Don't mind if we steal you away. Probably should have actually stolen away the Spear Steward. Because he's more vulnerable while also stronger in attack. Yeah, it's a little greedy, but we're going to do this so that we can use both of the Echo transfers on top floor. I should have done Reap on one of these guys probably, but this is what we've done instead. Like, all of this matters a little less just overall. Since we do have a Wing Spirit to just heal us back up. But nonetheless, it would be nice. Oh, whoops. I need to actually spend my forage points because that's the last unit I can spend them on. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we'll play you now. Steal you away, reap that. Can't use the other thing. That's fine. And that's good. Yeah, I don't have any. Okay, we're gonna do it like this so I can generate enough charges to use that. And then we're going to steal away his chump blocker. It also doesn't matter how much damage I take this turn, because then I just heal it up. Not that I need to, because he's going to die, because he's relatively weak at the moment, and we are not, but, you know, nonetheless. But yeah, with the Echo transfers and with a little bit of forwards, my team just kind of beats him down. And thus, my Pyre gains strength from Herzl. Fuck yeah, Sal's online. Well, I'm glad it pleases you, Lemachuka. Oh, man. I think we're taking the Hammerfall here. I think we're probably going to make it a consume card later. I also do need to take note that we're up against Savagery again. That is a concern. I will definitely take Shelter. Couldn't remember if Shelter was changed from Monster Train 1. I believe it's exactly the same. Which is fine. Just overall, quite strong. I think we want to go to the Merchant of Steel. Did they add new Pyre Hearts? No, they did not. I imagine they probably have ideas for new Pyre Hearts, but they were not part of this update. And like, you really have to have like really good ideas for Pyre Hearts to add them. Like, they can't just be, you know, clunky ideas. They have to be fully fleshed out. And a lot of them, I'm sure, take, like, new coding or tech to make it work right. So, I'm not surprised if they were not a major focus of this. Also, it feels like they want to tie Pyre Hearts to, like, dimensional challenges. I mean, that's just, like, my speculation. But like, a lot of the dimensional challenges felt like they went out of their way to kind of, like, showcase the strength or oddities of the various Pyre Hearts. And so I would not be surprised if they do more Pyre Hearts, that they bundle them with more dimensional challenges. I wonder if you can make 2 floors with 7 minions with Bogfly Snacks. You definitely can. You definitely can. It might be hard to hatch them in certain ways, but there are ways. Anyways, I do want to go to the right. There's a lot of value for us at the Merchant of Magic, but also, I mean, maybe. I think we're still just going to the left here. Ideally, we hit. Not that. I mean, Burst is fine. I don't like it, but it's fine. I think we're just re-rolling. What I most want to see is kind of Smidge Stone. It kind of doesn't matter as much with Steel Polyclaw, but okay. What does Burst do? Burst is conditional multi-strike. you attack an additional time for every stack of burst, but on strike you lose 1 stack of it. So you attack until there's nothing to attack on the floor, or until you run out of attacks, and then you run out of burst, whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Some people really like it. I'm not one of those people, though it does have uses. What do you think about the new mode, Sal? You like it so far? I don't have particularly strong feelings about the new mode yet. Because admittedly, I haven't played with it very much. I played with it pretty early on, before it was like as well developed as it is right now. So I can't speak to its current state all that much. I'm excited that there are new enemies to face. In general, I'm less a roguelite person than a roguelike person, so I don't care. I'm not as excited about the meta progression. I do expect that I will play mostly the main original mode for this game, but I'll definitely put my time into Soul Savior and unlock all the souls and have a good time with it. We might start doing some runs for it later today, but yeah, I don't know. I just haven't put enough time in it to have a full opinion yet. Could do the Titanite. I just like perma progression, but it seems fun enough as a side mode to play. Yeah, like, it was clear that they wanted to make it its own thing so that, you know, if you don't want to engage with perma progression, you don't have to. And I will say, some of the souls have some, like, really fun game-changing effects. And what I do really like about the mode so far is that it does really double down into those sorts of, like, here's some wacky, super powerful things you can do, but we're going to make enemies strong enough that you actually have to utilize those well. And so I appreciate that aspect of it quite a bit. Is it easy, or should I say too easy? Again, I'm not the best person to ask about that yet. I will say that it is definitely very hard without the perma progression, or at least the higher difficulties are. There's three difficulties, and the higher ones are at least very, very difficult. At least without the perma progression. I know there's a couple ways to kind of like break the game with perma progression, and I mean, like, I would not be surprised if it gets balance adjustments over time. But I know there's a couple specific ways you can play that are probably too strong right now. But on the whole, as far as I hear, it's fairly difficult. Also, I should have looked at this first, though I'm pretty confident we're not using an egg right now. I mean, maybe. I could. I don't think I want to, though. Because, like, A, I would like to basically just dupe the First of Kin multiple times. And B, I need my charges to remain high to use the Shelter well. And I am looking at Shelter as being fairly appealing already. God, do I want Titanite? I don't really want Titanite, but it is maybe pretty helpful for me right now. Alright, you know what? We'll take Titanite. We'll leave the other slot open, and we'll take either Multi-Strike or Smidge Stone. Both are good. See what we can do. Alright, so we want you guys on bottom floor where the flagellants are easiest. Also, we're going to immediately use that and blow things up. Partly because it triggers his edge, which we didn't make use of last time, but whatever. We definitely want the steel pulley claw so we can start making the team. And that's basically all we can do. We'll still play this out just because it generates a charge, even if it doesn't do anything. Alright, let's do that. And we're going to not pull him down yet so he can kill the Collector for us. Although I suppose I could have done that slightly differently. Doesn't matter. That's fine. Yeah, I'll take the pyre damage. That's fine. We are technically healing after every fight anyways, since we're increasing the pyre's max HP with Herzl. I probably should have forged you. Also, I spaced out that it does matter who I'm placing the Echo Transfer on, since he's going to die to the spikes. Either way, doesn't matter. Like, as long as Herzl survives here, we're pretty happy with the result. And Herzl definitely survives. Also, didn't even remember to pop my pyre, because no one cares about Winged Spirit. It's just not that great. Either way, that's okay. Armament Drive is interesting. It is a consume card and can just give me bonus stats to basically every unit. I mean, do I really want it though? Kind of. Fuck it, we'll take it. I mean, Bounding Echoes I like. I also would be happy with another shelter. I'll take the shelter, I guess. Okay, fine. Alright, so we hadn't seen Steel Steward yet. Of note, since I didn't point it out yet, and people were constantly speculating on it before release, the Stewards in Railforged are not affected by Steward's Quarters. Nor are they affected by Pyre Sparks, unstable Pyre Sparks. Because they are not actually Steward type. They are automatons. It is clearly a balanced decision. Also, it is better for the Stewards if unstable Pyre Sparks. There it is. Since this gives an ability, it is also better that this doesn't override any Steward that has an ability, of which there's a couple. So, like, it's important that they aren't actually Stewards. But yeah, also, Steward's Quarters got updated to say, specifically, Shield Steward and Spear Steward, rather than just Stewards, to reduce confusion a little bit. But yeah, it would be bad if a neutral, like a clanless card, gave a massive, insane buff to every unit of one specific clan. There were a couple people who were speculating that it was going to become a Railforged card. There's great reasons for that not to be the case. Again, a zero-cost card that gives capacity shouldn't also give one. Like, that's just not a card that should be the case. Like, it's fine as is, buffing just Shield Stewards and Spear Stewards and giving capacity. It should not have any interaction with the Railforged stuff, even if it would be kind of cute. I appreciate the changing of the wording. Oh, for sure. I mean, ideally, like, they just would have not named these Stewards to begin with. I get why they did. It is cute that they are essentially... Because they're made by Hef and Herzl is the whole, like, theming of this clan. And Hef and Herzl made the original Stewards. Like, Herzl made the Train Stewards from Monster Train 1. Hef made the Shield Stewards and Spear Stewards of Monster Train 2. And so these are their, like, more advanced designs as they work on them together. Which I think is, like, cool flavor. But, like, mechanically, it was confusing to people that they named them Stewards. And they could have just not done that. Anyways, to actually talk about this unit, since I glossed over all that. It has Steel Guard, which is a new thing. Can't lose more than 15 armor per hit. So, as long as it has armor, can't take more than 15 damage at a time, basically. Which is a little weird. There's a lot of situations where it's not really going to take effect. But plenty others where it will. Like, if you have, you know, turn 1 Savagery Seraph attacking in with the melee weakness 2, still can only lose 15 attack, or 15 armor. If you have, you know, 9,000 corruption, still loses 15 armor. So it has its use cases for sure. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. It's also a unit that I think is clearly meant to shine in Soul Savior, where enemy attack is generally much higher. And so reducing an attack down from like 60 to 15 is a much bigger deal than reducing an enemy from like 20 damage to 15. But yeah, so it's a weird unit. I don't love using it, but that's mostly just because I personally don't highly value the super defensive units. But it's an interesting effect for sure. Well, isn't that interesting? Yeah, I'll take triple stack on Shelter, even if the Blight is a pain in the ass. Yeah, I think we'll just do this now. Okay. I think I still want to be on bottom floor here. And at least Archeon's not going to see us murder his friends turn 1. Yeah, you know what? I'll play this out, even though I've already got other units on the field that I could be grabbing. I'll take the damage. All the time to explain the units, then casually skips. I mean, you know, just who I am. It feels right to make sure you guys get to appreciate what units do. Anyways, let's give some armor to the team and buff our etch and go from there. Oh, today is so much talking though. Like, I knew it would be, but like it's a lot. Alright, well this is a big increase in power, since we're going to do armament drive and then just jam equipment on everybody. Plus we got the etch bonus. If we actually had more First of Kin, that would be way cooler, but still good as is. I also could have taken the Forge points to buff one of those. I actually probably should have, but I didn't. Yeah, we'll just do that on you, and that's maybe unnecessary. Oh god, he's so strong. I really don't want to let the Entropic Crystals go, but I did want to play out the Calcified Ember. And I'm sort of debating that maybe I don't actually need to play that many spells here on out, but I think we'll still do this. Like, the main thing I want to play is just the Shelter. Like, that's what I care about. Yeah, that's real scary looking. Okay, well, the difference between that heal and not that heal was massive. Basically, it's because it grants the First of Kin one more round to attack. And turns out that makes a huge difference to us. But it just goes from, like, my entire team dying to only the First of Kin dying. Ta-da! Which also means that Herzl survives, which means we buff the Pyre, yada yada yada, here we go. Echo Bloom is fine. Fused Weaponry is bizarre. So, it's a consume card that merges 2 equipment in your deck together and applies -1 cost. So, that's the thing that exists. I might take it just because it's a zero cost infused consume card. Even if I don't have the weaponry to use it. And then there's also Railforge Spike, which is, you know, the Railforge clan Spike. And it's just 4 times Forge. Which is, you know, not bad. I don't think we're taking Echo Bloom. It's really just, do I want fused weaponry? And I think the answer is yes, even if I don't have, like, a great use case for it currently. God, I really... If I had Crucible Steward in this lineup, I would happily take that. Why does the tooltip for the Spike have the info on the burst? If it does, that's a mistake. And it's clearly just a bug. So it does. Well, we'll write them a little note. Done. Somehow I got it. Sometimes that happens. Anyways, we're not taking any of these, although I'm being a little overly picky, perhaps. God, I have 2 Calcified Embers. I think we want... I'm going to take Ember for now. I do want more Ember for a variety of reasons. I also want other things. Okay. Yeah. What do we have on offer? First off, we are now up to Pyresmith 2, which lowers the cooldown to 4, and the Celebrate bonus goes up to +10, +5 instead of whatever it's currently, which is +5, +3. Yeah. So, higher gains, and we get to use Pyre Speak more often. Weapons cache doesn't really help. The problem is I don't really want any of these. I am pretty happy with the Steel Polyclaw, so we're gonna not do that. Like, I could set up the weapons barracks on a different floor and then, like, play units on that floor and then steal them from there with a Polyclaw. Doesn't super help me, though, because I don't have equipment to use that with, so it's a largely moot point. Okay. Yeah, we'll just make you consume. We're going to make you consume. We are going to spell chain this. I should have re-rolled, because I did kind of space out that I really wanted remove consume. Okay, we'll leave it like this and do things that I desire. Heaven Seal is a little concerning, but we should be okay. Kind of. Really want not that. But let's go ahead and blow them up. Could be worse. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually need to use the Hammerfall on him specifically. So we'll gain a Forge Point. Oh, except then I am gaining less attack. It's almost like I could have paid attention to what I was doing, and it would have worked better. That's fine. How you doing, Pasky? Man, the punishment of being 5 gold short of the reroll and the remove consume is tough. Yeah. It's okay. Hello, what else is new in the DLC? So Wormkin, and then a fully new clan of Railforged, which is what we're playing right now with Herzl. And then there's a fully new mode called Soul Savior, which is like a roguelite sort of mode. So that's what's different. Oh, I can't even use fused weaponry? Well, go fuck yourself, fused weaponry. I thought you'd allow me to use you even if I didn't have things to steal. Well, that's less exciting. Well, I'm very displeased that I have fused weaponry now, but we'll see what we can do with it. Such a weird card. Okay. Oh, it's not out. You have early access? Nope. Well, I do have early access, but it is out. If you're looking on Switch, the Switch release got delayed by Nintendo until the 10th is, I believe, what they said. But on other consoles, it's out. It's out on Steam. So, yeah, it's out. I've been waiting all this time to show it off. Nah, Steam. Guess I'm looking wrong. Yeah, no, it's on Steam. Anyways, this guy may have leaked. Doesn't matter. He's going to be perpetually pulled back to this floor. Because Steel Polyclop be like that. Honestly, Steel Polyclop probably should be higher than Ember 2. Or maybe should not be cooldown 1. But it's so much more fun at cooldown 1 than cooldown 2. But it's strong. Anyways, we're going to play this. And then I guess we're just going to generate a charge, even though I sap myself. Oh, look. He thought he could escape. He thought wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, I, like, sap myself to oblivion. But... oh, I could do this. Nah, we'll still do it like this, and then just give my dudes so much armor. Yeah. Yeah, no one likes you, Kel. Yeah. I was going to use the Pyre Speak this turn if I had to. Turns out I didn't. Also, I am not utilizing my Forge points well, which is a minor thing. I basically don't have any Forge generation, so... not a big deal that I'm not spending it properly, but hey. There we go. Okay, well, we're going to be a lot stronger soon, at least. Okay, some new cards. So there's Full Throttle. Hey, Tom, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Haven't seen you in a bit. I assume you were checking out the DLC. Any thoughts on it so far? But anyways, Full Throttle gives burst to friendly units, which is sort of a side grade to Minds of Their Own. It's a little more universal, but it's a little less strong since it doesn't make them attack immediately. Technically, you can save the burst till a later turn if there's nothing to attack this turn. But yeah, it's not a bad card. And then Magnetic Relay is a weird one. Return a friendly unit and its attached equipment to your hand. That's all it does. Which is to say, it doesn't feel like it does a lot on its own, but it's clearly meant to combo with a variety of things. Like, it's essentially a full heal for a unit. There's another chance for you to forge the units. It does a variety of other things. It's a way for you to, like, replay out imps again, rather than, like, getting them killed. Magnetic Relay is we have held holes at home. I mean, it's a little different, but yes. It's an interesting card. I really like it overall, since it's one of those cards that is essentially just like... it's a do-nothing synergy piece, and I like things... I've always liked cards that are not directly strong on their own, but have some very powerful use cases depending on how you combine them with things. My mind is being blown by the amount of content in this DLC. There's a lot, for sure. How long did you know about the DLC before us Little Immortals found out? I can't talk about that. I can't talk about any part of the testing. Also, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Anyways, I think we're probably taking full throttle here, even though the Ember cost is a bit much for me. Is it an infinite with Eka and a cost reduction? You mean with Silver Empress? I believe so. It's also can be an infinite with other things. Specifically, Impish Scholar. I was just trying to remember the various ways in which that can work, but yeah. But yeah, there's a couple infinites that you can do with Impish Scholar or Silver Empress Eka, which I don't really concern myself with. I don't like doing the infinites, and I just don't play into them even when they are an option. But yeah, they do exist. Yeah, Scholar makes sense. Yeah, like, you just have to make this consumable, and then you can play it on the Scholar, play the Scholar, get it back. It doesn't directly do much when you do that, but there's ways to make that work. Also, in that instance, you do have to have a way to lower the cost of the Scholar, but there's ways to do that, yada, yada, yada. I don't mind infinites as long as they're difficult enough to set up. The payoff feels worth it. If they're too easy to make, the game gets tedious. For sure. And that generally has been the outlook of the devs, where, yeah, they did make adjustments to get rid of a lot of infinites, but it wasn't purely just to get rid of the infinites, it was to get rid of easy infinites. There are still infinites in the game, and honestly, a couple easy ones, where, like, the only way to stop the infinites from being doable, or at least being easy, would essentially break the functionality of the cards involved, and I imagine they just didn't think that was worth it. But yeah, like, I do appreciate things like the Awoken Rail Spike change no longer being super easy to just go infinite with. Also, it just flat out deserved a nerf, so that's fine. Same with Deep Offering. It's definitely more situational now, being at 3 Ember. Still a pretty good card, though. But, yeah, it was too easy to make it just 0 cost draw 5. So, totally Rail Spike with Broken Memories was a very simple 2-card infinite. I mean, there were plenty of other ways to do it, too, with how this game works. But, yeah. Rail Spike with cost reduction also was, yeah. Because the Merchant of Magic upgrades no longer add cost to the cards, like double stack, spell chain, yada, yada, yada. It was just very easy to go infinite with Awoken Rail Spike, and you can no longer do that. Anyways, we're going to take full throttle, even though it's maybe difficult for me to play. We are going to consider the Soul Cripple because it's a consume card. I think we're going to not take it, though. I do really want that Merchant of Magic, but we're going here for a lot of reasons. Still mad that I can't play Fused Weaponry, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Fused Weaponry, if I don't have equipment in the deck. And honestly, I should have known that. I did know that once upon a time, and then I forgot, and then here we are. Anyways, we're not taking Stoic Plate Mail. Spell Sanctum is fine. But maybe taking Bloodthirsty Blade. Honestly, maybe taking Hall of Mirrors. Problem is that I need so much Ember for what I'm doing. Because I also really want to put Deployable on a Steel Polyclaw. God, do I want to do Hall of Mirrors, though? It's not bad for me, I'll tell you that. Alright, so what are we looking at in the coming rings? We get another Merchant of Arms here. And I think that makes this worth it. How awesome did they make the claw? Oh my god, from C tier to SS tier. It's so good. Steel Pulley Claw is fabulous. It's both very fun and very strong. Okay, so to plan this out, how much deployment ember do I need? So I've got 6 currently. Yeah, I can sort of do what I want. It's a little awkward later, though. Okay. Alright. So, we are making... We're just going to make Hall of Mirrors deployable. That's just what we're doing currently. Give me flight. No. Do silencers block room abilities? No. Unless I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure no. It's got so much utility. You can overstack, you can understack a room. If you have claw on another floor, you can pick out silencers. Yeah, you can do all sorts of things. Kind of want Canio, because there is a lot of removals I want to do. Chico is just generally helpful. Although we did already get past Kel, and that was one of the worst cases. Or one of the best uses for this. I think we'll still take Chico, though. I think it will help with some of my worst matchups. Even if it's a little annoying on the Titans, kind of. Okay. Now I have decisions to make. I was going to dupe the First of Kin here. Now I'm uncertain if I care. I also have another dupe upcoming. Just bear with me for a moment while I plan out my whole life's situation. Yeah, I think we are duping the First of Kin. And then we'll go from there. I have some problems, but for the most part, it's okay. Although the Mark of Invasion is not what I wanted. But, okay. Have you played much of the other game mode today? No, I have not. I've only been doing normal runs, and I've been playing a bit slow. No Bloodthirsty Blade, I see. I certainly considered it. Okay, let's try it this way. Also, no deployable claw. Or did you grab that? No, I did deployable Hall of Mirrors instead. Because I wanted to do this. I do want to play the First of Kin, but I'm worried about getting a bunch of corruption. So, we're going to do this instead. I was really hoping we'd get a Pulley Claw, but we didn't, unsurprisingly. Regardless, there's one floor gone, and there's 2 floors gone. Actually, we'll do this slightly differently. I did already forget that I have base charge. Okay. So you're going to die. We'll give you some armor, even though it feels like a bit of a waste. Oh well, that's fine. Here we are. I really need my stupid Steel Pulley Claw. There it is. Although you are in back, which I don't love, but fine. Okay, that's fine. I just don't want Herzl to die, but we also know that we're not getting what I want anytime soon. Yeah, fine. I'll take a little bit of pyre damage. And unfortunately, he is going to die at this rate. That's technically doable. Oh, I did this slightly wrong. Don't mind me as we just do a little bit of shuffling. Does Wormtooth now infuse the cards from Covenant 1, or did this remain unchanged? It is unchanged. I suppose I could have done the smithing instead. You know what? Let's do that. I mean, there are equipment cards in your deck now. They're not in my deck. That's the problem. Oh, and I did space out that I have this. I think we still want to save these for next turn, though. Yeah, so we'll do that, and then steal you away. We'll prevent you from hurting my pyre. And I guess we'll just play you out, take the damage. Honestly, don't remember what boss we're up against. Oh, it's you. Well, that is a bit of a problem. I was trying to keep both Herzls alive is the main thing. Okay, there we go. It's all good, everything's fine. It's just that because they have a Celebrate bonus, I want to get the Celebrate bonus. This is why we dupe the Herzls. Also, it's very useful to have two uses of the ability, especially because they are consume cards, and so they power up the First of Kins. I just realized this is no longer hashtag jank. I mean, it's never been hashtag jank, but yes, we do not have jank in the title for once. The age-old Sal standard. It's fine. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm well aware of how often I say it. Ooh, and we can get a real Pyre Shot. We could also get another Armament Drive, but the second Armament Drive will be less good for me, kind of. I'll take a Pyre Shot. I do kind of want that Ambient Charge. I don't have, like, the greatest use for it, especially when I am trying to build up charges for the shelter. I think we'll skip it. I mean, I missed the jank. I mean, it'll be back. Anyways, we're going here. Give me Dante's Footstool or Artificial Pyre Shards. Those are not those. I guess I'll take Ember Staff, though. I hate Pyre Piping, by the way. Fucking hate this artifact. It's done. While the Pyre's at full health, draw +1 each turn. You know how much of the run people are going to spend at not full health? Most of the run. And on the Titans, after turn 1, in most situations, it basically automatically turns off. Like, yes, there are ways to utilize it. I think it's pretty dumb, though. Like, it is the one Railforged artifact that I really want reworked. But I feel like the infused cards could use a retouch on the visual. Yeah, I don't love it. It's fine. Like, I get why they reworked it, because it has to function a little differently with the current card frames and banners and all that. But I don't like it as much as Monster Train 1, where it was the crystals. But it's fine. It's easy enough for me to read in my hand and when I'm evaluating a card. It's not overbearing. It's not unnoticeable. It's serviceable, even if I don't think it's as aesthetically pleasing as Monster Train 1. What about when Pyre is above 50% HP? That'd be better. I still wouldn't love it. Like, it either needs to be a stronger effect, or it just needs to do something different. And I would prefer something different. Like, if you want to keep it similar, just have it be that until your Pyre is taking damage in each fight, you draw +1. Which, like, still gets turned off during the Titan fight for the most part, but at least for the rest of the run, it's pretty decent. But, like, as is, if this is your starting artifact on Covenant 10, it's like, great, okay, well, unless I go out of my way to do a bunch of healing, it just doesn't do anything. Ever. Like, just feels bad. Like, there are a lot of runs where I end at full HP, so, like, don't get me wrong, it's not impossible to make this work, but it just feels so bad that for much of the run, it's just like a dead artifact. Yeah, it's tough to balance because the payoff is the boss relic, which is huge. Slightly different effect would make it easier to balance. Yeah, like, it is a strong effect, but I just find it very frustrating. I don't think it's a good artifact. Or at least not a well-designed artifact, especially at Covenant 10. Anyways, I'm probably taking Ancient Pyre Tap, because that does get around some of my problems. Pretty sure I'm not visiting another Merchant of Steel, so we're not taking the Pyrostone housing. Okay, I'll just dupe this. That's fine. And then we've got a bunch of cash, and so we're going to put it to use, getting rid of what we in the biz call worthless junk. I am sort of using the stewards, but we're not really using the stewards. Okay, Strixen Hallow. Well, I don't really want to be taking a ton of damage, but that's fine. Oh yeah, and you are muted for a couple turns. Good to remember. Unfortunately, once again, don't have the claw, which is sad. And I'm not crocking the Ember Staff anytime soon. Now, I think I'm not going to use the ability right now, because I could kill the backliners, but I actually do want Strix to pass over mid-floor, so that my Herzls aren't going to get murdered. So let's just not let them get murdered. Any plans to show the new game mode style? I remember you saying last week it wasn't really your thing. I mean, I'm definitely planning to show it. It's just a matter of when. We'll probably play it later today. I wasn't sure exactly what my plans were going to look like, but we'll probably play it later today. Kind of just depends on what people are interested in, honestly. But mostly I just want to play with the new plans and show them off and have a good time. Have you ever had duped Heavenfalls with a -4? Yeah, absolutely, I've done that. I will do you one better. Heavenfall with Spell Chain and the -4 on it. I'm pretty sure I've also done that with the Holdover. But yeah, it's not common, but it is pleasing. But yeah, anyways, we'll definitely be playing Soul Savior. It's just a matter of when and how much and all that, really. Okay, we're doing this because it's a consume card, and I would like to consume. Yeah, let's burn some HP, I think. Guess I didn't really need to do it that way, but that's fine. Alright. Pretty minor amount of HP loss, and the gains are pretty big. And so we are going to steal Herzl away from that misery pile. This is 115 damage, which is not bad. Honestly, probably should do it to stop some of this from clumping up next turn. Yeah, I'll burn a bit more Pyre HP. I don't know how aggressive I need to be here. I just want to make sure that I'm not letting the Herzl die. Pretty sure I don't need to worry, but hey. Okay. This is maybe unnecessary, but we'll do it now to heal Herzl before we steal him to safety. Everybody gets some burst. Everybody gets some armor. Okay. Unfortunately, that doesn't work because it doesn't. But we will do this. You're going to get the armor, and then everybody's going to get a suit of things to do. Technically, should have played the Smith first. That's fine. I didn't. And there we go. Alright, well, we're killing Strix, and we are murdering every other enemy on the floor, and we're doing some damage to Hallow. Yeah, we'll just save their abilities for now. Honestly, I don't actually need to reap those guys. So I should just be putting the reap on Hallow instead. I could move one of them up with the Steel Polyclaw. We're not going to worry about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to wipe the whole floor and have a good time. Ta-da! This is why we wanted to dupe the Herzls. Also because we get double celebrate bonus. I don't hate Foundry Line, I gotta say. Yeah, we're gonna take Foundry Line. I'm pretty sure we're taking draw here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we want the Merchant of Arms now. I meant to double check and not just click on that, but that's fine. It worked out. Don't hate the Echo Vault, but we can't really use it. We are going to Pyresmith 3, which now has cooldown 2. So if we rotate the cooldowns between our Herzls, we will now be able to shoot the whole floor every turn, which is not bad. And, yeah. Also, it's now plus 20, plus 10, though you only get a couple battles for that to take effect. I mean, I don't hate the Swift Steel Dagger. Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. We are going to make that deployable. Hef, Dad, can we get a sweeper? Herzl, we have a sweeper at home. Oh, little do you know. Little do you know, my friend. I assume it's one of the unlocks, so we'll probably see it after this run or one of the other ones. It was in the trailer, too. I'm just debating whether I want to re-roll for anything here. Technically, if I take another equipment, I can try to fuse them together with fused weaponry, but I really just don't care, and I'm probably just going to get rid of fused weaponry. It's such a weird card. I honestly just kind of want it removed from the clan, but here we are. Alright, so, Hall of Mirrors, we got Herzls, we got First of Kin, we're going to burn some HP, who cares? I was talking about your alternate Herzl Pyro Sweep, but your words have gotten me thrilled. Yeah, I knew you were talking about. I'm just saying, you know, be aware. Okay, so here's this, here's that. We'll burn HP for that, because that's not tenable. Yeah, I would like to do them both, but it is better if I'm rotating them. Also, I should have played this out. Oh, no, never mind. I already played a Blight this turn. I was thinking that I could proc the Ember Staff with it. Incorrect. So let's do this correctly. There we go. Honestly, I should be playing the Vengeful Shard. Oh, well. We didn't. It makes a somewhat pleasing sound when you play Pyre Shot, I will say. Alright, so... I don't really want to use Foundry Line when I've got both shelters in hand. But I think I'm willing to do this and then smelt everything except for the shelter, which means that we consume the other cards, which does count for the etch, and we gain Ember, and we gain Forge points, and we'll just play out the other shelter. Not bad. How you doing, Panhandler? Ah, stupid fused weaponry. Makes me so angry. Well... yeah, I can just kill you with the Reap and then steal Herzl down here. It doesn't, like, super matter. The main reason for having them on the floor together is just so that they are protected from damage, and so we can give them the shelters together. And also, if we play Armament Drive, then they'll work together. This isn't going to work as well versus the Titans, but we'll deal with that when we get there. May as well do that so we... I was gonna say, so we take less damage, but that's, we're already not taking damage, except for the corruption, so it's a bit of a moot point, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll just burn the Forge points for that right now. We'll do this and explode some enemies. And then we'll do that and gain what we in the biz call a lot of armor. Oh no, some enemies. However, shall we manage? And if they do escape, we just bring them back with the Steel Polyclaw. This business lingo is why we keep going back to the streams. You know what? I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, my friends. Okay, here we go. Oh no, it's Rax. However, shall we deal with such a mighty threat? That fused weaponry still pisses me off. Don't draw me a Vengeful Shard, you son of a bitch. Anyways, here we go. Rack stands no chance against us. Man, I am overly excited that I get to play with First of Kin again. It's always been one of my favorite Wurmkin units, even when it was generally best to fuse it away. I think it's a cool looking unit. I think it's a good effect. I'm glad that it's back in the game and that it's good. But here we are. Anyways, we haven't seen Masterwork yet. Just Forge 8. Not a consume card, but it's pretty good. And then Magnetic Relay is a thing. Alright, I'll do it. We are not taking Forgotten Trade or the other things here. My favorite was the one that gives +1/+1 when getting the shards, forget the name, to the whole floor. Yeah, Keeper of Echoes. And yeah, it's good. I like Keeper of Echoes quite a bit. And I think it's even better in Monster Train 2. But I definitely also just really like First of Kin. This, I think, pays for itself. We do not need Hardened Hull. We don't have any eggs. We don't have any stewards to explode. I guess we have one, but who cares? Smelt grants an additional +1 Ember. That doesn't really matter to us. We have one way to smelt, and we don't really care about the Ember that it generates. I think we're probably doing this, though double stack on the Full Throttle is also pretty appealing. I'll just minus costed that. I thought about giving it Holy Stone, but I really don't care. Holy Stone holdover on Full Throttle. I considered it, but I'm also considering way dumber ideas. So, like, we have a number of good holdover targets. Full Throttle is quite good. Pyre Shot is also quite good. But I think you guys want to see the other option. And you just don't know it yet. Yes, let that jank flow through you. Yeah. Yeah. We don't call it dumb in this house, we call it jank. You're not wrong. Alright, we're doing it. Welcome, Magnetic Relay. And then we're just gonna minus cost this one. It's nice to have, but it's expensive. I mean, honestly, I could Holy Stone it. Or I could use it with the Pyre Tap. Should have Holy Stoned. Totally forgot that I had Pyre Tap. Doesn't matter. It's fine. So, we are going to get rid of Fused Weaponry, because it pisses me off. We are going to get rid of maybe the Echo Transfer, because it's just largely unnecessary for me. Is this where Herzl keeps on saying, oops, sorry, wrong floor? Maybe. You might, perhaps, have the right idea for what's about to occur. Yeah, I'll just get rid of that one too. That's fine. Yeah, and unfortunately I have nowhere to apply that to. Alright, let's heal to full-ish. No, that is actual full. And then what are we duping here? Oh, I meant to do something to these, and I never did. That's fine. We'll just do this, I guess. Alright. Dupe Magnetic Relay, right? I thought about it, but it's just not worth it. You'll see why in a moment. Oh, and I still haven't gotten rid of the Steward that I can't play anywhere. Well, that's fine. Let's do this. Okay, I really wish that I had gotten Bog Slime, which gives us charges whenever we consume a card. But we didn't. Not the ordering I meant to do this in, but that's fine. Well, kind of. I don't really need to be taking the damage. We'll do that. Still not quite the order I should have done, but that's fine. Yeah, anyways, here we are. So now we can Magnetic Relay. And then look, there he goes again. And we'll just bring him down there this turn. How exciting. Alright. How kind of you, Seraph. Hey, look, it's another 2 Herzls. Oh, man. Anyways, this is what we did. And I could be doing a lot more if I were using Ancient Pyre Tap, but we don't need to be using Ancient Pyre Tap. I was really hoping it was going to go mid-floor, where Herzl wouldn't be in danger. But that's fine. Because we're still going to do this. And we'll pull down 1 Herzl. And we'll pull down 2 Herzl. And then we go Pyre Shot number 1, Pyre Shot number 2, Pyre Shot number 3, and yes, I know I don't need to be using them every turn. That's fine. My Mag Relay brings all the Herzls to the yard. Yeah, not wrong. And then, you know, let's give them a show. And, yeah, here we go. And yes, I could be shooting Seraph with each of these instead, but we're not doing that. Okay, so there's that, there's this. Enjoy more Herzls, as one does. And it's even better than it looks. You'll see why in a moment. Oh, I did forget that I have a Swiftsteel Dagger. That's fine. We'll just replace that one. Oh, update is out. How is it? It's very good. I love it. But I already knew that I would, but yeah. But if Seraph dies too early, there won't be as many Herzls. That is true. It is a meaningful and sad concern. Herzl basically teaching Seraph why Herzl's a Titan and that Seraph will never reach that level. You're damn right. Anyways, let's shoot some enemies dead. Why would we ever need to worry about cooldowns when we could just have more Herzls? And then we just etch a whole bunch, and then I could kill him. Honestly, I think I don't want to kill him this turn, so I think we're not going to do that. But it's nice to prove that I could. Alright, so let's redo all the things except where we, you know, just murder Seraph. But yeah, again, Magnetic Relay is a cool card. Even, like, It's a weird synergy card, but I really like a lot of the things you can do with it. Yeah, you see where this is going now, Asif. I wasn't going to mention it until the actual relevant moment, but... Magnetic Relay seems like a great card for synergy. Yeah, again, like, it doesn't, like, do anything on its own, and normally it's not going to be nearly this strong, because, like, it's only that impressive because we have the Hall of Mirrors to combine it with. But yeah, it's a cool card. It's one of my favorite cards in the clan, just because of all sorts of things you can do with it. Okay, so you're full up, and yeah, this is fine. Resetting summons, cooldowns, reapplying forge to units from deployment phase, also resetting statuses. Yeah, it's also a full heal, basically. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so... we do need to make sure we don't kill too early here. And we're going to just steal you there, and then we'll make 2 more Herzls. Come on. There's a bug where if you're like trying to click on abilities too close to each other, it causes issues. It drives me crazy every time. Alright, didn't quite kill him with the Pyre shots. Oh no, so sad. And again, we could be doing the full throttle here and giving everybody an extra attack. But yeah. Ta-da! So, as a reminder, Herzl has a Celebrate trigger. So, you know, with, what, like 8 Herzls, we gain a lot of stats. That's the most Pyre health I've ever seen. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I have seen higher than that, because you can get a lot of HP with Bone Dog if you are really dedicated. But, yeah. But here we are, 380 attack, 237 Pyre HP, not bad. Okay, so you come out, you come out. Sadly, we don't have anywhere to play the Shield Steward. Oh look, it's some Herzls. Imagine this Titan screen, except all the Titans are frantically shaking their heads and arms, signaling, please no, 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 God, no! Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I could also just be using the Pyre shots to shoot Dominion. It is, of note, by the way, not spell damage. It is... so it does bypass spell shields. Because it is the Pyre attacking, not like a spell that is doing damage based on the Pyre's attack value. Which also means, by the way, that if you attack into spikes, the Pyre will take damage. Bypasses spell shield but doesn't bypass stealth. Yeah, I do think that's correct. It's been a while since I have actually paid attention to that, but there's very few enemies with stealth, so it is a largely irrelevant point. Tom encountered that interaction last run, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this, even though we're not going to be able to play it out on the mirror floor. Just for the sake of it, let's just play out all the things. It's not like my Pyre health matters. Also, I may have gone for a nap. Have we seen the best boy Glug yet? Nope! I don't think he's even unlocked yet. I would not be surprised if he is one of the later clan unlocks. Okay, so we're stealing you. Oh yeah, and they're... I forgot that they're muted for a couple turns, so we don't even get the Pyrolite. But that's fine. Okay, we'll play that there. Come on. I probably should be forging Herzl before we dupe him, but who cares? Yeah, we don't get quite as much bonus out of this, especially because you're already equipped, but who cares? Pyrolite? All the Herzls have Pyrolite at home. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, so let's bring down one of you. And then, oh look, it's another Herzl or two. Come on, there we go. We'll just one-shot that floor. Like, I could shoot elsewhere. You know what? Sure. We'll soften you up a little bit. Well, there goes Entropy. Okay. Oh, look. It's another two Herzls. Now we can almost just kill them with those. Alright, there we go. Oh, Titans at 1 HP cause units to waste their burst. Yep, it's lame. It's one of the things I dislike about burst, though I dislike burst in a lot of ways. But, yes, it is unfortunate. Like, I'm not surprised it works that way. Like, you can already see that that's how units work when they have a bunch of multi-strike against Titans. They just keep attacking. And for the most part, that's actually a good interaction, because if you have a strike trigger, it means that you're still getting the benefits of it. Like if you're using Everlasting Light or, you know, whatever. But yes, in the case of Burst, it is disappointing. Oh, they finally changed it, by the way, so that Savagery at 1 HP no longer blocks front targeted effects. So, like, you can now Cryptid Builder through low health Savagery, which I strongly appreciate. Unfortunately, they did not change how Unstable works with the Titans, which I also would greatly appreciate, but yeah. Oh, Savagery won't block spells or unit front effects anymore. Yeah. Unless it is bugged, that should be in. But honestly, I haven't tested, so here we are. Anyways, we unlocked Metallurgy. Smelt a card in hand, apply Armor 4 to friendly units. It's pretty just solid. I think previously 1 HP Savagery was identical to Stealth. Maybe? Or units would pass through, even sweepers, but non-attack effects would still hit Savagery. I think that's probably true. Oh, here's Sentry Turret, the other card that we get to rant about. So, here's a couple things about Sentry Turret. Well, first, let's explain how Sentry Turret works. So it's 2 cost. It's immobile, so it can't be moved, which means you can't, like, overstack into a floor or whatever. And it attacks immediately when an enemy moves. And so that means whenever an enemy shifts onto the floor, including when they naturally just move onto the floor from, like, ascending at end of turn, it will attack every enemy that moves directly. It might sound like it attacks the front enemy unit. It doesn't. It attacks the enemies themselves, every enemy that moved. And more specifically, just like with, banish shift effects, it is not actually... So, like, if you have a floor with units already on it and you ascend a unit, it doesn't just shoot the one enemy that ascended. It hits every enemy on the floor because they all had their position changed. Which, don't get me wrong, is cool. I do think it's too strong. I do think it should be changed to only hit the front unit. Also, does that count advance retreat as enemy moves? Yes. Yes, it does. Does it count units arriving on bottom floor or just moving between them? Just moving between them. It will not auto-fire on bottom floor. But if you put it on second floor or third floor, then it will auto-fire as they move up. So anyways, I think it's cool, but A, that's too strong. It should probably shoot only the front unit each time it fires rather than the units directly, because it's effectively quick sweep, but actually quicker than quick, so it doesn't even prevent like front targeting spells from working. I guess this claw makes claw even stronger. Yeah, kind of, because you can just pull enemies to its floor to have it shoot them directly. Does it attack them? Like if it has multi-strike? Yes. Or if it has sweep, it will hit every unit on the floor every time it fires. Claw's the law, something I definitely just made up. So anyways, it is kind of currently better than a quick sweep unit. The only downside is that it is not banner and it has low attack. You also, if you paid attention in the trailer, it was a banner unit in the trailer. It's not a banner unit now. I, personally, think that a unit of this strength and mechanical complexity should be a rare banner unit. We'll go back to that in one quick moment after we see these. We unlocked Pressurized Boiler. The Pyre gains Burst 4, which I think is a super cool effect, by the way. It just means that, the first enemies that make it to your Pyre are going to die much more quickly. It also speeds up Dominion a little bit. It's pretty cool. And we've unlocked Hef, the alternate champion for Railforged. I'm quite happy to be playing Hef. Also, her new look is super cool. God, I didn't even realize that Pyre Steward was unlockable. Pyre Steward, it has an ability called Pyre Repair, which spends your remaining Ember to restore health to the Pyre equal to the Ember spent. I think this is a terrible ability. Not necessarily because it's bad, but because it shouldn't be in the game. We should not have this free access to Pyre healing. And especially, it ends up being in a weird state where it's very hard to balance something like this. Because if it's too weak, it's never worth using. And if it's too strong, then taking damage becomes irrelevant. And, yeah, I really want this unit changed. Also, because this effect has nothing to do with the art. And honestly, it's pretty cool art. And I would like the art to match the flavor of the card, and it currently does not. Why does the Flamethrower unit heal the Pyre? And I know the answer is because the Pyre is like an engine, but I'm still pretty sure that if you want to feed an engine, you give it fuel, you don't just turn flamethrowers upon it. But, yeah. There are a lot of ways this could be changed. If they want it to still be related to the Pyre, they can make it so, whenever the Pyre takes damage, it gains attack. Or whenever the Pyre kills something, it gains permanent attack. They could also do something totally different, have it where it has an ability where it, burns half of its HP and armor and gains some amount of attack. Or, there are tons of different things they could do with it. And its current implementation is bad for the game and doesn't match the art and drives me crazy. Anyways, strongly hope that it gets changed at some point. What if it had a resolve ability with +1 or 2 Pyre HP per turn? No, it has much of the same problems. Healing, Pyre damage needs to be relevant. At least this game has a time limit to fight, so you can't just, stall it out infinitely to heal yourself to full. But, you should, Pyre damage should matter for the most part. And, yes, obviously there's, the healing nodes across the run, but those do require you to make decisions around routing and all those sorts of things. Just having so much healing that it doesn't really matter how much damage you're taking is pretty dumb. Because we have a Holy Stone upgrade as well, so Pyro Healing is already there. Yes, but A, I don't really love Holy Stone either. But B, Holy Stone still also falls into that same pattern of it's hard to balance it where it's good enough to take, while still weak enough that it's not oppressive. And like right now, Holy Stone for the most part ends on the it's too weak to matter for the most part. Do you feel the same way about Payoff? Kind of. I feel Payoff doesn't bother me as much because there's such a big, like, there's gameplay around Payoff. In that you have to actually, like, build up enough Horde for it to be relevant. And Horde, for the most part, is an archetype of cards that is about... Like, the Horde cards themselves are generally below curve in strength. They are generally fairly weak cards, because the payoff is that they are giving you strength in other ways. So I don't super mind that there is a card in that archetype that ends up healing you if you are investing heavily into it. Like, yeah, payoff can be very strong, but there's plenty of times where you're going to get payoff and it's going to do, like, fuck all for you. Holy Stone Saving Grace is the insane synergy with Ancient Pyre Tap. I don't even really care about it in Pyre Tap runs for the most part. Generally, I still have enough HP that the Holy Stone is not going to matter. Yes, it has more relevance with Pyre Tap, but I'm never going to, like, speculatively take Holy Stone saying, man, this would be great if I get Pyre Tap later. And if I do get Pyre Tap, I still often will re-roll to look for, like, Holdover Spell Chain or just, like, save my gold for something else, because it doesn't really matter if I'm burning that HP all that much. So, yeah. But, like, anyways, for the most part, Holy Stone is... Like, if Holy Stone cost 20 gold, it would be way better. Like, it would be way more takeable. But at, like, 100 to 120 gold for Holy Stone and taking up a, slot on a card, it's just not that good. Like, you are generally going to get more strength out of spending that gold elsewhere. And, anyways, point is, Pyre Healing is a dangerous effect. I think it's really bad on Pyre Steward. It should do something totally different. Carriage Jack. When you play a room card, apply +1 capacity on the floor. Pretty cute, not always relevant. We have unlocked Bog Deep Cocoon, the greatest egg to ever live. The worm got higher base stats and higher etch, I believe, but otherwise it's unchanged. Also, I might have cost 3 before. I think it was still 2 in Monster Train 1, but it's been a while. Accelerated Incubation, it's the same. And unfortunately, we didn't hit level 5 yet, but that's fine. I wasn't expecting to. I don't know, I think it's fine. It's usually a win more because you have to spend Ember, or can make for an early game playstyle of letting stuff leak early for value. I'm not sure if you're talking about Holy Stone, if you're talking about Pyre Steward, but either way, I think Holy Stone is fine as is. It's not particularly strong. It's not particularly great. Pyre Steward, I think, is both not particularly great and is a terrible effect and should be changed. Anyways, back on the note of Sentry Turret. So you may notice that I had said that I don't think it should be I think it should be a banner unit. And you may notice that I said before that I think Juggernaut should not be a banner unit. We could just swap them and make Juggernaut a non-banner unit and add on attack immediately to its summon trigger and make Sentry Turret a rare banner unit so that you aren't going to see it all that often, which is more appropriate for a unit that is so strong and oppressive. Yeah, that's what should be done. And currently, I like the idea of Sentry Turret. I don't like it being in the general rare pool, because that's not actually that rare. And so having just a unit that you can essentially get Quick Sweep, except it's even faster than Quick Sweep, and it has shenanigans effects with various other things. Anyways, it's too strong for its current application, and Juggernaut is too weak and dumb for its current application. And there's a very easy way to change that and make Juggernaut into a real, meaningful, exciting unit and put Sentry Turret where a unit of that strength belongs. Anyways, here we are. Okay, we're going to play Hef. We might play Wormkin again because I do want to level them up, but also I kind of just want to not play the same clan combo. Although I do love Wormkin. You know what? We'll just do random clan. We'll see what we get. Also, I love Hef's new art. She looks so cool. God, why are we only getting Winged Spirit? Like, why? What happens if you reform Juggernaut? Does it still cost X? Yes. And unless I'm wildly mistaken, it still costs X. But yeah, I love that Hef is one of the champions now. It's practically infinite deployment Ember and the ability to occasionally overspend on spells equipment later in battle. I feel like I missed a conversation there. Oh, you're talking about Pyre Tap. It's okay. It is a strong artifact. I feel people do overrate it. People definitely overrated it before they got to the Titans. But yeah, it's still very strong. I don't think it's as busted as people make it out to be. But it is good. It is definitely like the strongest application of it is the unlimited deployment Ember, I would say. But yeah. How many Winged Spirit in a row is that? I don't know, but it drives me crazy. Like, it's fine, but it just... it has me paranoid that the random is broken and that it is only selecting Winged Spirit now. But I know it's got to be just chance. It's just an unlikely thing for us to see it so many times. Anyways, new thing. Here's Crucible Steward, which I referenced earlier. So, it has an etch effect. The only etch effect in the clan, I believe. Unless I'm forgetting about something. But it deals damage equal to its attack to the front enemy unit every time you consume a card. It also has a cooldown 2 ability to smelt a card in hand, which again allows you to target any card in hand, consume that card, and you gain Ember and Forge points equal to its base cost. So, it has a way to thin out your deck while generating extra Ember and Forge points, and also dealing damage to enemies. Also, it scales on bonuses to its attack from, like, I don't know, forging or other bonuses. So it's an interesting unit. Okay. These are interesting. So, when you forge, gain 1 extra forge point. Which is certainly better with Herzl's stuff than Hef. Oh, her starter card, by the way, is Salvage. Just smelt a card in hand. So, you can just start consuming cards. Doesn't really do anything on its own, but there you go. It's an interesting starter. I enjoy it for the most part. Tooltip for that artifact is also wrong. Showed armor instead of forge. That's a fair point. Well, let's report that real quick. I'm sure they are busy with all sorts of things already. Anyways, Herzl's Anvil could be good. Artificial Pyre Stone is generally very good. I think we're going to take Pyre Stone. In my run, I had this Crucible Steward reformed once, so it cost 0, and I was replaying it in Memorial for the Melted Room. There's a lot of smelting going on. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, so here are our 2 options for this run. It's either Metalworker, which on summon, she adds 2 scrap metal cards to hand. And end of turn, she applies Refined 1 to scrap metal cards in hand. So, we saw the scrap metal cards earlier with Salvage Machine, which are just a 0-cost, unplayable blight that stays in your hand. It doesn't get discarded. It just stays there until you do something about it. And starts with Refined 3. So it means that if you were to smelt it, it would be worth 3 Ember and 3 Forge. So Hef gives us some more scrap metal, and every turn that they stay in our hand, she makes them worth more when we eventually smelt them. So, bit of a weird one, but if you have payoffs for like high Ember, there you go. Like, for instance, we're in Umbra. If we were to pick up Prismal Dust, it's a very easy way to dump a lot of Ember into Prismal Dust. Also can generate a massive amount of Forge points. On the other hand, we have Weaponsmith Heft, who has Weaponcraft. Weirdly, 2 of Heft's paths have Weaponcraft as an ability, but not the third. It's very strange to me that 2 of them get it and the third doesn't. It feels like it should just be universal across her paths, but it's not. But anyways, so she has Weaponcraft, which cooldown 2, she adds a 5/5 crafted equipment to your hand. And then she has an Artificer trigger where she gives +10 attack and +5 armor to the equipped friendly unit. So she can make equipment to hand out to people. It also means that you will basically always have something to spend your Forge points on, which is also, pretty good. I will admit, with Artificial Pyrestone, I kind of wanted the third path that's not available here, but we'll take Metalworker. Ooh. I wish the Forge toggle started off and went off every time you use the Forge points. Yeah, you both have shit stats. But we do have morsels. Yeah, that's fine. We'll set up on top floor. I actually want them in reverse order. I want the Steward in front of Hef. Okay, look at us go. Do I actually want to smelt? I think I do. Yeah, I don't totally want to use these up, but it is fairly good for me to do this right now. Because I'm going to kill one of them. And then... yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, we'll just spend our Forge points now to make an Empowered Steward. Honestly, probably should have played him in front. Well, not quite. That's fine. What's the Forge keyword for? So it builds up Forge points. Whenever it says Forge, X, it builds up Forge points. Forge points don't do anything on their own, but we can turn on or off this toggle at will. If it's on, the next unit or equipment we play will consume every Forge point to gain +3/+3 per Forge point spent. So that's what it does. Yeah, I'll just give you the Rebel Morsel. That's fine. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. And the second +3 is armor, not max HP. That is correct. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just bonk him rather than doing the packed morsels since I don't really have anywhere to play out those morsels. Enjoy. You got a new morsel. Don't mind if I just smelt that scrap. Okay, we'll just plink you and give you a new morsel. I should have waited to play the morsels because I would have preferred to give you the HP one, but fine. It's nice to finally have a way to consume non-spells in hand like Blights. Consuming units also is a niche with Reform. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool effect overall. Well, let's do the heal first and see how good you are over here. Pretty decent. We'll do it like that, I guess. I maybe could have gotten a kill if I'd given the extra morsel down on bottom floor, but I didn't. Either way, we're very guaranteed to win this fight. Kablam! Get etched upon. Yeah, I mean, they're already killing right here because we empowered him earlier with the Forge Points. Ta-da! Okay, so Renovate is a thing that we could be doing if we just want to generate a bunch of capacity. Steel Polyclaw is good, though a lot less necessary when we could just take Renovate and make 1,000, you know, capacity. Obviously, it's a little different, and capacity from Renovate doesn't help us with deployment. Weldling is pretty good, and it's a great target for Forge. I don't know, I kind of want the Weldling, not totally sure we're going to do that, though. The Renovate helps with the morsels. It does, and I'm considering that, but I also don't really care about morsels. Especially because the Plinks are going to stop being useful for morsels in the late game, and also pack morsels are consumable, and, you know, they're not going to be a reliable, repeatable source of morsels unless I remove consume them. But overall, Renovate is okay for us here. And I do really like Steel Polyclaw, especially when we have Artificial Pyrostone and it's a way easier to deployable it. But I kind of want to do different things. And again, that doesn't actually help with deployment capacity. Kind of. I don't know, I kind of want to take the Weldling. Yeah, you know what, let's take the Weldling. That's fine. We're definitely taking Prismal Dust. Can't stop us. Okay. I kind of want to go for the Merchant of Steel. But going to the left, doing some of the Prismal Dust would be really nice. Namely, like, Intrinsic and Double Stack would be very potent. Yeah, I'm probably going there. Let's do that. Also, if I see a salvage machine, I'll probably take it. I'm willing to do that, I guess. Holdover and Spell Chain. Wonder if it's ever not worth not purging Calcified Embers and Heffrons to smelt them instead. Depends. I've definitely done that. I was gonna mention that as we got into the fight if it ended up coming up. It just really depends on whether you have something to, like, use that extra Ember on, or how much getting a big chunk of Forge points is worth. Do I really want to hold over the Bonk? We weren't that excited about it last time, but it's okay. What I'd really love would be hold over, like, Forever Consumed. Or not Moon Ritual, Moonbeam. is what I would really want. But that is not the right clan for it. We could also just make things consumable, namely, like, making the plinks consumable turns out pretty good when we've got an etch unit. That does appeal to me. But we can also just consume them in other ways. I don't know, fine, we hold over Bonk. I don't really love it, but it does sort of help with things. Also, I forgot to look at this. Fine. I hate it, but we'll do it. Okay. Are you ready for the compelling gameplay of Pyre Steward? I am. Okay, so. Yeah, I guess we'll give that to you. I kind of want to block with the HP morsel, but we're not going to. I have so many morsels. Alright, we'll just do this, even though it's sort of unnecessary. And then, we'll regain 6 HP. Oh boy. Pyre Steward, you're a real good banner. You don't let Sal gaslight you into thinking otherwise. I guess that unit makes it more likely you can get something out of that artifact that gives you +1 draw if your Pyre HP is full. Yeah, but it's also still dumb. Yeah, we did take the Weldling. Yeah, this is why I should have done things differently. I do kind of want to play out the Weldling, but we're not going to. Yeah, God, we only have 1 wave remaining. Okay, well, Hef, you're going to get damage shields. Probably should have played out the Weldling. Yeah, I didn't really do this correctly. Did a lot of things incorrectly, but that's sort of okay. We'll just kill you now, even though I could do that next turn instead. Well, that's fine. Take a little bit of damage. We're still going to come out ahead. But I definitely made a number of mistakes. Yeah. And yes, I did do this wrong. That's fine. Whatever. I should have played out the Weldling. I should have not done the first Pyre heal that I did. But that's okay. Hammerfall is cute. Metallurgy is also not bad. Yeah, I'll take Hammerfall. I will take another Prismal Dust, I guess. We're gonna go here, and you're going to give me things I care about. Yeah! Give me that sweet little salvage machine. I do also want another Crucible Steward. But I think we're taking salvage machine here. What Umber card is it that gives you Ember? There's two, kind of. There's Perils of Production, which we did just see there, but it also gives Ember Drain, and I didn't want to play around the Ember Drain currently. And then the other one is Kindle. So, yeah. But Kindle doubles your current Ember, basically. I can't afford some things here. Ooh. Yeah, we'll do this, especially because the Blight isn't actually that much of a cost. Sad Mind Collapse noises. Fair. It returns Ember to you. I do really like Mind Collapse. And it is very helpful that it now can target allies. God, my team is in bad shape currently, but that's fine. Enjoy your garbage. I have not constructed the best deck that I could have, but that's okay. We've got time to fix our situation. I guess that can include Ember Cache too. Yeah, fair point. Okay. So, he can now also make scrap metals for us, which is why we wanted him. And then we will consume one of these currently. And in fact, we'll do two of them. And then... Oh god, do I want to do this? Could also do 120 damage to a target, which is also cute, but... I think we have to do the Prismal Dust, even though Archeon's going to make me cry. And of course, we don't have a way to smelt that currently. But that's fine. We'll at least do that. Alright, well, we are now gaining 21 armor a turn, which is not bad. Don't mind if I eat that forever. Sure. Then whatever, we heal for 6, we take 1, who cares? Yeah, I probably should have just created new scrap metal and consumed that, but we didn't. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just play you out at 62 attack. And then we'll just heal one more. Well, we'll just kill him ourselves because he was destined to die. Now the question is, do we want to get rid of the Calcified Ember? And I think the answer is yes. Yeah, we still have another one. Okay, well, that's fine. Don't mind me as we eat that. And then we go ahead and we eat that. And then we play that just for kicks. And I will get rid of that. And then we'll heal for a bunch of HP. There we go. Like, I'm not saying that Pyre Steward can't be useful, but I am saying that it's dumb. Like, I don't think it's a good effect that I can just heal up like 20, casually heal up for 20 while I'm doing whatever I'm doing, and still winning the fight. Okay, so another new card, Anvil Breaker, which has a interesting picture. Spend all forge points, deal damage to the front enemy equal to 35 times the forge points spent. Don't love it, but there are plenty of times, as you've already seen, where you're not going to have ways to spend your forge points. So, being able to turn that into damage is not unwelcome. It's honestly not the worst thing for me to take right here, but I think we're going to take Forever Consumed. Even though I have already taken a number of like X cost things. And so maybe I'm overloading myself, but that's okay. After using Anvil Breaker, shouldn't we get a Split Anvil Relic? That would be nice. I do want a variety of things, but I think we're going to start with Capacity. Probably Merchant Magic. I want Merchant of Steel, but that is not an option. But we'll do this. I would really like to see Intrinsic as one of the options. That's not Intrinsic. Those are worthless. So, first off, we're going to be taking Metalworker 2. But the other option is Handy Hef, which has a dumb name, but here's what she does. This is the other path that gets the Weapon Craft ability, just like Weaponsmith had. And she can equip one additional equipment. So she can equip 2 equipment instead of 1. That's what it does. And then for Metalworker 2, so instead, end of turn, she now applies Refined 2 to the scrap metals instead of Refined 1. And then, yeah, we are almost certainly doing Remove Consume on this. It's just good. The 2 merged equipment, Hef Dream. Oh, give it time. Just you wait. So there are a lot of things. I think we're just going to do -1 on the Forever Consumed. And then we'll do this, I guess. We could also be doing Holy Stone, by the way, on one of these X-Cost cards, which would also be cute. On the other hand, we also have stupid Pyre Steward, so we don't really need that. I do want the Holdover, but I think the Intrinsic is more important for us. Because it means that I can leave a squishier unit up front and still protect it. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, our damage output is not amazing yet, but we're working on it. Yeah, I think we want to leave capacity open there, and then just put you guys around there. Void Armament, Bloodthirsty Blade, Quick Dagger, and another Void Armament or Blood Dagger. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good options. Okay, we'll just go ahead and blow that up, and then eat that, replenish it with that. So I could play the Weldling. It's really not the strength I want to play it out at, but it still has 12 armor a turn. But we'll do the damage shields for now. But yeah, this is the problem, is when I don't have consume cards to use. Things get a lot sketchier. Fine, I'll sap myself so I can get some damage shields. I'm not happy about it, but that's fine. We can afford to take pyre damage. Life doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not wild about the choices I've made, but here we are. There's an interesting visual bug where some of the cards that you consume changes their amber cost in the graphic when smelted. Yeah, that's just related to an existing bug that's been around for a while. Yeah, we're not doing so great on things. Yeah, not killing those guys is just so awful for me. I really need to do things very differently than I did them. Cool. Love that. Well, here we are. We're not dead yet, but it's not looking good for the boss, because I just cannot play new things, basically, because I can't get through all this garbage. Oh, look, it's Corrin. Yeah, that's not great for us. Yeah. Also, like, lowering his attack does make him notably just worse. But we'll see what we can do. Like, I'm pretty sure I lose this at this rate. Also, I haven't forged. If I can draw the Weldling, life gets better. I mean, there's also a dumb option available. Well, here we are. Because there's nothing to consume the morsel, he gets to just keep fighting. Wow, yeah, no, I knew it was a possibility. God, I was really hoping that I'd be able to do the scrap this turn so that I could heal. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't a good fight for us, but again, that's why I hate that fight. I mean, I think Corrin's a cool boss, but I really just dislike how oppressive it is if you aren't killing those dudes in a reasonable time frame. Okay, what do we want here? So, magnetic relay is pretty interesting for us. Kind of. So, the thing is, it allows us to get Hef back in hand and then replay her to generate 2 more scrap metals, which is pretty cute. It also lets us forge something, which is probably worth it. Like if we just want to forge the Crucible Steward. Full throttle is also okay. I think we're doing magnetic relay though. And I will definitely do Ember Cache. Okay, we're going here for reasons. Okay, those are interesting. Kind of want the holdover, but I think we're doing Spell Chain, maybe? Alright, have a nice night, Asif. Thanks for being here. I'll be streaming for a while. I mean, the holdover for the Forever Consumed isn't bad. It's certainly better than the Bonk is doing for us, but could also just hold over the Magnetic Relay, which I was also considering. I could also dupe the Magnetic Relay right here. Okay, let's do this. I don't know. I'll come back to that. So I'm pretty sure we're duping the Crucible Steward. For just a lot of reasons. And overall, this is going to look a lot more impressive soon. Okay, I think we'll just leave it there. The minus cost is nice, but it's not, like, my greatest concern at the moment. Minus draw, don't love it, it's fine. Who cares? Okay. So. Alright, look at us go. So, first off, you create a thing. Secondly, yeah, I thought my hand was full by doing that, and I just wasn't actually paying attention. Anyways, fine. We'll play out the packed morsels first. We'll give you some morsels. Who cares? Technically, those should go up here. Don't care. Not important. So, first off, Hef comes out. There's those. Secondly, alright, he's now 62 attack and got some armor, and also enjoy your 30 damage shields. I see where this is going. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. Should have done that in a different order. Because I should use his ability first, since that doesn't sap me. And then I can play that, and that's better. Ta-da! It is a lot more impressive now. Okay, now you have more attack as well. It's edge-tastic. You are correct. That is how I would describe it. Goodbye, Entropic Crystals. No one's ever loved you. Not once in your life. Make no mistake. Sure, we'll heal. Who cares? Goodbye, Plink. You're doing your country proud. Okay. Oh look, the compelling gameplay of healing 22 life. And then we just sit here beating them to death each and every moment. I do wish that we had holdover on the Magnetic Relay too, but the first turn just doing everything we're doing is just quite good for us. Mass production. Create a copy of a non-champion unit, equipment, or room card in hand and apply -1 Ember to it. It's another weird synergy, interesting card. Disassemble is good, but not what we want. Herzl also looks even shorter than normal in this picture. Did Hefzar change for the event with the hammer as well? No. At least I'm pretty confident it didn't. But she's not there if we get in there while she's our champion. There is unique dialogue for that. Trap Shoot is cute. I don't know that we need it. But it is interesting. You know what? I will take Trap Shoot for reasons. Hef can encounter Hef in that event? No. Like I was saying, she's gone in that event. As in, it will take note that Hef is on your train, not in the event. Do I want Forever Consumed? Boo, so it doesn't do the Spider-Man pointing at another Spider-Man meme? It does not. I don't know. I don't think I want another Forever Consumed. It's not bad for me. You know what? I will take it. The problem is just, like, I need better draw, and also I probably need to stop using the bunk that I've got, because who the fuck cares? Yeah, we probably want multi-strike on one of you. Maybe. Fine. Give you a little bit of HP. And honestly, we just want more attack on you. Smidgestone was the other thing that I really wanted, but it was not given, so here we are. Do I want Steward Quarters? Kind of. Does that really matter to me? It matters to me a little bit. But the Merchant of Arms... Yeah, I'm not going to take the Steward's Quarters. We'll just suck it up. Okay, I do want to thin my deck. We're not going to do that yet. Dualism on Weldling doesn't do anything, correct? Correct. It does not. Similar to, like, Plague Doctor and such, it is based on a specific, like, number, basically. Like, it's based on their attack, rather than having a number printed on the card. Unless I'm wildly mistaken, but pretty confident it doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna have you there. Good old Hef goes there, there. Actually, probably should have swapped you, doesn't really matter. And then you chill out and waste everyone's time. Okay. Yeah. Do I actually care about that Willbling? I'm not convinced that I do. Okay, and now that he's gotten some corruption, why don't we just not worry about that? God, I love Magnetic Relay. It's just good. I wish that I could do more smelting on this first turn, but it's still good. Shame that the Hammerfall was kind of a waste for me. You know what? Let's do this, even though I probably should hold off on it. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about the bonk, I think. I understood they nerfed the interaction with Plague Doctor. It was too easy to break, but otherwise it would have doubled the status effect applied by the unit, which is Dualism's text description. Kind of. Like, they had to decide how it worked. And this would be true for both Apex Imp and Plague Doctor. And so it's not necessarily so much that they decided to nerf it, so much as they had to decide which one they wanted it to be. Also, yeah, it would have been too strong if it was the other way, so it makes sense that they chose this way. But either are sort of viable readings of dualism with those interactions. Let's just consume everything. Yeah, I don't really want to eat these scrap metals, so we'll just... I've not actually hurt, so I don't need to heal, but hey. Because again, Pyre Suit is such a compelling unit. Oh god, our Crucible Steward just feels so much better now. Also, I could just be giving those to you. Okay. Yeah, and I could do more of this. I just don't really need to. Yeah, that's fine. We'll wait. No, Sal. Tell us what you really think of Pyre Steward. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is fine. You know, we'll just generate 60 damage shields for you. Why not? Who doesn't like 60 damage shields? Alright, well, since there's only one wave remaining, let's just Daze Kale. Because Trap Shoot does not specify non-boss units. It works on all enemies, which is part of what makes Trapdoor so good. Sal secretly loves it, but badmouths it to keep other people away. Ah, the same tactic he uses for Capricious Reflection. How dare you? Okay. The problem is I can't really Magnetic Relay this guy without getting rid of his 72 damage shield, so we're not going to Magnetic Relay him. But, that's fine. What we are going to do is bonk that loser. should have done this differently. But that's okay. Yeah, I guess we'll do it like this, even though I'm sort of... Oh, I totally spaced out and did this wrong. Just because it bothers me that I did the wrong ordering on this. Let's do this correctly. Could relay the other one for more attack, though. Yes, but I don't want to give up the massive chunk of damage shield, so... That's why we're not gonna do that. Meant to bonk the dude, totally spaced out. It's fine, we're not gonna reset the turn again. Do it correctly. The one without the damage shield could gain forward attack. Yes, that is what I meant to do and why we're redoing the turn. Because I just forgot to actually do it correctly as was intended. Alright, and we'll just do 400 damage forever consumed, and here we are. Magnetic Relay already feels like it has so many synergies. Oh, it has a lot of synergies. It's a great card. Like I said, I love it. It's one of my favorite cards in the clan. And again, like I really just appreciate how like sort of unassuming it is in that it doesn't like do anything on its own, but it's just the ways you can combine it with things is so cool. It's just such a great card. Oh look, it's Sentry Turret. We're not going to take Sentry Turret. Not only is it not really applicable to our needs right now, it angers me a little bit. But, yeah. We're not taking Anvil Breaker, we're not taking Furnace Tap. Although, like, I sort of could use the Furnace Tab, because if I'm just generating Ember from smelting, it doesn't really matter if I'm at 0 Ember at the beginning of the turn. Either way, here we are. Pretty confident I'm just going here. Sure, that's fine. Sure. I guess we'll do that. Weirdly, I guess I'll do that on Hammerfall. Okay, well, we're gonna do remove consume on the Ember Cache. I don't know that I really care about that. For Metalworker 3, we now add 3 scrap metal cards to hand, and smelt yields are doubled on that floor. So, yeah, that's the thing. We are going to do, I don't know, just the Magnetic Relay, I guess. I guess we'll get rid of some of these. I think this is why Pyre Steward feels too strong. It doesn't feel earned. It's just heal Pyre, hang out on top floor, heal Pyre. What you do as a player to make this happen, you pick the unit played out. Yes, that is sort of my point. I mean, not my entire point, but like... And obviously it's not always going to be this strong, but it's a unit that just like doesn't do anything most of the time, and it's just... Like, when you do build into it, again, it doesn't matter how much damage I'm taking. When I can just heal for, like, 40 to 80 HP every fight if I really wanted to. Great. Truly compelling. Like, if I wanted to, I could just set up top against the Amalgams and I'd still be okay. I can let the entire invasion go through and I will be okay. I'm not going to, but I could. Okay. Yeah. Let's start doing some things. Alright. Could you make the dude without multi-strike tank so you can reforce a multi-strike dude later? Yeah. The reason I wasn't doing that is so that on this first turn, when I forge, he'll come out with more attack because I want to forge the one who has the multi-strike. Like, yes, there are multiple ways I could do it, but that is why I was doing that. But yeah, I mean, I don't have to have him up front after I forge him. We'll figure it out in a moment. And yes, I know I'm not doing this correctly. That's fine. And by that I mean I didn't have enough space in hand for all the morsels. So anyways... I mostly just needed to clear up some space in hand first. Yeah, we'll wait on that. Yeah, so I can do that one more time. Slash, I also have this. I think we still just want to return one of you. Yeah, we'll just do this and kill you, I guess. Even though it would be nice to hold on to more things, that's fine. And now you have 34 damage shields. Anyways, that was overall good enough. I wish I had more magnetic relays that I could draw later in the fight. Obviously, I can draw into them again later, but it is harder for me to do. Okay. That's good enough. We're taking a bit of damage, which we can handle. Still take a little bit of damage on our dudes, that's fine. I forget there's an Ember cap, right? Yeah, cap's at 99. Okay, let's eat that Plink. It's gonna look silly, but you're gonna get eaten 24 damage shields. Yeah, perhaps should have saved some things for this turn, but mostly it's fine still. Yeah, this will be okay. Just trying to reduce the damage that I'm taking on my backliners, basically. Anyways, yeah, Morsel blocks the Amalgam. Oh, look, it's a Magnetic Relay. Everyone's favorite. Okay, well, let's eat that. And that. Alright, we'll just full heal Hef. And then you can go up to 329 attack. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the other problem, is having this one behind means that if we're trying to kill heavies, this one's attack is kind of wasted, which is fine. We'll figure it out. But you're right. Oh, I forgot to trap shoot that. Whoops. I knew there was something I was forgetting. My bad. If only you had a way to heal the pirate. Yeah, crazy. What a world. So yeah, I'm only down 9 HP. Oh, except that oh, you know what? We've got a fix for that. Ta-da! Magnetic Relay, everybody! Oh, man. Yeah, you know, just for the sake of it. Sure. Now our salvage machine doesn't even die. Returning units directly to hand seems like it solves the problem of the banner unit with an X cost. Yes-ish, but you can't make, like, that's one single card in the clan. Like, so, A, you're not always going to see Magnetic Relay. But yes, it does work with Juggernaut. But you can't say that Juggernaut is a good design because there's a single card in clan that combos well with it. Additionally, it would still work if it was a non-banner unit. Additionally to that as well, it's still a boring unit, even if you are magnetic relaying it. Yes, you get to play it again with the X cost, but it's still just a big block of stats, and I would much prefer for it to have some additional ability, i.e., if it were a non-banner unit, having summon attack immediately added on there. And I specify non-banner for the summon attack immediately, because again, a banner unit that has attack immediately on it doesn't do anything, because there's no enemies in deployment phase. Obviously, yes, you can put Endless on it, but that's bad. And again, part of the reason for this whole spiel is Sentry Turret exists. Sentry Turret should be a banner unit. It is of the strength and mechanical complexity that warrants being a rare banner unit, i.e. it's above curve, and that is warranted by being more rarely seen. But here we are. Juggernaut should have Trample off its name alone. I don't want to just make Demon Fiends again / better. And that's what that would be. How do they actually decide if something is or isn't banner? I mean, I can't speak to that. Like, you know, I'm sure it goes based on visuals and also based on strength and just general utility. But yeah, I don't know. Can't fully speak to that. New card, by the way, Machinist Tome. So this is the book card for Railforged. You apply Steel Guard to a friendly unit, which is the same thing that Steel Steward had. So whoever has it can't lose more than 15 armor per hit. Bit of a weird tome, but it can be good. Change Demon Fiend then. I mean, I want Demon Fiend changed. If you want Demon Fiend changed too, start talking about it on the Discord. Because for the most part, the only people who talk about Demon Fiend on the Discord are the people who say it's the best unit in Hellhorns. I hate it. Hate the design for Demon Fiend. I also hate the new design for Shadow Siege, which I don't think I fully ever circled back to, by the way. For those of you who haven't seen, Shadow Siege did get an update today. Here's its update. Now, instead of being 6 cost and 6 capacity, it is now 4 cost and 6 capacity, and has Ember Drain 3. Also has higher stats. So, now you can play it all the time, but also it effectively is worth 10 Ember over the course of the turns that it exists. Because you only lose 1 Ember Drain per turn. So, it's easier to play, I guess. And it has higher stats, so if you give it multi-strike, now it can kill one of the heavies on its own. But, okay. Like, I think this is a bad redesign. It is, at least makes it a better unit, but I don't think it's a good redesign. Like, the one thing that Shadow Siege had going for it was that it was high Ember, high capacity. Like, that's what that was its identity. That it was hard to play and is meant to be worth investing in the cost to play it. So, what they did is they lowered one of the barriers to entry. They made it easier to play and called that good. What I wanted from it, what I think most people wanted from it, because I've seen people say these words, is what they want is Shadow Siege to be worth paying those high costs. And this isn't that. This just made it easier to play. It did not make it more interesting of a unit. It didn't even really make it better of a unit. Like, it's better, technically. But, like, so what? It still struggles in a lot of the places where it struggled. It didn't really change anything that, like, the unit really needed to be relevant. And also, I don't think this sort of redesign even appeals to the people who like Shadow Siege to begin with. Like, what people wanted out of Shadow Siege was the power fantasy of, like, the big, you know, massive unit that is a monster on the field if you get to play it. And this is not that. Also, a lot of those players are the players who admittedly don't like playing around Ember Drain. And so I feel like they even ruined the card for the people who liked the card to begin with. So, I'm not happy with it. If you're not happy with it, you know, let them know. Don't, like, harass anyone, obviously, but, like, I would like to see something more meaningful and interesting done to Shadow Siege than just this. Yeah, I honestly prefer the old one. It was fun seeing the high cost. Like, I don't think the old one is particularly defensible in design, but I think this just takes Shadow Siege in exactly the wrong direction than it needed to be. Yeah, I agree. This is better, but still below what I'd like it to be. Politely ask the chat with Shiny Siege manager. The other one could have been justified to start with Trample. So, I sort of agreed with that, and had long been a person who said at least just give Shadow Siege Trample, except then they gave Trample to Demon Fiend, and so we already have the boring, high cost, high stat vanilla unit with Trample. And so we don't need a rare unit that is just Demon Fiend with bigger stats. I am more in favor of things that have been put forward, like creating a new keyword for it called, like, Siege or Towering, where its attack hits every floor. Like, that's worth a 6 cost, 6 capacity rare unit. Or something like have it do Cave-In on every floor every turn, so it naturally overstacks itself, and it catches enemies who are leaking. Like, obviously, they'll eventually, like, overflow if you aren't killing them, but, like, I think that's interesting and plays on it being, like, this big, giant unit that's so heavy that it's collapsing floors. Like, I think that's cool. There's a bunch of other pitches like those that are way more interesting to me than just giving it Ember Drain. Making attack all fours fits the flavor of a giant unit too. Yeah, absolutely. And like and to be fair, I totally understand that these are more difficult to implement than just like making this simple change to it. So like I'm not mad that these changes didn't get put into like this patch or anything. But I will be mad if this is where Shadow Siege lands. Like I don't think this was a worthwhile change to make to it, and I very much don't want this to be where it ends. So those are my feelings on Shadow Siege. Obviously, if you don't like it, let your feelings known. Like, don't harass anybody, obviously, but like Shiny Shoe is receptive to feedback. Like, that is how we've gotten changes to a variety of things. Like, we finally got Truffles down to cooldown 2, which I've been championing from release date. Which, by the way, again, if you haven't seen it, Truffles, our best boy, now is cooldown 2 instead of 3. Consumer of Crowns also got a cool change. It would help if I didn't mistype. Oh, that's right. I just didn't. There we go. You can tell that it's been a long day for me when that was as much of a struggle as it was. Anyways, it used to be cooldown 2, which I don't think it ever should have been. I think it should have been cooldown 1. But they went even further than that. And now it's cooldown 0. So you can kill any number of imps that you can play in a turn and attack that many times. So that's pretty cool. I like that a lot. We also got changes to Bounty Stalker, where now it starts with Burnout and has higher scaling and higher base stats. Oh. They've already implemented several spells that hit all floors, as well as boss effects, Strix and Hallow, that affect you on another floor. Yeah, it's not impossible, but like, do keep in mind that just because like a spell can do it, doesn't mean the code is the same for a unit doing it. Like, I don't know how involved it is. I'm not someone who codes in this game, but like, I know enough people who do code that things that sound simple are not always as simple as they sound. But anyways, yeah, like, I think there's way better things that can be done with Shadow Siege. All that said, someone commented that the art on Armament Drive is quite something. I agree. It's great art. As for what we're doing here, Armament Drive is fine. I think we're skipping on it. I don't think we're taking Machinist Dome. We already have a Trap Shoot. Still no change to Inspire, which seems commonly viewed as the worst starter card. So, yeah. Couple things about that. Number one, just because a lot of people say it doesn't necessarily make it true. There's a lot of people out there who also say that Vanguardian Fell is unplayable, who say that why am I blanking on the name? Demonic Fledgling is the worst unit in the game, that yada yada yada. Plenty of other bad takes out there exist. People also say that Pyre Blooded is unplayable, yada yada yada. That Plink is the worst starter card, yes. There's many things that people say that I don't necessarily believe are true. That said, I don't think Inspire is great. But how do you change Inspire to make it better? Also, to back up a step, Inspire, while not being great, is better than people give it credit for. Like, people act like Inspire does nothing for you. Whereas, in actual fact, it is bare minimum, usually +3 attack on the floor with scaling defense. And oftentimes, it is a lot better than that, where it is usually like +4, +5, +6 attack on the floor. And again, Valor builds up, and that does build you defense over time. Like, it's not an amazing starter, but it's certainly better than people give it credit for. Beyond that, though, like, the changes that people pitch are like, oh, it should be Valor 2 to the entire floor. That's a lot better than you think it is. Like, if you take the artifact that is +1 Valor to everything that gives Valor, like, Inspire is a lot more powerful. Like, I don't think Inspire should be +2 to everything. Or people are like, Inspire should give the Valor armor to every other unit on the floor. That's insane. It absolutely should not do that. Like, there's a reason that Valor is built around shifting units to the front to get the effect. You absolutely should not do that. So, like, anyways, I think it's a fine starter card. I don't think it's particularly strong. I don't think it's particularly great. But, like, what else are you going to do about it? What is the worst starter then? I mean, I think Root Seeds are pretty bad right now. I think Witchweave definitely is a contender for the worst starter. I don't know why I'm pulling up the logbook, but like... Actually, is there a... No, there's no way to see starter. But anyways, like, Witchweaves are egregiously terrible outside of using Ekka, basically. Root Seeds are pretty bad. Queen's Implings are also pretty bad. Like, yeah. Witchweave is one of my favorites. Well, I'm sorry, Tom, but you are making bad choices in life then. Witchweave does have use cases, like, don't get me wrong. But outside of starting with Ekka, oftentimes Witchweave does nothing. Like, especially if you're taking the Titanite or Titan Skin trials. Oh, suddenly my starter card does nothing, basically. Oh, you can heal your units for 1. That's really going to help meet breakpoints a lot of the time. Witchweave can at least scale, but it does often have no Serendrine leaving in the lurch. Yeah, like, I'm not saying it's useless, but I'm saying, looking at the average use case, Witchweave is pretty bad. Titan Skin 1 trial feels very skewed based on starter card. I mean, sort of. I think it's pretty fine with basically any starter card. But yes, it is much worse for Witchweave and sort of worse for other things like Plink. But even Plink is fine. Bloated Whelp as well. Yeah, that's the other one that's pretty affected by the Titan Skin. But that's fine. Back to our actual run in progress, by the way. I think we're not taking any of these. The Cave-In's cute, but I don't think I have enough time to, like, utilize that well. Really, the only way it would be useful is if I hit Intrinsic at the next shop. Because if I do hit Intrinsic, then I could use it to... Like, I could use the well to dupe another Crucible Steward. And then just move that down turn 1. Like, I'll take it just for the sake of it. Also, hold on a moment, because I just remembered that I got text messages a while ago, and I never even checked out where they were. I'm pretty sure they're fine, but I should double check. Yeah, no, nothing important. Okay. Don't really need the remove consume. I mean, Broken Rail is cute. We don't really need these, though, because I do want to be on bottom floor so I can catch the Scourge dudes. Split Anvil is kind of a thing. I don't think it really matters to me, honestly. Yeah, it's largely irrelevant. I guess I'll take Broken Rail, though I think I don't actually need it. We don't care about any of those. I'll do this, even though they're kind of good to not... Okay, there's the intrinsic. And then Spell Chain... Fine, who cares? And then we're just going to remove... honestly, might remove the Weldling. Let's just remove a Plink. Actually, let's do that, I guess. Okay, and so we're going to make... Where are you? There we are. I just totally passed by it. Okay. Yeah, it's a little weird for us, but it's mostly fine. We'll make it work. It just gets more awkward with the magnetic relays, but worst case, I can do some interesting things there still. And I don't actually technically need to have Hef on the floor. I'm mostly doing it just to protect her, but I could just move her. Honestly, I could just be playing her top floor. Don't know why I have her on bottom floor, other than she does some damage, but fine. Yeah, whatever. We'll get rid of the Plinks. I am getting to a point where I'm consuming maybe too much of my deck, but that's okay. Oh, okay. So... yeah, I don't know that I actually need Hef on bottom floor. It is perhaps a waste of my time. And therefore, the Cave-In also probably doesn't matter. Probably should not have taken the Cave-In. That's fine. We can just smelt it. I think we do probably just do something like this instead. Okay. So. Well, that's pretty cute. Right. Okay, so I can smell 2 more times, basically, but once more right now. Just debating where I want my dudes to be. I think we do want to do it this way and have you be the frontliner. Unfortunately, I don't have the trap door to prevent to daze you like I'd originally wanted to do, which is kind of fine. We'll make it work. Give you some damage shield so you don't die from the corruption. You know what? I'll just blow you up. rather than saving you. Probably should use you to buff one of my dudes. We didn't. That's fine. Who cares? Yeah, I really wanted that trap shoot earlier. Okay. It doesn't matter, you're gonna kill all of them. That's fine. Yeah, you're going to die at this rate, which is okay. It's not what I wanted, but it is the price of my sins. I should have played a little differently, but that's okay. Well, let's daze you for a couple turns. Oh, that's right. I remember why I had Hef on this floor, so that I get the smelt yields are doubled. Totally spaced out that that is a important thing. When you salvage a card like the Blight, does it remove them from the deck for the rest of the battle? Yeah, so when I smelt the card, it removes them from the deck for the rest of the battle. If you are doing one of the like Calcified Embers, the ones that purge when you play them, does not get rid of them permanently. Actually meant to do this differently. Okay. So we are doing this. What we meant to do is to bonk him first. Yeah, unfortunately you're dying and all that. Also, I am annoyed that I forgot that I did need Hef on this floor to get the true benefits. I knew there was a reason I was doing it and why all this mattered. But that's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do some things. Yeah, I could consume the scrap metal. You know what? Fine. We'll do it. Not quite killing you. Oh well. Okay, so let's bonk to get you out of the way. I probably should have done that differently. Well. I really like a magnetic relay again, which is probably why I would like to kill that bastard. So that he's not delaying my draws anymore. Well, here's the magnetic relay. I should have done this in a different order, but that's fine. Yes, I know I just gave up all of my damage shields, but that's fine. I may or may not have gotten carried away. Okay, anyways, we're smelting you, and now you do so much more damage. That's why we're doing this. Okay. Yeah, you know what, little buddy? We'll save you. Yeah, we'll get rid of our damage shields and trade them in. And we'll kill the Pyre, though I don't need to, and we'll do that, and we'll just daze you. Ta-da! That's fine. Alright, we got a bit messy, but things are fine. Okay, so we kill you. Surprisingly, actually not winning here. Turns out getting rid of my damage shields may be a mistake. Turns out that is a problem. Yeah, because like we've got a little bit of corruption here, but since it doubles and doubles and doubles. Also, if I just didn't have him in front, we'd be okay, basically. Well, I have to redo that battle, which is silly because I did it to myself. That's fine. We'll make it work. Is there some way you can pull off 1,000 damage? No, I considered that I could maybe do something with Forever Consumed, but I need the smelting to do that, and losing these guys basically loses me the smelting. Okay, so yeah, I shouldn't really be doing it that way, but that's fine. Alright, so scrap metal goes away. And I do still have your ability, which we will use soon. We've got 2 more magnetic relays, so one of them goes to have. One of them goes to you. Yeah, I have to do this in not quite the order that I want, but that's fine. And then we cave in that. We smelt this. So you get a big chunky bonus. Give you the damage shields. I also could have done that for even more, and I didn't, and that's fine. All right. Yeah, you're gonna die if I don't protect you, which I'm not wildly happy about. Fine, I'll do it. Yeah, fine. It's a lot of damage shields to put on a guy who's not doing real damage, but there are reasons for it. And yes, I did mean to bonk first. No, I did not actually bonk first. Oh well, that's fine. Sure. Don't know that I really need to be playing out the bonk at this point, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and give you some meaningful attack, I guess, since we gave you so many damage shields. Okay, so let's kill you. Yes, give me more scrap. Okay, I'll do that. I maybe should have done this in a different order, but that's okay. Yeah, I'll leave those for next turn. I don't really need to use them right now. Okay. Sure, I'll get rid of a salvage and blow those guys up. Oh no, my Pyre Steward died. Also, I think I forgot to use the trapdoor before. That's fine, who cares? Let's go. Alright. So. I don't really want to do this way, but maybe. Either way, what we're going to do is we're going to bring you up here so you don't die. We're going to do this on Hef, I think, except you can't fit there anymore. That was not how I meant to do that. I forgot that the only reason this worked before is because, for some reason, I was thinking the capacity worked out. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Let's do this in not quite that order. Yeah, not the ordering I meant to do, but that's okay. We'll do that. You've been slightly minded, unfortunately. How dare you? Anyways, whatever, fine. Not how I meant to do this, that's okay, whatever. Sure. Good enough. Not ideal. Acceptable, though. Okay. Actually, should have gotten rid of that one and I spaced out, but that's okay. Yeah, you still got a bunch of damage shields, so we'll just return you to hand. Sure, we'll get rid of the bonk. And now we cave in. Now that we're not trying to replay things on that floor after. Okay, you'll just get 111 damage shields. Fuck, I meant to forge. Is the whole point of this. Whatever. Should be fine with our 111 damage shields. It's just like, it was so much bonus that I accidentally let go. Whatever. Well, we could do it again. Kind of. Yeah, it's not really going to work because I would have to make enough floor space where I could do it, and it's just whatever. For my own edification, we're going to do this. Yes, look at him go! Our mighty war machine! Anyways, that happened. And yes, I could have done way more than I did, but we didn't, so here we are. Yeah, slightly wrong ordering, that's okay. Because now I don't get quite as high yields without Hef here. But we'll just do 2,000 damage instead of, you know, however many damage shields that would have been. And there we go. Anyways. Got a bit clumsy. It's fine. Here we are. Shouldn't have taken the 1 damage. Could have avoided it. It's okay. Regardless, Metalworker Hef is pretty cool. It's Jake. What do you expect? You're not wrong. Okay. Alright, time to do some stuff. So. That's not where I meant to play you. Let's not play you there, I guess. It's actually probably fine to do that, but not what I meant to do. I thought it was my Crucible Steward, and I definitely was not paying enough attention. And here we are. Okay, look at us go. So. That's not the one I'm trying to click. There we go. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. Sure. Yeah, we'll do it in this order, I guess, even though it's sort of a waste. So I can play you out again with all of those. And then we'll just have you do that. And just get 31 damage shields. And then let these kind of go to waste. Okay. Could play at the Weldling. Don't think that's really warranted to do. Like, it would get a bunch of armor. I mean, I could just avoid taking the pyre damage. I don't really care. Who cares? Well, so be it. It's not like we're hurting for HP, and if I really need to, I can sink some Ember into him. Oh, look. He's dazed for a couple turns. Who would have guessed? Okay, let us first kill you. And then let's smelt our way to victory a little bit. Okay. I think that's good enough, and we may as well heal, because I have nothing else to spend the Ember on. If we had, like, a railgun, that would be pretty cute. But we don't. Don't mind me as I do this. We don't actually get any bonuses from it, but it does consume the card instead of sapping myself, essentially. Which is fairly cute. Alright, let's just do this at 9. And then give you 54 damage shields. Seems reasonable. He's gonna die, who cares? Yeah, this is sort of annoying, but that's okay. Fucking, I can't bonk you because you have Titan skin. Well, fine. I can bonk you, though. You know what, I'll just take the pyro damage, who cares? Okay. Yeah, you're blocking now, and that's a little bit of a problem. But, like, is it really a problem? That's what I ask myself every day. Alright. Yeah, it didn't really generate Ember this time, because I just have been consuming the curses. But that's fine. Unfortunately, I would like to have Cave-In, and I don't have Cave-In. Alright, well, we'll still do this. Like, yeah, I don't get as high yields without being on Hef's floor, but that's okay. Ta-da! Not bad. Okay. Well, we should win this battle pretty soon. And I still have to get through Entropy, but whatever. Right. So, first off, let's have you guys join humanity. Secondly, let's do some things. Let's play that. Cut you out. Yeah, let's do this first. And then we'll return you, forge you, get you back down where you belong, and then forge more. I definitely should have done this in a different order. I mean, I guess I can still just do these on this floor and shoot it and not have the unit block it. Anyways, there we go. We just shoot him for 2,000 damage. Oh, it was not a short run, but that was a cute run. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Like, I really like Metalworker Heth. Her card text is a big, giant block of text. That's a bit of a problem, but it's a cool ability. Again, she herself doesn't, like, do much, but it's the ways that you can utilize the stuff that she generates, which is really cool. Oh, hey, it's Pyre Plating, which is also kind of an awkward card. So consume, but give attack and armor to your Pyre. I think this is also sort of a dangerous card to exist, but at least it's not healing. Like, the armor, I see why they want to be able to armor the Pyre in this clan, because they have the effects where, like, they want you to be able to attack with the Pyre or be sending enemies up to die to the Pyre so the Pyre can get kills, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, that's fine. But again, it does risk the situation of just damage not mattering whatsoever, which I think is concerning. But again, at least it's armor, not healing. So you at least can't gain life from it. You can just not lose life. God, we're that close to the next rank. God damn it. Oh, man. God, we have quite a few crowns left to do. That's fine. Okay. I am going to stand up for a couple minutes and get myself a new drink and maybe try to do something about food. I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you would like to see more Railforged or more Wurmkin, let me know what you prefer, and we'll make that our primary. So, there we go. Alright, I'm back. And we'll continue with more. Looks like someone wants Wormkin, so we're gonna do Wormkin. Which is fine. I want to do Wormkin. I don't want to unlock Echowright. Feels so weird to have cards that are locked to me. But that's fine. We'll just do random. Hopefully we won't get Winged Spirit once more. Okay. Thank God it's not Winged Spirit. Anyways, let's, like, not lose this time with Wormkin. Okay. Shelter's good. It would be better if it's infused, but you can't have these starting cards be infused. Gooey Flask is good. I would much rather that we had it with Echowright than Spine Chief, but whatever. That's fine. Shard Soul Carver is pretty good. We are not taking Capricious Reflection. We will absolutely take Verdant Cycle. I kind of just want to do Decayer. Let's do Decayer. I mean, we did Infector before, so like I want to do new things. If it wasn't clear, Decayer is Inspire, apply, Reap to all enemy units on the floor. So it does AoE damage, essentially. God, it's so nice that you can actually fit Shard Soul Carver with Spine Chief at base now. It's an improvement to be sure. Well, there we go. We just kind of murdered this guy with 2 spells. It's because we're doing damage both with the Decay and with the Reap. And as we build up charges, the Reap is even more potent. Also, he's gaining armor and attack as we play out charges, which is nice. There's only 1 wave remaining, so we'll just do that. Unfortunately, we drew into the Shelter, which I can't play, but that's okay. I just figured we would reduce their attack while we could. Well, he's already dead. There we go. Now he's dead in a different way. Now he's dying to attack instead of to the Reap. Ta-da! There we go. Okay, there are a variety of things I would like to see. Those aren't them, but I will take the Hostingkin. Proliferate is good. I missed the start. I mean, we're just at the beginning of the run, basically. This was just the first battle. If what you mean is this a different champion path? Yes, we are doing Decayer, Spine Chief this time, which is Inspire, apply Reap to enemy units. So, he deals AoE damage, essentially, when we are generating charges. And again, because Reap is multiplicative, at the same time that we are applying Reap, we are also making every stack of Reap deal more damage, basically. At least for that turn. Unfortunately, because I don't want it to make noise, I have the heater off all day, and that means that it is getting progressively colder in this room the longer I stream. I mean, Merchant of Steel is pretty appealing, but I do think I want to go here. I do kind of want to go to the Merchant of Arms, though. There's a lot of good hits for us. Still, we're going to go here. Unfortunately, I don't have anything worth holdovering. At least not without Remove Consume. Oh, that's right. I have Life Mother. I totally spaced out. If I had Bog Slime... I don't even know if Bog Slime is unlocked yet. I do think Shelter is probably worth double stacking here. But otherwise, we're just gonna minus cost a Fracture, I guess. That Spell Chain would have been really nice. We are not gonna take those. Well, I will say Decayer is real nice against the Flagellants, because generally Decayer works best being on a lower floor. I mean, you can definitely do it on a higher floor, but if you do it on a lower floor, you have more turns for the Reap to work, basically. And against the Flagellants, it is the place where they do the least damage. Also, we get to kill off their backliner, which means that we don't have to take as much damage from them. Or we cut out their healing, is what I'm trying to say. So it's much easier to ensure they die properly. God, there's only 2 rounds remaining. Okay, we'll do the shelter now, because I don't know that we're gonna be able to draw into it again in time. Alright, well, he's dying, so I'm going to take this opportunity to get rid of the Calcified Ember, even if it means we're not getting as many procs of the Inspire for the Carver. There we go. By putting Decay on this guy, it means that he's going to die much faster. As in, he'll die mid-combat instead of at the end of combat, which immediately makes us a lot better at this. Also, we're applying more Reap and all that, so... Anyways, there we go! Turns out, Decayer is pretty good. I mean, it certainly helps that we've got a Carver to pair with. It's a pretty good starting companion for us, since it has reasonably high base stats, and it gets armor, which is the main thing that we want. If that Revenge of the Damned were infused, I would be much happier. I'm gonna skip. Okay, I'm willing to take the Loam Coat. And we're gonna go here. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm gonna do it anyways. We're not gonna take Inferno Room. God. I kind of want to do Hall of Mirrors. Unfortunately, I don't have enough gold to take one of these and make it deployable, which is very upsetting. Do I want to take Life Mothers? I mean, I'm definitely not taking the Seed. Either way, we'll wait for a more complete artifact. I'll just let it go as normal. I don't think I'm going to, though I realistically should. It's like Emote Tome on crack, more or less. Kind of. Now... So here's the deal. I want Spell Sanctum because it'll minus cost all my cards, and that's useful, especially when I have Verdant Cycle. I am going to take Hall of Mirrors. Unfortunately, I can't deployable it, and I know that means that I'm committing to... God, I don't get another one till here. Well, unless they get like Dante's Footstool, which I would love, we have to do that, basically. One, I fertilized it, you have a Pyre Heal. Not in this run. And also because I don't really want the effect that it's going to bring. Like, if you're talking about the Pyre Heal nodes, like, I just... Yeah, I just don't So the fertilizing just speeds up the rate at which you get the artifact. I am probably not going to take the artifact at all, and so it doesn't matter when it's offered. Is a seed ever worth it? Duplicating a random card every battle sounds bad compared to planting or skipping it. It depends on what you're doing. I generally don't ever want that, but that's also because I'm a person who hates randomness. So I'm definitely not the target audience for that, one way or another. But yeah, I don't know. It maybe is worth taking here or there. Really didn't want to draw another Gooey Flask. But I guess we'll just do that, so when you hit the pyre, you'll have slightly less attack. Most of it's going to decay between now and then, so it's a bit of a moot point, but oh well. You know what? I'll take this opportunity to increase your sap and to make some charges here. So that if I need Reap to do more on a higher floor, it will do more damage on that floor. Okay, there is an argument to be made of just not buffing him by killing enemies, but I kind of need to be doing things, so whatever. He is fairly scary, but at least we're building up some defense no matter what we do. Okay, I appreciate you not coming down to bottom floor to view me murdering all your friends. Yeah, I mean, we should be totally fine. Yeah, like, he's already dead, and now we have a bunch of armor as well. Not that Relentless is that impressive for us. Like, yeah, we do some damage. But like most of our strength is in applying the Reap, and that's only going to proc at the end of Relentless regardless of how many rounds it lasts. What does Reap do? It's a damaging debuff. So the unit takes 1 damage per stack, well, per charge on the floor after combat ends. So it only will proc once per turn regardless of how many rounds of combat there are, i.e. it's not like Frostbite or Decay where it ticks over every round of combat. It doesn't decrease ever. But yeah, so it is multiplicative scaling. So if you have 2 Reap and 2 charges on the floor, it does 4 damage. If you have 2 Reap and 10 charges on the floor, it does 20 damage. So the more Reap you apply and the more charges you apply, the more damage it's going to do. Anyways, I think we're taking Echo Bloom. It's expensive, but it also reads as gain 5 charges on the turn that I play it, basically. So I'll take that. I'm going to not take these. And I do want... Okay, so the thing is, I'm going to need capacity. I would like Draw, but I also want Ember. I think we're just taking the Ember at some point. And I can sort of get around Ember cost if I am just duplicating a 0-cost spell after this. What does this Pyre do again? It lets me duplicate cards for gold. Okay, we're gonna take capacity now. A lot of artifacts already give you draw. Not a lot. There's a few. I think we're going to the left here. I'm just trying to think of, like, what artifacts I would really want. Also, can I see which ones are locked for Wurmkin currently? Nope. I have no idea which ones of these are still locked behind leveling the clan. I wouldn't... Oh, I guess it does say it right here. Okay, so I can't get Bog Slime yet. No surprise that that's unlocked at the same time as Echowright. Can't get Kargan Koriska. Can't get Echo Seedling. That I'm blank on the name of. Encased Divinity. Would not be very helpful. Would not be very helpful. And that would be helpful. But yeah, the things I would most want to see, at least on the Wurmkin side of things, I couldn't get. In the neutral pool, I'd be very happy with, like, Emote Tome. A couple others. Like, I wouldn't hate Sinner Salve. Lightstone Casing could be nice, kind of. But, yeah, let's just do this. Alright, so now we apply 3 decay instead of 2. Ooh. That's sort of interesting. I think that's largely unnecessary, but it is interesting. Well, I don't need those. The problem is, what I really want is zero-cost spells. Which is why I was originally looking, or going to be happy with the Spell Sanctum, but then we did different things. Constant Sap seems nice. The problem is, I can't do... So I need cards to be infused. Because that's the only thing that fuels my abilities. So it doesn't help me to, like... play out 10 Gooey Flasks in a turn if I'm not generating any charges during the turn. Like, I have to be generating charges. Which is why the Proliferate is kind of nice, but the problem is that it does cost Ember to play, and I will want Ember for some other things. I think we're still maybe doing the Proliferate. I also don't think I really need the Loam Coat, but that's fine. I had different plans for the Loam Coat, and that's okay. I think maybe we're still doing the Proliferate. Okay, so we do that, and then... I guess I'll leave my gold there. I do want to dupe some things. This is good enough. That's fine. Whatever. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just thought I confused myself for a moment. Nope. Everything's fine. Don't love the Hall of Mirrors right now, but we will play that just to get rid of it. Admittedly, I should be doing more to actually kill you, because I'm not actually killing you, and therefore, kind of a mistake. Yeah, this is why I need better draw and just better charge generation. Is like I have to be I have to be... actually, wrong order. Like, I need to be generating charges. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have played the Sport Touch first. For some reason, I thought I wasn't going to play it. I'm definitely going to play it. So I may as well play it before I propagate. Anyways, we're going to take the fire damage. That's fine. It's okay. We'll deal with it. Unfortunately, they get 2 attacks off because they survive at 4 HP. Not my favorite. Alright, another 12 HP gone. Oh well. I would like to draw the Echo Bloom this turn. Yeah, not nearly as good as I wanted. Yeah, Kel is a problem for me. Been enjoying watching streams all day. I still haven't bothered trying to do clans or game mode myself. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. I feel like time has flown by since I've been streaming for, 7 hours already. Doesn't feel like that. Yeah, I don't know that Kel is... I don't know that this is tenable. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's not going to work. I don't know that I can kill Kel, really. Does Decay or Solo fall off as hard as Little Icarus in Monster Train 2? Again, Little Icarus is still doable in Monster Train 2. But yeah, it's still doable in Monster Train 2. It's harder, mostly because the bosses have pretty gigantic HP. Also, there's just not really any reason to do solo Decayer now, for the most part, since you have deployment phase, so you don't need to really worry about playing out as many units turn to turn. Like, you can just play them right off the bat, so it's not like you need to worry about them clogging up your draws or anything like that. We're going to try a radical shenanigan strategy. Alright, well, look at us go. Unfortunately, I am taking 18 damage from that guy right there. So that felt real good. Also, unfortunately, I'm not proliferating the regen, which would be nice. But, hey, here we are. I am sapping myself. Oh, so much HP gone. But if it helps me kill Kel, that's what matters. Okay, unfortunately taking more damage from that guy. But, here's the turn we hopefully care about. Okay, doesn't quite kill him, but he does have a lot of reap on him. We should be able to manage. This is what we're trying to do with Hollow of Mirrors, is we just want double the reap for double the profit. But again, like, our actual Relentless presence is pretty bad, especially when he also punished us by giving us Incant Corruption. Okay. I felt really dumb for a moment that I had nearly 0 infused cards in hand. Doesn't help that I had the minus draw for that fight. But that's fine. It took a lot of damage. Ooh. I do want Forgotten Trade. We'll take it, even though it gives me Ember Drain. I'm not going to water it with my lifeblood. Okay, let's do this, I guess. Kind of want to do other things. Probably should have done other things. God, I still haven't seen Keeper of Echoes. Is Keeper of Echoes not unlocked yet? If that is true, that will annoy me. So I kind of want to do the dualism, except that if I play Forgotten Trade on him, it will give me double the Ember Drain, but that's fine, I guess. Yeah, and then we're smidge stoning that too. Okay. Now we're just going to dupe this. It's not insane, it's not that wild, but that's what we're doing. Okay. God, I really just want the stupid Merchant of Arms. He's so tiny. Yeah, anyway, I think I want to just not be on bottom floor. I'd considered this before, but I think with our current rate, we need to be setting up on mid so I have a little bit of time to build up charges. What did you say you hope wasn't an unlock? I have it open. Keeper of Echoes. It's a unit. Oh, and I can't even play the Echo Bloom with the minus Ember. That's actually really bad for me. It is unlock 7? Of course it is. Didn't even occur to me that that was a possibility. I just, like, again, I'm so not used to things being unlocked that it really throws me off. Yeah, I think I really needed not to be doing the minus Ember for this fight, probably. Or I need to get the Hall of Mirrors out. At least Monster Train unlocks tend to be over very quickly with several levels per run. Oh, for sure. It throws me off more than anything. Alright, well, I've Ember Drained myself to death, basically. But he now gets armor and reap per attack, basically. Which is, turns out, pretty good. I just can't play cards for a bit. This is probably why I wanted zero cost things. But anyways, turns out Forgotten Trade is really good, and this is why it has Ember Drain on it. Yeah, unfortunately though, again, can't play anything this turn. And Quoto doesn't have small attacks, he has high damage attacks, which make short work of us. Yeah, let's not do it that way. Okay. We're gonna go with the radical strategy of do this. Okay, well there's the Hall of Mirrors. Ow. It's so bad. Please draw me, Spine Chief. Oh, thank God. Okay, well, that looks a lot better at least. Okay, well, can't play anything here, but at least they do some things and we generate a lot more Reap now. There we go. We did it. Oh god, our deck is a fucking mess. It's got some good tools, but like, holy shit, is that it has problems. Alright, well, it looks bad until we actually let the Reap proc and then he just explodes. Right. Gonna skip those. Gonna skip those. Oh, god, I'm down low. But that's fine. This does make us dramatically stronger. The deck of many problems. A horrible time in D&D. Anyways, doing this makes us so much better. I'm going to purge some problems. Stasis Spine Chief. It is viable. Like, I've done that on, like, solo-ish Spine Chief before, where, you know, if your only problem is you don't want him to get hit, don't let him get hit. Yeah, unfortunately I can't dupe cards here. But that's hopefully good enough. Like, we should be pretty good against them. Oh, it turns out I could have kept one more steward. For some reason, I thought I had to get rid of all of them because I didn't have enough deployment number. Whatever, my bad. Alright, well, even if our first Carver dies, he's just saving some HP on our second Carver. I don't know if you're going to survive, or whether I need to put it on the backliner. No, you definitely do. Okay, well... Kind of wanted to not play the Proliferate because it has holdover, so we'll get it back next turn, but I definitely won't have the Ember to play it. Okay, just barely survives, but that's fine. Again, if he dies, it's not the end of the world, but I would prefer him to survive. But yeah, Hallow's just going to beat him to death. Nothing to be done about that. But that's okay. I at least don't have the Ember Drain anymore. Yeah, Hallow is real fucked already. We don't have any charges here, so he doesn't take any damage, but that will change. And we have a lot of armor on this one. Anyways, Hallow's super dead. And Strix is soon to follow. Okay. Yeah, turns out when my awkward plans are allowed to flourish, they work a lot better. Ta-da! I mean, the infused part of the Echo Bloom is pretty cute. Unfortunately, not actually helpful for me right now. If I got, like, Dante's Footstool, I would be a lot more excited about it. Okay, I think we're doing draw. I don't know. Ember's nice, but we're gonna do draw. Oh, I'm still at low health. No. I mean, I do kind of want it, but no. So the healing is there. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go here. God, I really wish that I could minus cost the Proliferate. Okay. Well, we'll just make this simple. Alright, don't mind me. We're not taking Bloodthirsty Blade. Ooh, do I want Ambient Charge? Kind of. But no. It is maybe worth taking, but we're just not going to worry about it for reasons. I will do this just for a variety of reasons. Especially in a world where I have Verdant Cycle, it is just nice. Yeah, I don't have a good answer to him, but we'll see what we can do. Like, I should be okay for the most part, but he is the worst thing for me. But we're just going to reap you to death. Okay, I will just gain a bunch of charges and wait for that to come back off cooldown. I'll take some damage, unfortunately, but we will heal that back up in a moment. Yeah, I'll get myself Ember Drained. This is partly why we were duping the zero cost thing, so that I would always have something to play. Yeah, you're taking a lot of damage from him, unfortunately, but we are surviving. which is the important part. Unfortunately, he's still strong, but he is less bad for us than other possibilities. Yeah, the fact that we generate 8 Reap on Inspire is, it's a lot. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. And then we'll generate just so much. Just so much armor across the board. Yes, look at all this delicious Reap. I mean, we're already winning as is, though I'm curious how this looks if I do more. It might actually lose it for us. I don't think it will, just because of you know, blatantly how much I generate and how little of my damage is actually coming from the attacks. I mean, like, my guys survive a good long time. And then she takes about 3,000 damage in Reap. Yeah, I'll maybe take the Broken Memories. Fine, I don't know. Soul Siphon also not bad for me. Wait, this is Mirror Room Reap? I feel tingling in my chest. Is this what they call joy? Yeah, it's pretty cute. I might take this Soul Siphon actually. That's gonna calcified Ember, which isn't that big deal. Yeah, fine. Sure. Not having access to a number of Wurmkin artifacts is making me sad, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't really need the Pyrestone anymore, sadly. If the heal had been on the other side, I happily would have done that. Also, we're maybe not in the best situation against Dominion, but we'll see. The fact that he's a flying boss does at least make him a little disadvantaged against us, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, that's good. Yeah, none of this matters. We already have what we've got. So we are just making more of these. Well, here we go. All right. Well, you know, 630 damage turn 1. Not too bad. Obviously, like, the longer the fight goes on, the worse it is for us, but still. Yeah, you can have a Soul Siphon. Unfortunately, playing that means that we'll get it back on holdover and I won't have any Ember to play it, so that's fine. Ember draining myself did still seem like the correct play here. Just because of the amount of power I get for doing it. I was like, yeah, this guy survived, whatever, fine. That's just how it's going to work with all of the reanimate enemies. But they are going to die before they hit the pyre, so I don't really need to worry. So long as I have at least one charge on every floor, they will die. Okay, yeah, you guys are already dying because of this. Yes, it would be nice to generate more charges for more armor, but also I could do more reap damage. So that's what we're going to do. Like, yes, the growing corruption is somewhat bad for us, but also, it doesn't matter. I do wish that I could play with the calcified ember here. I can't, but that's okay. Well, already up to 2,000 damage in Reap, but it's actually more than that because they attack in and we generate more charges, which is more Reap and more damage per Reap. And so then it's 5,738 instead. We basically doubled our damage. So, there we go. I do wish I could more reasonably get the Echo Bloom played out, but I can't do it for the most part, like, unless I draw turn 1. Which is why I was hoping to get it deployable, but it didn't work out that way. I needed to heal, unfortunately, and here we are. Okay. So. Well, there's the Echo Bloom, so I will do that. And I did mention it before, but of note, you can now put charges in the Pyre room, so you can give Reap to Dominion and have it deal damage. Alright, well, we're going to do this. Unfortunately, I don't really want to Ember Drain myself, which obviously we might not draw it, but if I don't have Ember, I can't play out the Pyre Light, and then this fight becomes super dumb, super quick. Come on. Okay, let's generate a bunch of armor. Well, I'm glad we generated the armor, because otherwise we just kind of die to these guys. At the current rate, we are still taking a lot of damage, but we can make that work. Unfortunately, drew that after doing the shelter, but whatever, fine. I am glad that we drew the Echo Bloom. That's cute. Unfortunately, I can't really justify the Forgotten. Well, okay. If he's dying this turn, I can. I was worried that it might make him survive. I'll give you a bit of a Reap to add on a little damage since I'm reasonably confident that Savagery is going to die pretty quick. Anyway, so we played out the guy. He dies anyways. Here we are. There we go. I didn't want to play more here, but I needed more. I guess we had the Bloom Burst ready, but whatever, fine. Doing a little bit more damage to Dominion. Okay. I do wish this fight didn't require you to play the Pyrolite every turn, basically. Like, technically it doesn't. There are ways around it, but for the most part, that's the expectation, and it's pretty dumb. But that's the world we live with, I guess. Okay, so you're just dying this turn. Alright, well, Reap doing pretty decent damage up there. And then we just absolutely murder them. Anyways, that went pretty well. I had a lot of fun with that. I mean, we had some bad fights, but I did make kind of a shenanigans thing. And again, betting on the Mirror Room, it ended up being strong later, unsurprisingly. And also, unsurprisingly, it caused us a fair bit of grief getting there. If I were playing more seriously, definitely would not have committed to that since it was so long before I could actually utilize it. And in the meantime, we did suffer. Also, I probably should have taken Ember instead of Draw because I ended up duping the holdover cards, and holdover cards just work weirdly. At least if you have a bunch of them. Anyways, Chamber of Recall is unlocked. So, this is a card that I kind of have mixed feelings on. First off, it is another card that got reworked into a room. It used to be Total Recall. So, here's the deal. It's a room that at the end of the turn, you return a random consume spell to your hand. It is pretty good. My problem, though, is twofold. Number one, this is literally just copying Repeater Echowright. And I don't like that we have a card that is one-for-one copying a champion path. What I really enjoy about champions and champion paths is when they are unique. When they're doing something special for you that you can't do without them. And this is literally exactly Repeater Echowright. No difference. Beyond that, I also ask the question, why is it a room when it has no bearing on the floor it's played on? Like, it doesn't have any bearing to where it's played. Like, Echo Vault only dupes cards that are played on that floor. Every other floor basically has some effect on that floor, like Awakening Thicket gives max HP on that floor and heals on that floor. It doesn't just do it all over the train. The most comparable card, I would say, is like Engine Upgrade, which gives you extra pyre, but that one still does have an effect on the floor since it reduces capacity on that floor. Anyways, it just really irks me that this is what it is. Is it at least only spells played on the floor? No, it's just any card in your consume pile. Any spell, I should say, because technically units go there too. But yeah, no, it has literally no bearing to the floor you're playing it on. And again, it is essentially just copying Echowright. And like, I'm not arguing that this is a bad card. Like, it is strong. But I don't think we should have a card like this where it has essentially none of the design elements of a room. And again, it's just copying a champion path. Like, there are so many different things we could have done instead of this card. So, that annoys me. Oh, my beloved Bog Slime. Whenever a spell with Consume is played, gain a charge. It's very good. Turns out, Wurmkin has a lot of very good artifacts. And we have finally unlocked Echowright, the greatest champion of all time. And, you know, the progenitor of our very first emote in this channel. But anyways, Echowright's really cool. They're the Etch-focused champion, as opposed to the just, like, Inspire-focused champion. We also unlocked Power of Knowledge, 20 damage to a target for each consumed spell. Could have made it recall the charges spent that round or something. Yeah, there's a lot of different things it could do. Like, it doesn't even have to be called Chamber of Recall, by the way. You could just call it something different. Like, for instance, you could make it so that it infuses the first spell that is played on that floor every turn. Like, and infuses it before the spell is played, so you get the charge from it. Like, that would be good. That would fulfill a useful niche in the clan. But that's not what it does. See, they miss the flavor when you recall something. Sometimes your member can be wrong. Instead of returning a spell, it should just be if a consume spell was played this turn, another random consume spell is played, and that consume spell can be any consume spell, and targets being absolutely random. Yeah, no. I mean, like, I would still appreciate something like that. But yeah, there's a lot of things that could be done differently. But this is what they went with. So, it is what it is. Anyways, we unlocked Echo Seedling. First time each battle a card with Consume is played, you add 2 copies of it to your hand. Can be very good. Okay, so what do you guys want to see next? You want to see more Railforged, more Wurmkin, any particular clan combo with those 2? I do want to keep it to just these 2 clans as primary because they're the new clans, and that's why we are streaming all day. But it's up to you guys. I am going to mute myself and turn off my camera for a moment so I can eat some food, but I will be here and I will start the run. Soul Savior. We might do Soul Savior in a little bit. I am having fun just leveling up the clans still, though. More Wurmkin, but I want the Malakapire. We are not going to do Malakapire. But we will do more Wurmkin. But, yeah, we'll maybe do Soul Savior in a little bit. Like, I'm still streaming for many hours to come. Unless I suddenly, like, crash and burn. But, yeah, we'll do Echowright. And we'll go from there. But yeah, once we get started in the run, I'm going to mute myself and turn off my camera so I can take a moment to eat while we play. That said... Oh, and someone asked about Bogflies. So, Bogflies are actually improved. First off, they now are +8 attack per charge instead of +5. And also, they now have a flight ability. Which is cooldown 2, extract 1... So you have to pay a charge to use it, but you can move to target location on any floor. Which I have mixed feelings on. It's a good ability, and it is useful for the clan, but also, like, overstacking and movement is not part of the clan identity of Wurmkin, so it feels very out of place. But, yeah. Also, admittedly, I still wish that they had just gotten rid of the basic Bogfly and just made them only acquirable from Bog Chrysalis. Namely, because they made this new art for Ambient Charge. I can't reference the old art, but, like, it had different art in Monster Train 1. And all the other cards that got turned into rooms or equipment just use their old art. But this one weirdly has new art. And they could have just, like, used the old art and made this ring into a new equipment to replace Bogfly in the common pool. Like, I would have really appreciated that. It's not what we did. It just is strange to me that this got new art for some reason. But it did. Anyways. Heart of the Pact. I'm glad it's not Winged Spirit again. And then Entombed Explosive Impairment and Thug are fine. Sketches. I don't hate sketches when we have Bogflies. That's interesting. Like, I'll take it. We have to do some adjustments to make it work, but that's fine. And we have Repeater and Shellsmith. I was kind of hoping we'd get Martial Lord, but fine. I mean, Shellsmith is not bad for us. It is the most boring of the paths, but it's not bad. Anyways, so the options are either Resolve, return a random consume spell to your hand. Again, that might sound exactly like Chamber of Recall that we just unlocked. And then also Shellsmith is Etch, so whenever you play a consume card, apply Armor 5 to friendly units. So, we'll do Shellsmith, I guess. Okay. I am going to eat while we play. Alright. I have returned. Anyways, it's going. Doing okay. Being able to overstack with the Bogflies, this turns out pretty good. We don't have really any consume cards yet, so we're not making great use of Echo, right? Which was one of the reasons I was considering going to the Merchant Magic, but then I didn't. Also, I would have preferred seeing a Wormkin unit, but that's okay. We'll take a shelter. I kind of want the Haldrivings, except it doesn't do anything for us. But then again, just being a bunch of armor turns out is still pretty good. Yeah, we'll go here. I mean, holdover on the Dripfall is probably what we're doing there. Yeah, I unfortunately can't afford both of these, but we're gonna make more consume cards. Yeah, I'll take an artifact. I guess we'll take Exploding Candle. I don't know how much we're going to use it. It is potentially useful. Yeah, I really wish that I had slightly more. Because, like, that's one thing that really helps. I mean, just edge decks in general, but, you know, Echo Right in particular. Because, like, people complain all the time. They're like, oh, it's impossible to use Echo Right, or it's impossible to use Moral Mistress. Because, like, you just, like, what if you don't start with any consume cards? Well, you make consume cards. You take the magic power upgrade, or now the -2 upgrade, and you turn them into consume cards. And you can always do that if you really want to. Like, yes, you're giving up other things to do it, but that's fine. There's a balance, of course. Okay, well, we want to be able to fly you down here. Unfortunately, didn't get the other Bogfly yet, among other problems, but so be it. Yeah, so there's the holdover Driftfall that we want. Is going to go on you, though there are other priority targets too. He's at 22 HP, which means he needs to take 2 damage. Like, that's probably fine. I could Drip Fall him. I could also just Echo Break you, which maybe is what we're doing. Yeah, let's just Echo Break you, and then fly you down here. And then we definitely want to do the Drip Fall, so that's what we're doing. And the Paraffin Thug is even getting us some kills here and there, which is nice. Speaking of... yeah, had I planned this out differently... You know what? Let us, in fact, plan this out a little differently. So I think what we want to do is we want to kill you. Except that I don't have capacity here, and I for some reason thought I did. Which is a lot less exciting. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I should probably have my dudes in different arrangement, but that's okay. I would like to get rid of the Calcified Ember. On the other hand, I would like to keep dazing you. Alright, so let's do it this way and play out the Shelter, which gets us 12 armor per dude, plus 5 for Shellsmith. We're just bulking up a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get the Calcified Ember on this turn. Anyways, we didn't knock off, like, any of the mass, but that's fine. Didn't need to. Even if he ran out of days, we would just be armored up a fair bit, since Shellsmith applies armor to the entire floor, and so the more units we have there, the better it does. Yeah, we'll take Wurmkin Etchings. Kind of with the Carver instead of the Baron. I'm not, like, actually that great at either thing. I don't really want to have to pay to remove more units. But I'll take the Actually, what is coming up? There is one more Wormkin banner, and I'm probably gonna go there. Yeah, I will skip on this. I was gonna say if we see Keeper of Echoes, I'll take it, but then I forgot once again that we're not level 7. Don't have it even as an option. So that's the thing. We'll just take the Ember for now. And we're definitely going here, and you're going to give me things I care about. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to take the Smidge Stone. We don't need it. We are taking Multi-Strike for our Fogfly. Donate Bloodthirsty Blade. Not sure how great it's going to be for us, but it is just scaling, which I sort of lack right now. That's fine. I'll take it. It's whatever, though. And we'll take Shellsmith, too, which is now 10 armor per edge. Well, don't love the Malkuth Pyre, or not the Malkuth Pyre, Mark of Invasion. We are not the worst deck for it, but still not my favorite. Okay. So I could fly you up here to kill that guy, or I can fly you down here to start benefiting from the edge. Neither one really does much for me at the moment. I guess we'll do this, and then just that. Unfortunately, we're not killing anything, which means the Baron isn't benefiting at all. Obviously, I could have played on the invasion floor, but then you get a ton of corruption. And I'd prefer to avoid that. I really would like to have this on my multi-strike dude. Which is why I need to get rid of some units so I can reliably draw him. Okay, I'm not going to play out the Wormkin Etchings because I badly want to draw into new cards. Namely, I need my Bogfly, and I would like to get the Dripfall. And it is less helpful than you might otherwise believe. Well, here we are, although I'm still not fully dealing with these, which is a problem. But if I get back the tomb, that should work. Okay, that's fine. I probably shouldn't have you in the back like that. Oh well. Then I can't fit you there, can't fit you there. Great, fine, whatever. That's okay. We gained some gold from the Paraffin Thug. Could be worse. Well, if you're the only one surviving, we'll change that. Hey, how do you like the update? I love Railforge, a new mode, but I absolutely hate Wormkin. I think Luna is no longer my least favorite. I mean, I love Wormkin. They're my favorite Monster Train 1 clan. Yeah, Railforged, I think, are a somewhat awkward clan, but I do think there's a lot to like about them. I definitely have been enjoying playing them. Yeah, you get some kills this way for sure. We'll see how this goes. But anyways, yeah, I love Wormkin. I think Railforged are pretty cool. Haven't done any of the new modes. I never figured out how to play Wormkin. There's a lot of things you can do. Like, playing around eggs is one of my favorite things, although they're a little less exciting in Monster Train 2 with the removal of essences. But they're still cool. We're going to not take any of these. I don't particularly want to Ember Drain myself a ton. And Echo Bloom... I mean, Echo Bloom's okay. It's just very expensive. But it would help make the Bogflies a lot stronger. Which is maybe worth it. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. It just seems like so much. Okay, do I want Merchant of Arms? Kind of. Like, I could fuse the Bloodthirsty Blade to something. I would not be making it deployable because I want to put it on, like, a Bogfly. Mainly, I'd be looking to deployable the Echo Bloom. So I've got 6 deployment Ember. Care about 5 of my... Yeah, let's see how this goes, I guess. Overgrowth Carapace with the flies is kind of cute because I can like park them on a different floor and then fly them down later. Not gonna do that though. Not actually that helpful to my needs. God, I have multiple calcified embers. Okay. So I think I need to get rid of 1 Shield Steward. And currently I need to get rid of 1 Entombed Explosive. Also, as I say this, yeah, realize that there was an Unstable Vortex right there that I could have used instead. Oh well. Could take Dante. Not going to take Dante. I kind of want to get rid of the Entombed Explosive as well right now. It is doing stuff for me at the moment, but it's really not what I want long term. Maybe get rid of Calcified Embers. That feels really bad. We'll just do this. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, but yeah, I'm glad people seem to be enjoying the DLC and the update in general. I think there's just a lot of really cool stuff, and I'm glad that people finally get to experience it. I don't know that I really want to be on bottom floor like this, but so be it. Okay, so, yeah, I should be getting the Bogflies guaranteed now. So now I can fly you down here. We will build up some charges. And I'll get rid of that, even though I would like to do the other things. Only thing I hate about Railforge is turrets being non-barriers. Those are cool. They are cool. I get why they're not. Well, I think Sentry Turret should be a banner unit, but it's not. Whatever, fine. I am sapping myself a bunch, which I don't love. But yeah, for the most part, I get why they're not banner units. Okay, so you get this. Dante always seems kind of iffy. I can only get him to work with Entropy, Pie, or Sinner Salve. I know he can be strong, but just seems to bog decks and die. Any tips? I mean, he's very strong. Like, I don't pass on Dante because he's weak. I pass on Dante because he makes decks pretty samey. I mean, it's hard to give tips without seeing exactly what kind of decks you're building, but the main things you just need with Dante are a little bit of damage scaling and defense. Like, he can get to an insane number of attacks, and in a variety of different ways. Like, if you want to speed it up, you can also just dupe Dante, or if you are reforming him or giving him endless of some sort, every time he gets played, you generate more blights. So, you know, you can easily make a ton of them. And then you just need, like, intrinsic on a defense source or some other way to ensure that he is just not dying and able to just keep free firing. Equipment is a good way to give him an attack bonus that he needs, since, again, it doesn't help if he has, like, 30 attacks if he only does 5 damage per attack. Quick is obviously good on him. Don't really need to get multi-strike on him because he'll do that himself. It works out well to do like large stone on him. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to buff him, but it really just comes down to buff Dante and build defense. The biggest problem is that the blights take up, you know, a large chunk of your deck. But if you have, like, intrinsic or holdover or both on a defense source, that goes a long way towards helping it. You could also just sort of block things with, like, with an endless banner unit. Like, whether it's a tank unit or not, just having something you can play in deployment to soak up attacks at the front will do a lot of work for you, and you are guaranteed to get it from the beginning because it's a banner unit. So, there's a lot of things you can do. I gotta try the holdover idea. That makes a ton of sense. Yeah, like, it doesn't matter how many blights in your deck for the most part, so long as you are drawing the card that you need. Like, yeah, they're a pain and all that, but for the most part, it works out okay. Yeah, I'll just not take the damage there. I wish I had gotten rid of the Calcified Ember. That's okay. We're trying to get the Bloodthirsty Blade scaling a little bit, and also just trying to not die. Unfortunately, I sat myself here, which I'm not wild about, but that's life. Don't mind me just doing some rough math. Yeah, I think we get 2 kills with the Bloodthirsty Blade this way. Yeah. We are going to hold this, or maybe we don't. Maybe we do it this turn. I hate the stupid Scourge guys. Not Scourges, in this instance. Yeah, that's fine. Oh boy, it's Quoto. Everybody's favorite friend. Okay, we want you there. Just trying to get a little bit of power on the Bloodthirsty Blade. It's not a lot, but it helps. Funny thing about Railforge, have starting card can purge blights from your deck for a battle. So with her, you can pick Dante and also get rid of the curses for a battle. Yeah, I mean, Yes. We will take Broken Memories. We are not going to take Resin Blades. Unfortunately, I'm not going to take Wax and Spike, though. That is... I mean, I kind of want to take Wax and Spike. Yeah, that's fine. We'll pivot to that if we can. God, I really need a Merchant of Magic, though. Oh, there's not one till here. Okay. Well, so be it. I'm gonna go here. Tuned Whetstone doesn't actually help. Case Ember is cute and kind of useful. Problem is that it's not. Not the way that I need it to be. Pyre Tap is interesting. I don't think it's actually helpful to me, but it is interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what we can do. I really would like to make this work. But Spell Chain is what we want most of all. I mean, we'll see. There's a variety of things we can do. It's just the Wax and Spike, if I can arrange it properly, is very useful. I will get rid of the Entombed Explosive now. I will get rid of one Echo Break now. I will face Kale, which is a little concerning, but probably fine. Just that I'm overall somewhat weak. How you doing, by the way, Prototype? Since I think I forgot to say hi earlier. Okay, so we're going to make a charge so we can fly down where it matters. Oh, first off, let's do that. Do I want to Wax and Spike? I kind of do. It probably works. I'm doing well. Glad you're having fun with new stuff. I look forward to playing some with it later. Yeah. I mean, again, it's not actually, like, new to me, but I do like it quite a bit. Okay. Yeah. That makes us a lot stronger. Well, I'm not going to change where the flies are, I guess. How you doing, Tiny? I'm okay. It's a long day, but we're having a good time. Oh yeah, and I forgot that I actually have the Hallow Dripping, so I can extend the burnout regardless. Unfortunately, this way I'm not playing out the Shelter, or the Calcified Ember. But that's okay. So I do have a lot of burnout now. Okay, we will get rid of one of the Calcified Embers, because I would really like to get rid of one of the Calcified Embers. We are technically not killing you. Yeah, if you're a little stronger, we could, but that's okay. It's not a big deal that he survives. It's just not what we wanted, but without Kale available to buff him, it doesn't really bother us. Okay, we want you a little closer to the front so you can murder. Sorry, Kale, but you can never escape this fate. Alright, you're still killing these guys. Great. Again, we're not getting, like, amazing gains for the Bloodthirsty Blade, but we didn't expect to, and that's fine. And we'll just Wormkin Etchings all those back into reality, which is nice. Yeah, whatever. I was trying to get to a point where we'd be killing two things. I guess I probably could have flown him into a different spot. It's fine. Okay, so you're getting the kill there, so we don't need to worry about you. Doesn't really matter what we get back with this. Because one way or another, we're just doing some spikes and all that, and we're good. I mean, overall, it's working out pretty well now. The Waxing Spike is particularly helpful in that it gives me a way to apply lasting attack buffs to my entire team, which makes the multi-strike on the flies a lot better. We're not going to do the Hallowed Halls. We're not going to do any of those, even though the Accelerated Incubation is another consume card. We're definitely taking draw. Okay. I'll just not do that. Sure, we'll give you the Echo Stone, even though I hate it. Alright, Shellsmith 3 it is. Alright, and now the question is, we're going to dupe one of the flies. Do we want it to be Quick Fly, or do we want it to be a Large Fly? And I think the answer is Large Fly. It just makes us a little more resistant to problems. Okay, no one likes you, you son of a bitch. Also, with the Minus Ember, we're gonna have problems playing out the right things in deployment. We knew this was gonna happen. That's fine. God, I forgot that Shellsmith now has 160 attack at rank 3. It's a lot. I don't remember what it was in Monster Train 1, but it wasn't 160. Oh, yeah, you don't have enough charges. Yeah, we'll do this, even though it is depressing. Which is to say, I don't get any of the armor from that, but I still wanted to start generating other things. So you're the one who has Quick, so we'll give you the Bloodthirsty Blade. Because that does just work out pretty decently for us. Thank you for continuing to give me sweet, delicious gold. Okay, and now we can fly you down to the Promised Land. Let's see, gain some armor and put all those back in there. I probably should have done the Dripfall and wasn't thinking about it, but that's okay. Monster Train 1, Shellsmith 3 had 60 attack, 35 health, according to the Steam post. Gotcha. Does not surprise me. I thought it was something much lower like that, but did not know for sure. Unfortunately, the silence is lame, but here we are. You son of a bitch. mean, it's not like we need it. Like, even with them silencing us all this often, we're still in great shape. Especially now that we can just daze Rax more. But yeah, we're just sitting on like 140 armor on everyone except the Baron, who has been gaining HP this whole time. And then poor Rax just gets murdered. Okay, we are not taking another Echo Bloom. We're not taking Return Soul, even though it is good. It does depress me that Return Soul no longer gives -1 cost to the thing it pulls back, but that's fine. Still a good card. Also, this now has Distinct, which is a new keyword for this update. This card can't interact with cards that share its name, which means you can no longer get back a Return Soul from the graveyard with another Return Soul. Bit of a shame we can't do that. It's meant to prevent clear, easy infinites, though, so I get it. There's a couple other cards that got that added. Mainly cards that were already doing that and just had it as an unexplained behavior. Unearthed Treasure now has Distinct, same deal. It already couldn't pull back copies of itself from the consume pile. I believe that one set it on there, like return a card that's not named Unearthed Treasure. Anyways, now it just has Distinct. And what is that Luna card called? Stardust Invocation. I knew it started with an S and I just could not fill in the rest. Anyways, Stardust Invocation also has Distinct on it. I think those are the only ones who have it. Maybe there's more. I guess we could just find out. Yeah, no, it's just those three. I had seen some people speculate that Offering Token would get it, since Offering Token also has a unexplained behavior where you can't discard ephemeral copies of Offering Token with itself, also to prevent easy infinites, basically. But if you did put Distinct on this, it would cause a host of other problems. What about other differently named cards with Distinct? No, it's purely just a card with Distinct can't interact with itself. So, like, Return Soul can get back an Offering Token or Unearthed Treasure, whatever. Unearthed Treasure can get back Return Soul. It's just they can't interact with their same name. But anyways, Offering Token, if it did have Distinct, would cause a variety of other problems. Like, if you had Offering Token as your last card in your hand and played it and drew an Offering Token, it wouldn't be able to discard an Offering Token. And so you would make Offering Token draw positive, which would create much easier infinites than what its current behavior is trying to solve. Anyways, that's our little sidebar. Power of Knowledge is fine. I don't think we really need a direct damage spell right now, so we're not going to. I mean, I say that, but then I am looking at how many things we have to chew through. I'll still skip. God, I wish Formless Child were not a bad card, but it is. Maybe just dupe the Bogfly again. We can pull out 3 of them with the sketches. And then if I draw a 4th, that'd be pretty decent. Either way, we're going to the left here. That's definitely the case. Ooh, Serrated Mandibles we haven't seen yet. Serrated Mandibles is whenever 1 or more charges are added to a floor on your turn, apply Reap 1 to a random enemy unit twice. Of note, it is slightly different than Monster Train 1. It now specifies on your turn, which means that it doesn't proc during combat, which means that if you are applying charges during combat from Infector Spine Chief or from, why am I blanking on the name of it? the equipment that gives you charges on Revenge. Anyways, those will no longer proc Serrated Mandibles because it now makes the combat preview more reliable. Even though previously it was sometimes wrong, but only ever in your favor. You always only ever did more damage than was reported. But whatever. Now, combat preview is correct. Serrated Mandibles slightly weaker. Evening, what level are the new clans now? Wormkin is at 6, though we're at the end of a run, so it will get higher soon. And I think Railforge is 8. We're definitely taking Base Charge. We're probably taking Serrated Mandibles. We're probably intrinsicing this. We're going to double stack that. We're going to minus cost that. Okay. I don't need the Artificial Pyre Stone. Decayed Decoy is cute. I could also take Crystallized Wing if I want to give Permafrost to the Spike. I don't think I really need to care about that, but it's technically useful. I think we're just gonna get rid of some stuff. Yeah, and then we're just gonna dupe a Bogfly. Yeah, we'll dupe... I guess we'll dupe you. We should be generating enough armor now that we don't really need to worry about to lower health. And with base charge, we will automatically be able to move them down to bottom floor no matter what. Like, we don't have to invest in generating charges at all on their floor, so that's nice. Yeah, whatever, fine. Who cares? Okay. I guess I'll still give you to the front quick one, even though it feels like a bit of a waste. And we're not playing this out for a ton, but it's good enough. And we'll get that back. And we've already generated 60 armor on everybody. We're in good shape. Like, we'll have a little bit harder time against the reanimate enemies, but we'll be okay once we get the other Bogfly here. Well, we now have 170, 190 armor on everyone. We're also applying Reap whenever we generate charges, so that's pretty cute. You're just perma-drip-falled, as one does. And, yeah. Now we get to draw all those consume cards again. Technically, I should maybe be a little careful about which ones I play, but that's fine. Yeah, I believe we just want to not play one of these. Yeah, because we're going to get back the Wormkin Etchings on this turn, and that gets back 5 consume cards, and I'd like to get back these 5 And so long as I don't play that, we are going to get back the ones I care about. So, there we go. Our Baron does start building up some corruption. That's fine. These guys did escape us, unfortunately. Yeah, whatever. Fine. Yeah, I mean, this is why we duped the Bogflies, to help chew through this big, giant wall of units. But, so be it. Unfortunately, I didn't play out the... I didn't play out the Wurmkin etching, so we have to draw back into that. It's not the end of the world. We're in fine shape as is. Especially since I'm just permadazing our good buddy over here. Oh, you are actually dying because I didn't get the burnout extension. Well, that's unfortunate. Shouldn't really affect us. Although I do get the Scourge Guards because reasons. Which is unfortunate. Doesn't matter what we get back, this last turn. Ta-da! Yeah, the Baron dies because he gets the corruption doubled eventually. Because I didn't keep dazing beginning of the last couple turns. Actually, he just dies without the corruption doubling, but that's fine. Takes us a while, but we get there. Okay. Did the boss do anything that fight? It attacked a few times during Relentless. But other than that, no. No, it did not. I mean, that's just the kind of people we are. Alright, Echo Blue. Those guys can die, whatever. Okay, I'm just not going to worry about the Vengeful Shard damage, I think. Why did you only get Reap for? It looks like it's only proccing twice on Serrated Mandibles when using this, even though... So, to clarify, normally it would make sense that it's applying Reap 4 because I'm doing 4 charges. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot that this is how this works. That's what's confusing me. It's only proccing once. It's that it does Reap 1 twice, and it's actually Reap 2 because we have Decayed Decoy, which adds +1 to each stack of Reap each time it's applied. So even though we are adding 4 charges, it only procs this once, which is a bit lame, but whatever, that's just how it works. Okay, we get that back, we do the Shelter, we have 92 armor on everybody, and Savagery is dazed. And we're applying a little bit of Reap, which is gonna build up some damage. Alright, good enough. As someone who hasn't been here for a bit, can I request a Railforge run? Yeah, we'll do that next. Do you have a preference between which of the 2 champions you want to see? because now there's not really any downside to doing it. Well, we get back to Wormkin Etchings, even though it's harder for me to play, but that's fine. Oh no, they're doing 26 damage to my dudes. However will I handle it with our 268 and counting armor? The second one, if you have no preference. I don't even know who they are. I'll go with Glacier in that case. Sure. First one's Herzl, second was Hef, so we'll play Hef. I generally like Hef more. But, you know, I do want to play with both of them. Yeah, I do want the Wormkin Etchings here, even though it feels bad not to play the Bloodthirsty Blade. Oh well. Also, the Sap is messing with me. We probably just shouldn't be playing out the Sap. You are dazed for 4 turns. I'm not sure I really care about this. I'll still do it, I guess. Alright, well, Savagery goes down. Yeah, I'll just take the entropy damage, who cares? It is cutting into our power a fair bit, so... Quick! Order in terms of likability. Herzl, Hef, Pyre Steward. I mean, that's easy, Tom. It's all about Hef. Herzl's okay. Deadbeat dad that he is. And Pyre Steward is an affront to humanity, and you know it. I do wish that I made the Wormkin Etchings cost us. I almost did. I didn't. It's fine. Here we are. I mean, not that, like, we're in great trouble here. Well, I meant to do the Bloom Burst that turn since we had a free path to hit on to Entropy. I mean, you're dazed for so many turns. We don't need to keep playing the Drip Fall. Oh, I do want to play this. Yeah, whatever. Here we are. Alright, we're almost there. Just gotta kill Entropy. Yeah, I don't really need to do that. I do wish that I had gotten Spell Chain, because then I could just be using the Broken Memories to get back the Wormkin Spike every turn, or not Wormkin, Wax and Spike every turn, rather than having to go through so many steps. Like, if I needed the armor more, I would care a lot more about doing the full loop, but I don't need the armor. I have so much. Shellsmith generates so much defense, which is, like, the benefit of it. Like, yes, I had Dripfall, but that was my only actual defensive card. Oh boy, it's Unearth Remains, one of the #1 cards people expected to be turned into a room. I'm glad it didn't get turned into a room. I would have really hated to lose this functionality as a spell. I think it's just a good, very helpful spell to be in the clan. Especially with the ability to return consume cards to your hand. Whereas if it were a room, sure, it would be nice, but you wouldn't be able to return it and repeatedly use it. Plus, we got Echo Bloom, which is basically that as a room anyways. Finally, we have Keeper of Echoes unlocked. So, it got buffed from Monster Train 1. It's no longer +1/+1 to friendly units. It is +2/+1 every time you generate a charge, which is honestly a little obscene, but it's good. It'd be a weird room. Also probably a weak room if it was like +1 per turn. Yeah, yeah. Like, it would get some functionality change. It would probably have landed closer to what Echo Bloom currently is. Probably a little weaker because Unearthed Remains is an uncommon and Echo Bloom is a rare. Obviously, it could have changed the rarity around, but that has other implications. But yeah, I'm happy that it is not a room. Oh boy, we unlocked Perfect Insanity. Fun fact for those of you who don't remember or never knew. Originally, this card was not minus 666 HP. It was originally deal 666 damage. Turns out, though, that is a little problematic with spell weakness. And so it was very easy to one-shot bosses. And so that got changed pretty quick. And then Carving Koriska, the greatest artifact to ever live. Anyways, whenever Extract is used, gain Ember and gain a charge. It is a great artifact. And I guess Rail 4 is only at 7, not 8. But we're making progress. Oh, my throat. I've been talking all day. Okay, so I'm told we wanted to see Hef. Once again, gotta say, love her new design. It's just so cool. And she definitely has a much better, like, dynamic pose than Herzl does. Like, Herzl's fine, but, like, Hef looks really cool. And also, I like Hef as a character. I'm very pleased that she finally gets to be, like, a real, like, champion. Regardless, here we go. Alright, it's Pyre Savagery. Smelt, I will explain in a moment. Yeah. I mean, it's so hard to not just take Jack Strips. Pretty sure we're taking Jack Strips. The one reason I might not want to take Jack Strips is just because we do have Pyre Savagery. And so killing things with Jack Strips does, you know, deprive us of slays. Nonetheless, we'll take the Jack Strips. Okay, so we already played Metalworker, so we're not going to play Metalworker. So we are going to play Handy, although I will say this is not the best clan combo for that. Kind of. But we'll do it anyways. So again, she can generate equipment for us. And time to get handy with Hef. Yeah, I was expecting those jokes. But that's what the devs wanted to name her, so that's what she gets named. Thanks for the follow, by the way, since I think I forgot to say it when you followed. So anyways, I have starter card. It's salvage. It smelts the card in hand. Since somebody was asking what smelt does, you consume a target card in hand and gain Ember and Forge points equal to its base cost. So you turn any card into a consume card, basically, and break it down into resources to use elsewhere. Alright. Speaking of, we're gonna break the Vengeful Shard. Yeah, the problem is that what I would like to do is get Hef a kill. but I think we'll do that and that. Yeah, we'll just give her an equipment for now while we build up forge points. Unfortunately, smelting an X-Cost card, I believe, still gives 0 everything. Almost makes Vengeful Shards a good thing. I mean, sort of. Like, you know, do keep in mind you could also just, you know, be smelting other non-blights. But yeah, it is cute that you can use them a different way. What it more does is, as far as blights go, it makes keeping Calcified Embers in your deck a little more interesting, because then they are a 3-cost thing that you don't feel bad about smelting. What's the best secondary clan, in your opinion, for Handy Hef? Probably Banished. For a number of reasons. Sword Maiden is a great partner for her, especially if you're making several Sword Maidens. But also you've got access to a number of really good equipment, like Wing Shield. Consider putting multiple Wing Shields on Hef. As well as things like Cursed Twin Blade, which is a very good use of... Like, the one great problem with Handy Hef is getting a way to really utilize all that equipment, because you don't want to just make a big beat stick that can't kill anything, or can only kill one single thing. And so having extra multi-strike, having ways to be doing extra damage, like, you know, with the winged shields is very good. Also, Valor makes it easier for her to stand at the front line, which is very nice. Again, Sword Maiden's great. The ideal dream is that you get Apex, whatever it's called. The equipment, or the artifact that gives equipment permascaling whenever you slay while it's equipped. Blood of the Apex, that's what it's called. But yeah, so there's a lot you can do. But Blood of the Apex in particular is great because it works for every equipment you have on Hef. So if she kills something while she's equipped with multiple equipment, they all get the bonus. And that can stack up real fast. With Renovate, you might not need to remove stewards. Yes, kind of. The thing, though, is that I still want to remove them so that I draw into the cards I care about faster. With Forge points, mind you, it is a little more reasonable to keep them around. But, yeah, ideally I would be still just playing better things than the stewards. That said, I am going to Renovate right now and make some space so I can play a steward if I draw it. Well, we'll eat one of those. Actually, I'm sorry. We're not doing it quite like that. Because I'm definitely 100% a person who remembers that they have jack strips. Also, admittedly, probably should just play out the second steward. But I don't want to. Has one used Forge points, or do you have the cards to use them? So, Forge points, there's a toggle right over here that you can turn on or off at will. When it is turned on, the next unit or equipment you play will get extra stats. In this case, it gains +3/+3 for every Forge point you spend on it. So, if I have it turned on, instead of this being 5/5, it becomes 44 and then 5, and then it will also gain armor as well. Which is partly why Hef has the weapon craft ability, because then she can make equipment that then she can buff with the Forge points and equip to herself. Boilerplate is interesting. Full Throttle, though, is pretty appealing. So Boilerplate, whenever it's forged, as in when you play it and give it Forge points, it gains 2 permanent armor for every forge point spent, plus it gains all the normal stats from the forge points. Which is appealing. Full throttle, on the other hand, is rather good for us. I'm just going to take full throttle. That's fine. I maybe want the Infectory. It is, well, it doesn't work with the Forge Steward, but I don't have to use the Forge Steward forever. Yeah, I'll take the Infectory. That's fine. Burst is conditional multi-strike. It means that as long as you, for every stack of burst you have, you attack at an extra time. But whenever you attack, you lose one stack of burst, and so it's just extra attacks. Okay, what do I want to do here? I wish I knew what unlocks I didn't have with Railforged, because I have no concept of what the 8, 9, and 10 unlocks are. That's not entirely true. I'm certain one of them is Knuckler Steward, which is like the coolest student in the clan. But aside from that, very little idea of what we haven't unlocked yet. I think there's got to be something obvious. That said, getting like Conductor Steward I wouldn't hate. On the other hand, like a Spore Launcher could be good in a world where we have Infectory. But we're gonna go here. Yeah, not what I was hoping for, but I don't dislike it. I'll take a salvage machine, I guess. Yeah, I kind of want to hold over, but I think I'm okay with just doing this to make it a lot more playable. Well, we're not really going to be getting kills against the Flagellants, but that's fine. I don't really have to have Hef up. I don't have to have her on bottom floor, but I still will. Does double stack affect burst? Yep. That it does. Unless I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure it works. Although now that I say that, I am doubting myself. Jackstrip's doing Hef's work. You're not wrong. Okay, so he's going to make some scrap metal for us so we can do this and then still have enough to get rid of the Calcified Ember and do that. And then... yeah, we'll just equip you now and make you a little stronger. Still not strong enough to kill the Flagellant, but that's okay. Yeah, unfortunately I have no meaningful target for the glow up currently, but hey. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I can't make the capacity and then play out the Spear Steward like I would like to do. There's the Infectory that would have been nice to draw earlier. Well, so be it. I guess I'll do that there, though I probably shouldn't have bothered. Okay, so we have the kill here. And just for good measure, although I really shouldn't do this in case it ends up giving the kill to the Spear Steward. That's fine. Yeah, getting the troops to block his attacks occasionally feels good. Alright, she gets another kill. Her power grows. I will probably take that boilerplate. Like, I do really like Proliferate, but it matters a lot more when I actually have something to meaningfully do with it. And, like, I do maybe... Like, I'm maybe going to be generating fungi, I guess, but... I'll just skip. It's so good in general. I don't have a great use for it here. I am going to go here. Salamander the Ridge Streameroni gets another savage kill. His power grows. Oh, man. Okay. Well. We're going to take that. And we'll take the weapons cache. Wait, Bounty Stalker got a buff. Weird, didn't feel necessary. Also, Legion of Black's buff. Woo. Yeah, so the Legion of Black's buff was something that we wanted for a long time. Where now it inherits its equipment onto things. As far as the Bounty Stalker buff, I do think it needed somewhat of a buff, since it is basically worse reformed ooze. Or reforming ooze. It's not quite the buff I wanted. I don't think it necessarily needed higher scaling. I think it should have gone like multi-strike. Because, like, it can do high damage, but it really struggles into the, like, larger waves. And so for a unit that you're expected to be playing repeatedly, like every turn, to get meaningful benefit out of it, I think giving it multi-strike and burnout to just essentially give it the draft infusion from Monster Train 1 would have been a good way to do it. And they gave it burnout, didn't give it multi-strike, gave it much higher scaling instead. I think that's a little disappointing, but still nice. And having the burnout on it by base makes it a little easier to get more varied upgrades on it. Namely, it's a lot easier to now have burnout, endless, and multi-strike on it. But regardless, here we are. Can Hef dual wield? Well, specifically this version of Hef can. Like, this champion path gives her one extra equipment that she can equip. So, normally, no, but at the moment, yes. Anyways, we're going to make weapons cache deployable. And then I don't have enough to merge, which is a little sad. Ooh, boyo. Yeah, we'll take on Stable Shard. At rank 3, does it become quad wield? That is for time to tell. Because quad wielding sounds ultra silly. It may or may not be. Yeah, we'll put you there. Problem is I don't really want to do the boilerplate yet. Honestly, do I even want to put the weapons cache here? Kind of. Alright, we're gonna do that, I guess, and that, and here we are. Whoa, Shadow Siege change? I think I like it. I do not, but that's just me. Yeah, the problem with giving him decay is that he'll start popping out dudes everywhere. I guess he won't go to top 4 unless I have units there. It's for a little safe, but still. You possess no joy in your soul, Sal, so... Hey, I gave my rationale on why I don't like the Shadow Siege change earlier. The people have already heard the rants. Okay, this is partly why we wanted full throttle. Again, unfortunately, I can't smelt the way I would have liked to. Well, here we are. Okay. Yeah, the problem is I can't let you murder me. Okay, that's a lot better seeming. That should be enough, right? Yeah. Guess I'll give you the equipment. I don't think it actually helps. Yeah, this is the problem, is that you're just going to die at this rate. But okay, fine. Alright, so let's give you some power. So now you can one-shot Flatulence. And the boilerplate now has a good chunk of permanent armor. Okay, we'll get the Infectory up finally. There's no reason for me to actually play out the Vengeful Shard when I can just do that. Okay, you're actually doing fine up there. But we'll do that so you don't have to take the hit. Alright, and now Hef just goes on a murder spree, which is not unwelcome. Yeah, that's fine. She gets the kills here. Ta-da! Oh, God. Do I want fused weaponry? Honestly, I don't even remember how it works with merged equipment. I feel like the answer is I don't want this, but maybe I do. Pyre Shot, honestly, is fairly useful for me. You know what? I'll take Pyre Shot, I guess. Ooh, it's Spike Driver Factory. So, God, we haven't even seen Spike Driver Spider this whole time. It can't be an unlocked card, can it? Anyways, so Spike Driver Factory, one of the rare units for the clan. It has the ability Spider Assembly, which is on cooldown 2. Crafts a Spike Driver Spider to your hand, then craft it. So Spike Driver Spider is a 0 cost 1/1 unit with burst 2. So it's meant to be similar to the Spike Driver colony from Monster Train 1, where it's they were in Monster Train 1. They're not. They're very similar, but they do look different and they function a little differently. Because the ones in Monster Train 1 just actually had multi-strike, these ones have burst. And the crafting that it mentions here is choose between 3 random upgrades to apply to a card. They are not shop upgrades. They are different. They are things like give it the ability to explode and kill itself and deal damage to the front enemy unit. Or give it quick. Or give it plus 10 attack. The problem is it's bad. I really like the flavor of this, but what it needs to do is to just pass on its upgrades onto the spiders it creates. That's what it needs to do. Because what it currently does is create a bunch of terrible, shitty little units that you can spend Forge on every turn if you really want to spend all your Forge points on them. And then they will, like, kind of do some work for you, but not that much work. A rare Ember Forge. Yeah. Anyways, it's a cool unit. I really like the idea behind it, but in practice, I think it's pretty underwhelming. At least at, like, High Covenant. But if it actually, like, gave its upgrades to the spiders that it created, whether it still does the crafting or not, then it would be useful. But, like, especially when you are hoping for a random upgrade to turn your one shitty little burst spider into something, like, that feels bad. That's not great. Especially since it's a unit that takes up 3 capacity, has basically no meaningful stats of its own, and the ability is on a cooldown too. Like, it's not great. It's not good. But I do really like the idea of it. Anyways, we're not going to take it, even though I should probably take it just for the mastery. But maybe they'll make it into a real unit someday. A 050 stat line really got to be bringing some strong utility to your squad. Yeah, fully agree. And I don't think it fits the bill. We are going to take Ember. Like, what's the Awoken gain energy for getting beat stat line? 1060. Honestly, don't know what's that right now. I feel like it's 50 HP. Yeah, 550. Also, I hate Wilting Sapwood. I still wish they'd change it. It's at least better in Monster Train 2. It's a still dumb, lame unit, but whatever. That's a different story altogether. So I think we're going to the left here. Again, I reiterate, no joy in your soul. I love wilting. Hey, just because you have bad opinions, Asher, it doesn't mean I'm a soulless monster. Anyways, handy 2. Now she can equip 2 additional equipments. What does Hef get on kill? Nothing at base. She gains attack right now because of Pyre of Savagery, which gives permanent attack on Slay. Oh, baby, we're on track for quad or penta wield. I guess we'll make him smaller. Fortunately, the salvage machine getting quick doesn't really help me. I don't love burst. I mean, it's not the worst thing I could be doing. But we'll just do that, I guess, and we'll give you some attack. You know what? Fine. We'll give you burst, I guess. I don't love you. I don't love it. But we'll do that. I think we're doing full throttle here. I do kind of want to dupe one of the equipment. Namely the boilerplate. But we'll do this. So we're going to merge 8 weapons into 4 and turn this to an actual useful spiderling. Yeah. Okay, so we might actually just want to set up on a higher floor so the things can't give us corruption when they die. We do miss out on a bit of power, but that's fine. And yes, I did mean to do the weapons cache, and then I spaced out. I guess we'll still do it right now. The problem is I don't really want to play all of my things without forging them. I will just give her that for now. So she automatically has the quick, I don't have to draw back into it, yada yada yada. God, I really need to get rid of a bunch of crap in my deck. And I guess we'll do the Infectory here, even though it makes it harder for you to take hits. I mean, I have the glow up, I could move him, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I will give you an equipment for now. I'll hold on to the boilerplate while I build up some forge. Even if I am by far not the most efficient deck at that. Yeah, so that gives 0-0, unfortunately. But we'll do this for 3. And a bunch of capacity I can't really use. Good old turn 1 boilerplate. You know it, Tom. Question, how does equipping an already full equipped Hef work? Does it replace the first equipment plate owner? Yes. It is first in, first out. Wasn't that the temporary boilerplate? What? We don't have a temporary boilerplate. She makes crafted equipment, which is temporary, but boilerplate is... We have one in the deck. Yeah, well, we're doing this because that's the only way that I kill that. And I guess we'll get rid of you. And I'll do the full throttle for now. Did you get one from Weapons Cache? That's not how Weapons Cache works. Weapons Cache doesn't make temporary equipment. It draws equipment from your deck and discounts it. I see, my bad. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we'll move you up front. And we'll build up some forge points. You know what? You can have some equipment too, I guess, buddy. Problem is I don't have meaningful equipment to equip to Hef currently. Also, with the jack strips, like, they're all dying before Hef actually gets to murder them, which is a bit sad, but I really didn't want all the corruption building up on us, so this is what we did. Okay, well, hopefully we draw into what we care about in a moment. And I've been playing Monster Trainer, had a chance to watch you recently. Yeah, no worries. It's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to smelt the scrap metal, but that's okay. We'll at least boilerplate it up and watch as it gets notably stronger, and then give everybody an additional attack again. And now it's time for Hef to start swinging. The rest of my team is a lot weaker, but that's fine. No, the steward got the kill. I mean, it's fine. It's just the more kills we give to Hef, the better. Ooh, Geared Gauntlet is a bit weird for us. It is more equipment, But I don't really want it on her. Since it stops her from attacking normally. And instead, she would just build up a bunch of burst until we choose to expend it. I will take another full throttle. This turns out that's quite good with her. Yeah, I'll just go here. The removals are kind of appealing, but let's see what is on offer here. Yeah, we do technically have X cost cards. I just don't really care about them. I'm pretty happy to take Herzl's Anvil, I think. Crystallized Wing is also a maybe, but I think we take that. Also, let's see what this is first. I don't think we want only rares. Under Legion has some interesting rares, although I don't think they're that helpful for us right now. I think we're just taking Pressurized Boiler, which will be pretty silly during the Titan fight, if nothing else. Could do Beacon's Light. Could also just make a big chunky steward. Pressurized Boiler is hilarious. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I don't know, fine, we'll just do this. I've got other things that I'm gonna struggle to play already. And I can't really re-roll here, but that's fine. Getting more Forge is still good. Plus 50, plus 50, ooh. Yeah, it also gets rid of any text on the card, but that's why we put it on a Steward, which is fine. So yeah, this is up to 70 permanent armor, so that's not bad. But we are not going to use it currently. Stop drawing the boilerplate. It's not what I want to see. I do need to thin my deck. I really just need to get rid of like the Renovate and such. Anyways, Hef will go and murder these guys, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Fine. The only problem with having Quick is that we kill them before they have a chance to attack into the Forge Steward, which is not ideal, but it's a thing. Anyways, Hef now kills the frontliner, they attack in, we get revenge after. I would love to get more equipment for Hef, though. Like, we're not doing a whole great job of that. And obviously, she can make her own equipment. It's not like we're fully dependent on this. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not killing because of the stupid Protector. So we don't get the Collector, which brings such great and terrible sorrow to my life. Yeah, I'm fine doing the boilerplate now. And now Hef comes out swinging. Missed the Collector, playthrough ruined, better restart. You know, it does feel like that. Got we're already back up to 11 forge points. Sure. I don't think we really need to do that. Not with Hef sitting over here with as high stats as she has. But, hey. Then again, it is this guy. Whatever. Something's going to... Oh, you know, let's put you up front so Hef can kill you. I don't know who's going to get the kill here. I'm not going to calculate it. Hopefully it's Hef. And by that I mean, it's a bunch of reanimate, so we gain some on everybody. Would have been nice if more of it went to Hef, but fine. That's fine. She's getting some power as is. Ooh, it's Railgun. I do like Railgun. I don't know that I can justify it here when I could just take another full throttle, which is legitimately very good for me. So we're going to do that. Okay, here's the deal. I do want the Merchant of Magic. I also really want the Merchant of Arms. We're going to go the Merchant of Arms. Also, the healing, not unwelcome. I am not giving Hef Iron Tongue. I am maybe giving Hef Overgrowth Carapace. Maybe. Specifically in a world where we are using the Renovates, which I wasn't really planning to use long term, but now that's a little more appealing. Like, +20/+20 a turn is not unwelcome. I don't know that it's good enough for my desires, though. I'll take it. I don't know if we're actually going to use it well. Zone of Silence is sort of nice, but I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to take those. Definitely wanted better than what is here. Though, again, it's fine. I can do a variety of things. Okay, well, we'll see what we can do. Would have loved, like, Void Armament. That would have been nice. But that's okay. I also would have taken Glass Cannon, but that was not a thing. Okay, I do think I'll wait on the boilerplate, though it's getting to the point where I'm pretty okay with just playing it out normally. That's right, I can do that. I was spacing out for a second, trying to figure out how I want to do this, but I don't actually have to make those decisions. Okay. And then we'll renovate, and she'll start gaining some stats every turn. This isn't terrible. She's also becoming huge. And unfortunately, not quite as strong as I want yet. Kind of want to do that, but then I don't know when I'm going to draw the other renovate. I think we'll just put you there. I think that's okay. And then let's greed a little bit and do this and just have Hef murder you two first. And then we run through our burst, because that's how burst works. Well, there's the other renovate. Go forth, my mighty squad! Right. There's 4 waves remaining. I think I'm okay with waiting to forge the boilerplate. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to draw back into it. It would be nice to have right now, but not absolutely necessary. And just the more I can forge it now, the better. Well, she's doing some work for us. No, the room is full because we have things. Alright, well, I believe she's max capacity, so we don't need to generate any more capacity than this. Yep. She is quite giant. All right, and there's the boilerplate again. And now 80 more points go into it. Ta-da! She is, she's quite something. Burst isn't even a buff, so you can't propagate it. Fair, really. Yeah, I mean, it would not be correct for it to be anything else. Unfortunately, they kill those instead of leaving it for Hef, but that's fine. You know, I did totally space out that the salvage machine is pretty cute, harvesting with the fungi, which is fine. We're doing well without that. Mitosis cap is kind of cute. I think we're just going to do another Pyre Shot, even though... No, we're not going to do another Pyre Shot. What we are going to do is draw, though. Okay, we're going to go here. I do want the Merchant of Arms, but I think I want this more. Mostly because I would like to make more playable full throttles, since that is just so good for me. Alright, so Handy Hef 3. She now can equip 3 additional equipments, and she gets Trample. So, there we go. I mean, the Renovate on Intrinsic is probably worth it. I also really want the full throttle. But I think I'll do this, I guess. Yeah, there's the holdover we want. I would love dualism or double stack for it, but we can't. So we'll do that, and we'll -2 the other one. Show me quick sweep, multi-strike trample. Yeah. 1 weapon each hand, 1 in your mouth, and 1 where? Who knows? Okay, so we're probably doing another full throttle. Yeah, that's probably what we're doing. It's either that or, like, I dupe the boilerplate, which I was considering, but we'll do this. Alright, the reanimate shouldn't be too bad for us with how many extra attacks we're going to be doing. Okay. I might just give you the boilerplate now so we don't have to ever worry about your defense. Sure, I guess we'll do that. Just give me one moment. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay, there we go. So, let's make that. Let's salvage that. Okay, and then we make some capacity so Hef can start growing. Anyways, look at her go! Go ahead and do that. Sure, we'll just do more now instead of playing out the Spear Steward. Unfortunately, we don't have her quite strong enough to murder all these things easily, but we're working on it. This is partly why we wanted, like, you know, various things that we didn't get. Okay, so let's craft you some power. And now she's a lot more impressive. Oh, she's tall. Yeah, she is right now. Overgrowth Carapace will do that to you. Lore appropriate F size. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, I should have made this and I just didn't realize. Well, that's fine. There we go. She just cleaves through all of our enemies. Yeah, it turns out full throttle is it's pretty good. Yeah, we'll just eat the Pyre Shot. We don't need the Pyre Shot. Not really. Oh no, it's Rax. Look at his puny form. He's got nothing on us. Alright, well, let's give her more equipment. Let's give her more attacks, and we'll call that good. Oh, you know what? Let's actually put you up front so Hef can kill more. We're doing our own Aatrox cosplay. Yeah. Ta-da! There she goes. I mean, Masterwork is kind of cute. Maybe take it, but I don't think we need it at this point. Machinist Tome is fairly unnecessary, but honestly kind of want to take it. You know what? Sure, maybe. Fine. Don't need those. Look at all those full throttles. I think we're probably just going here. In the ideal world, we get Lightstone Casing. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. Propagate doesn't matter. Those also don't matter. Sure. Why not, I guess? Okay, let's just do that, and I guess that, even though I suspect it doesn't really matter to me. And then we'll get rid of you and you. That's fine. Alright, well, here we go. Okay, so here's boy number 1, boy number 2. There's, come on, get out of my way. You come out, and then you become quick, you become growing, and you get 290 armor. And now you can only lose. Alright, let's do this in the right order, since it does matter what we play first. Okay. Anyways, now he can only lose at max 15 armor at a time. Yeah, we'll just eat a Spore Touch, that's fine. Don't think I really need the Pyro Shot, so you know what, we'll eat you too. Wait, does that mean with Titan Skin 15 that thing is invulnerable? I forget the order that they apply in. I think the answer is no. I'm pretty sure the Titan Skin applies first, and then this is last. But I don't remember for sure. Okay, there's no reason to hold off on this, basically, so we'll give her her first crafting. And then all the other guys who have been building up their rage take it out on Dominion, since now they have something to attack. Just eat the glow-ups. We basically have never used them. Oh, I do have that as well. Oh well. We're just thinning our deck down to as many full throttles as we can. Yeah. Fine, we'll just do this now. Ta-da! Well, Dominion cowers in fear over there. I should have done that in a different order because I could have actually played on all of those during that turn. Doesn't really matter. Everything's fine. There we go, and our salvage machine doesn't even die since now we have protected him with our body. Also, you know, we could just give him a bunch of armor if we really wanted. There we go. We just smash through and murder each and every enemy. Those guys do survive half just because they have enough reanimate, but that's not saying much. And then we put Dominion through the grinder with good old salvage machine. Anyways, here we go. Here's the Titans. Anyways, Handy Hef is pretty silly. It's not always going to work this well. It is hard to get 4 good equipment for her, but, you know, it's fine. There's ways you can do it, and just, like, if you're building up enough forge points, just, like, dumping your own crafted equipment into her is still pretty good. As evidenced by, you know, that's how we're getting, like, half of our attack right now. Since I have no other damage scaling other than what she's been getting from savagery. Also, I think it's the first time we've seen it, but here is our Pyre with its Burst 4 going to Machine Gun Dominion. So, that's the thing. Lovely. Rest in pieces, Dominion. Get dunked on. You were never missed, Dominion. Yeah, pretty much. And especially since we have Pyre of Savagery, it's a lot of damage right off the bat. Okay, well, let's just do things. I suppose I should have done the full throttle first. That's fine, whatever, who cares. Not a big deal. Okay. Sadly, not going to have enough Ember this turn. I mean, I don't, like, totally need to be doing the Pyre Lights, but we'll still do it. And we'll give you some more strength now that we have a little bit of Forge. It is a little silly watching my dudes try to deal damage aside from Hef. Like, Hef does damage. Everyone else, a lot less. That's fine. We'll take some sap. Who cares? Alright, so you're basically dead. We'll do this and just do a chunk of damage. I mean, 3 to 4 multi-strike per turn from your Ember is still decent damage. Yeah, I mean, like, our deck is doing well. Like, don't get me wrong. Oh no, extra enemy scaling. Anyway, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're just waiting on Dominion, who we will murder shortly. I was gonna craft some equipment in this turn, but we don't actually need to, so we may as well wait one more turn and get some more forge. And like, it's not a small amount of forge either. Not that playing the Pyrolite matters, but hey, that's not what I meant to click. I meant to click that. Yeah, just 245 extra attack, a whole bunch of extra armor as well. Ta-da. Well, time for her to just beat him down. We are the same size as Savagery, I'd like to point out. Anyways, that was a run. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I think Handy Hef is cool. I don't think she necessarily has best path by any means, and she is certainly awkward, as I said, but she is cool. There are a lot of fun things you can do with her. Like I was saying before, you can do like 4 Shield of Wings, and then she has a quadruple revenge trigger, for instance. You can do 4 old growths, and she gains a whole lot of HP. How does she feel as Lazarus? She feels pretty good. Generally, well, Handy Hef can be pretty good with Lazarus because it allows you to better utilize craft equipment, which is really nice because you can get you can get the multi-strike equipment from Dual Edge Bearer. You can also do the trample equipment from Twist Assistant. You don't necessarily need the trample since you get at rank 3, but you do get the strike trigger, which is pretty useful still. Kind of one of the best things for her with Lazarus is that they have Minds of their own, which allows equipped units to attack immediately, since that's another way to help, similar to what I was doing with Full Throttle, it's another way to help get her, to convert her like high stats and heavy investment into like something very powerful, especially if you're giving her like multi-strike via Void Armament or Dual Edge Bearer. You know, like when you play Minds of Their Own, she will get her multi-strike as well. So there's a lot of fun things you can do. Yeah, she works pretty well with Lazarus. Her Artificer path probably works better with Lazarus, kind of. But yeah, they're both good. Anyways, we finally unlocked Herzl's Hammer, which I had mixed feelings about. So 2 Ember Strike, apply attack 3 and armor 3 to friendly units. So it's basically like Everlasting Light. Which is good. Everlasting Light is a great equipment, and there are some differences here. So like this one is affected. It applies armor directly rather than Valor, so it does protect the backliners better. Isn't quite as good at protecting frontliners because the Valor is replenishing. But it is powerful. I don't quite like how much overlap there is with Everlasting Light, but there's a little bit of nuance. Why is the show Titan Skin tooltip? No idea. Well, let's report it. There we go. It just, it's a bug that shows up occasionally. Don't know why it's showing Titan Skin, but they'll fix it. But anyway, so there's Herzl's Hammer and Steel Stockpile. Conserve up to 10 forge points between battles. Pretty useful because, that is essentially plus 30 right off the bat. So that's good. And like you saw how often I was ending battles with unspent forge points. Because even if I spend them on the last turn, if you have any sort of engine that generates forge points, you're often going to be generating forge points on that turn anyways. But yeah, it's good. Knuckler Steward, the greatest unit in the clan. I love this thing. Not my favorite visually, but like, It's so cool. So, it has a sort of simple effect. Revenge, gain burst. So enemies punch it, it gets angrier, and it strikes back. It's just super cool. And since the burst, I believe, is affected by dualism, I know it's affected by double stack, but I believe it's affected by dualism as well. And so, but yeah, it's cool. I really like it. Punch mage energy. Oh, good heavens. Yeah, anyways, it's like my favorite unit in the clan. It's powerful, it's fun. I like it a lot. Obviously, it's a rare unit. You're not going to see it all that often, but still. Oh, we're not quite at level 10. God, I have no idea what the level 10 unlock is. I could probably figure it out if I actually like look through the card pool, even though there's one card we haven't seen. I thought it was going to be Knuckler Steward, but that was 9. Like, it could just be another artifact, I suppose. Where are you, Railforged? There you are. Yeah, no, it's not an artifact. They're both just not yet discovered. Looking is cheating. I mean, I do know all these things. I've played with this for a while now. But, yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. That said, do you want more Railforged? Do you want Wormkin? Anyone got preferences? I'm going to get up and I'll be back in a moment or two. So feel free to leave your opinions. I just got to stretch since, you know, I've been sitting in this chair for so many hours. Alright. It's gone a lot longer than intended, but I'm back. And we will play a new run. Sounds like people want to see more Rail Forged with Herzl, so let's do Herzl. And see what we get. Oh god, it's Pyre of Entropy. Oh god. And we don't even have Hef starter to forge away the garbage. We do have Steel Polyclaw, the greatest card of all time. Okay, we'll see what we can do. God, Void Fragment right at the beginning is so good, except, like, thinning our deck with Pyre of Entropy is a bit miserable. Oh, God. I still kind of want to do it, but, like... I mean, I think it's... Wing Steel with Pyre of Entropy is also a bit infuriating. But we can maybe get around that better. I think maybe I just take Wing Steel. I do kind of want the removals, though. I just don't know how well I'd utilize them. Whatever, we'll just take Wing Steel, that's fine. We'll get angry at Pyre of Entropy. Okay, so we're taking Enduring Steel, because it is the one path on Herzl we have not played yet today, and therefore we are playing it. I was hoping we'd see it. I didn't really want to re-roll if we didn't see it, but here we are. And since I kind of breezed past it, Forge is permanent, and instead of the +3/+3 for Forge point, it is now +1/+1, but again, it's permanent. And that is anywhere on the train, not just on Herzl's floor. So, there we go. Okay. Perm as in saves between battles? Yep. You are permanently forging your units or equipment to be stronger. Okay, that's broken in the new mode. I mean, kind of. Do I want to do this way? I don't. Okay, let's do it this way. And we have Steel Polyclaw. Let's move you up here where you can die a fool's death. Well, don't mind me, Collector, but you belong here now. Turns out Steel Polyclaw is truly just that great. Yeah, we knew we were going to draw into a shard. That's fine. Okay, we're going to do that. And then it's going to look weird, but we're going to replace it with another one. Oh, actually, maybe not. Maybe not doing it quite like that. Okay, this is fine-ish. So we're going to do that. Yeah, I guess we'll do the same thing, but slightly different in execution. Like, I am going to leak some enemies, whatever, fine. We at least got him down, so we're only taking one hit on the fire. Oh, yeah, I did space out on this. Not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was Forge the Paraffin Enforcer, and I totally messed up the ordering of things, kind of. So whatever, fine. Become an enhanced Spear Steward, I guess. Who really cares? Because what I was trying to do was just reform the dude, and everything would have been fine. But no. But no. Either way, we at least win the battle, and that's okay. But would have really preferred to forge something proper. Oh boy, it's a Spike Driver Spider. It's so weird to me that this is the first time we're seeing it. This is not like our first run. God, do I want to do a stupid Spike Driver Spider? You know what? I do. Let's do it. We are sort of the best clan for it. Kind of. You'll see what I mean eventually. So the problem is I do want to get, like, a Railforge unit. But we're gonna go here. Okay, give me quick or endless. Yep. There we are. Gonna reforge and reform that little menace. Well, we're not gonna reform him anymore, but yes, absolutely correct. Kind of want a Paraffin Thug here. Probably taking a Tycoon here, maybe. It's free money, kind of. Still, I'll take it, I guess. And the minus number is a bit of a problem, but it is what it is. Okay. Oh, here he is. Everyone's favorite friend. Look at him go. Truly a master of all things. No, again, if we had, like, salvage machines, so we were getting, like, the Harvest Forge, I would appreciate that, but we aren't. Like, I could give him extra attack, which would be nice, but then he wouldn't be burning out. And I do want him to burn out, so that is not acceptable. But we'll do this. That's Tom's favorite unit draft he could possibly get. Money. That's fair. I do appreciate that the Spike Driver Spider is 0 cost, but, like, yeah, it is not my favorite unit. At least this is going well for us, and that we are doing just enough to kill the Flagellant each turn, and we're just building up the Spike Driver as we go. Yeah, because then you'll die from the burnout. I would love to use that Wicklash on you, but alas. Yeah, we're still not in great shape overall here. Yeah, probably should have done the Steel Pulley Claw at a different time. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, the minus Ember is really cutting into my power. Well, we'll still do it like this, I guess. Yeah, I forgot that it's less... You're still dying for the burnout. That's fine, kind of. The problem is we're not actually killing the Flagellant this way, but that's probably worth keeping the Tycoon a little healthier. Okay, now you're strong enough to get a kill there, at least. Kind of. We are gonna steal you away, I guess. Although I should have done that slightly differently. I should have stolen you away first. But I didn't. And unfortunately, this way you're not getting the Whiplash. Yeah, that's not really looking acceptable. Yeah, I don't know. This looks real bad. I just have so little offensive power. There may be things I could do differently. Like, I could just not be playing out all the stewards and just leave some capacity open. Like, I don't know how I truly feel about that, but it's sort of an option. Although this way we didn't draw a spider, which is a problem. Hef wouldn't have lost this fight. You're damn right. Hef is by far the superior champion. I don't know why I pulled him up there. I'm not actually killing him up there, and so hers will just take a hit. And so does my Pyre. But, you know, here we are, I guess. Okay, well, we're going to play you out there and give you Whiplash 1 and Whiplash 2. And then we do take some fire damage. Oh well, sometimes fire damage happens. We're going to do this so that we can get rid of your backliner. Yeah, that's 100 away. Pretty confident we lose that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just better if I am... I don't even know. The problem is that all of my power's in the Spike Driver. And I just can't forge enough and or get him enough burnout. Admittedly, this would be fine if I had just not given him the Endless and could be reforming him. Which I had considered this problem. And then I did this to myself. I mean, there's probably better ways I could do some of this. But that's fine. We'll let it happen. Yeah, once we lose the spider, it's just so hard for me to get damage to stick. Yep, there we go. That's fine. Sometimes you make bad choices and you rely on Spike Driver spiders, and then you remember that they are the enemy. And there they are. And everyone's favorite Fire Steward. I'm gonna see if we have Enduring Steel, and if we don't, I'm just gonna reroll. Yeah. Just because that's the only one that we haven't gone to rank 3 with yet, so... I figure we may as well actually play it since we already lost the win streak. Oh, great. Pyre of Entropy again. Yeah, of course. Fine. Well, one of these is an obvious pick. So we do have Steel Steward, which is something. And we have Under Legion. Not the best pairing to be Enduring Stealing with, but hey. Yeah, I'll just leave the Steel Steward unplayed and forge it when I can. Unfortunately, this is not a great start for that plan. Maybe we should have done the spawning pods there, but hey. Our goal is really just build up some forge and go from there. And accept that we're taking some hits. Not that, like, the Steel Steward is the ideal target for me to forge, but here we are. Especially since, like, early game, its ability doesn't actually do all that much. Since enemies just don't hit hard enough for it to matter. Also, it's knockback Archeon, which also is unhelpful for us. But, hey. Alright, well, we continue bleeding out, but I still feel like buffing Herzl there was the better choice. Yep, here we are. Well, we took a not small amount of damage, but at least we pumped some power into the Steel Steward. I mean, I do think we should probably take it. I kind of want the masterwork, though, because that is a much better forging situation for us. But also, we could get, like, a Railforge banner and maybe get something that forges. Still, we'll take the spider. We'll skip those. Alright, let's go here first. Fine, sure. It's not what I wanted, but it's okay. I do think we're probably doing Hammerfall here. Just give me some flexibility and damage buff. If I had the masterwork, that definitely would have been my target, but oh well. Here we are. Okay, so let's do these. And those. Alright, let's play you out. And we'll just try to build up some forge as we can. Unfortunately, again, not terribly great at actually forging at the moment, but we're trying. Okay, at least I can do some helpful things. Okay, well, that's as good as that's gonna get, it looks like. But we don't actually kill you. We're very close to killing you. So you heal 15? Well, whatever. We take some fire damage. Hey, you're at 3. Had I just sunk one more into you, I could have... Or into the Hammerfall, I could have killed. And then he already used up his burst. What a loser. We're going to use that one to kill off your backliner, because that's relatively helpful. Alright, well. Thus he dies. The spider will grow. That is sort of the ideal. Boilerplate is good-ish. Bonk is also somewhat appealing. I guess I'll take the Boilerplate. I'll skip those, then maybe we should take the Rot. It's just not very helpful at the moment, but it will become a lot better later. I kind of wanted to heal here. Oh well. That's not what we are doing. No, not really what we need. Although the Moral Mistress actually probably would have been okay. I kind of want to do Smidge there, but then I don't really have enough to roll for things I care about. Not what I wanted, but I will take Multi-Strike on you, I guess. Sorry if I missed it, but have you unlocked Glug yet? If it is unlockable, no. We have not done so yet. I would not be surprised if he's the level 10 worm can unlock, but I honestly have no idea offhand. That's a maybe. Yeah, fine. We'll do that. The problem is what we really wanted was quick and endless. And we didn't see any of those on offer. Yeah, you know what? We're actually going to get rid of the calcify number. I was debating it, then I didn't do it, but let's just do that. Yeah, so you're going to get knocked back, which is acceptable. And then we continue bleeding out, which is less acceptable. We'll just get rid of that right now. I guess I'll give you extra attack and then take some damage and you feel like a chump. The goal at this point is dump some forge points into the boiler plate. Okay, that's fine-ish. Okay, we're just trying to keep blockers alive for the spiders so they can do some damage to Archeon in Relentless. That's what we're trying to do. And I know we're not using the Hammerfall very well, but like building up the defense is the more important thing to me at the moment. I do need you alive, though, for the permanent gains. Kind of. I don't have to do permanent gains, I suppose, but I would like to. So I really need to draw into the thing I care about. There's the boilerplate. It's not that impressive, but we'll at least do that. Okay. Yep, there we go. Everything's fine. Everything at all. Alright, well, here we go. Ta-da! Like, it does add up pretty quick. We don't want Anvil Breaker. We don't want that. I don't really want Great Decay, especially with, what's his face? That corruption putting in work? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I just really want better Forge at this point, is the main thing. Another Crucible Steward is kind of cute. A Salvage Machine is appealing. I think we're just doing Salvage Machine. And then we take Ember because Pyre of Entropy sucks. Sure, fine, we're going here. Could hold over another Hammerfall, which I don't totally hate. Okay. So now it is +1/+2 permanently. So more armor than it was, but otherwise the same. And he has, you know, better stats, of course. Yeah, don't want to double stack that. Could do holdover, but that's so bad as far as like Forge generation goes. I think we just want to do another Hammerfall. Yeah, that feels kind of bad. Yeah, the -1 on the Hammerfall is better than the +10. Because whether I'm using it to kill an enemy or to buff an ally, this just does more. Okay, so to take a little bit of burden off me, we're just gonna do the spider now. Okay. Alright, salvage me. Machine goes there. Not wild about that, but I guess this is what we're doing. Although, again, you are truly the enemy of all mankind. I don't have anywhere to play out other things. We'll get rid of you, I guess, because you are just the worst. And we'll do what we can. Okay, well, that's the way where we can avoid the corruption, at least. At least, you know, on things we care about for the most part. And I'm fine with the steward dying, basically. Maybe I actually wanted to forge that for the higher ember. You know what? I actually will. Okay, so let's eat that. And then we can play that out easily. And now we have a lot more just stuff total. Okay. Yeah, there's no real downside to me playing a Spear Steward here. We still have one open for the other spider. So long as I'm not generating troop there, I guess. We're gonna kill that, even though it brings me great, terrible sorrow. Oh, God. It gets miserable so quick. Let's kill those ones and suck it up. I did heal, so it's not like we're in as bad of a shape. It's just, it would be so nice to not be suffering. Alright, well, we're not gonna fight for more forage than this. That's good enough of an increase. With how much time is left in the battle, like, there's no way we're gonna draw the spider again in time, so. Well, everyone hates you, Kel, but at least we'll kill your backliners, I guess. Yeah, so be it. Anyways, I hope this is good enough. Yeah, I was pretty sure it would be. Also, we can forge you, I guess. Not that it really matters, and you don't get the permanent gains because Herzl's dead. But, there we go. Our army of shitty little spiders doing its job. Yeah, the magnetic relay is fairly appealing. I think. Yeah, I'll take that. There's another card I'd really like. I mean, honestly, I kind of want to take the Pox, but we're not going to. I just want, like, the Merchant of Steel. But we'll do this. I'll take Twisting Mycelium. That's not the worst thing I could do. Ooh, Herzl's Hammer is something. Well, we're gonna dupe another spider, maybe? Maybe? It's weird that it displays them on different lines. I know why it does, because they're from different sources, but still. Right. Yeah, maybe just... Okay, we'll just dupe the spider now. It's something. Yeah, I don't actually want to spend all that much gold. I do really want the gold for the next shop. The Mine's Ember here hurts. It hurts a lot less now that I have the extra Ember and all that, but still, it's not my favorite. Well, let's get rid of that. Well, here we are. How you doing, King of Steam? Alright. Oh, and I forgot to leaving the scrap mode in my hand is going to be an issue. Well, I mean, we don't have to do that. Ugh, I already hate this pyre. I didn't even know there was a DLC planned release day. I haven't played in months. How's the DLC? I love it, but I already knew I would. Like, you know, I am one of the testers. But yeah, I think it's great. I like it a lot. Big fan. The new clan is certainly a little, like, awkward, but there's a lot to like. And I, of course, enjoy Wormkin being back. I saw Thomas the Fish stream really short yesterday, something with Souls. Yeah, there's a new game mode called Soul Savior, which is a like a roguelite mode, which is what that is. Very nice, Fury. Glad you made it to the 180, 180. It is certainly not a short journey to get there. Okay, let us consume some scrap metal. God, I wish I had to have starter. Okay, let's get rid of one of those. Let's play out some more dudes to die. Okay, let's kill these now so I get the harvest. So then I get a little bit more to sink into my beautiful, beautiful spider army. There we go. I think I did 18 combos over the last 4 days. I mean, that's a lot. Especially if you're playing at the speed that I play on stream. I definitely play faster than this on my own time. Or I play at the same speed while being distracted watching TV. But different matter altogether. Okay, you know what? I will do it this way. And just have you immediately consume the scrap there. Okay. We'll generate 2 more forge. And I think we're just going to buff the spider rather than the hammer. And then we put the hammer. I sat my dudes a little bit, but so be it. And thus, they get to work. Went out Sunday too, so didn't do much, and I got stuck on some problem combos like Wrecked or Awoken. I gotcha. I mean, I think we just return one of the spiders with the magnetic relay and then reforge it now that we have more points. Like, I am leaving him to die, but so what? Alright, we'll take a little bit of pyre damage, but that's just pyre of entropy for you. Oh no, it's Quoto! The Great Destroyer! God, I've just not been using the Hammerfalls for, like, their normal purpose. Which is fine. I mean, they are meant to be a ping spell, but I'm not using them for buffs at all. I mean, whatever. There's not really any purpose for me having the scrap metal, so I shouldn't actually do it, but hey. I don't know why I'm hitting you, but whatever. Is he the new hardest boss in the game meme? Are you talking about Quoto? Because, yes, if so. Very much that is the case. Oh, okay. Well, our deck is a clumsy bit of despair, but it is working, and the further we go, the better it gets, kind of. Quota will get his revenge one day. Yeah, maybe. Alright. I mean, Trap Shoot is good. I think we're taking Masterwork, though. Just as a slightly better way to forge, kind of. Okay, we are finally going to the Merchant of Steel to try to upgrade some of these spiders. I do want to chime in that Sal's lost to the hardest boss of the game, Monster Train 1, on more than one occasion. I mean, yeah, but I also do a lot of bizarre things and clearly do not play the optimal play pattern at any given moment. The amount of times I've beaten that boss, Living Armor, I think is its name, in Monster Train 1, or the amount of times I've lost to it, is not even close. Well, we'll do the quick here, I guess. And then I guess one of you's gonna get Dualism. So, Endless is nice, except that I'm not actually getting them killed. Because they have the permanent armor on them. If they didn't, that'd be different. The greed is real. First day here. Yeah, yeah, you all know. I mean, I don't really need these. It maybe is worth it on Salvage Machine, which honestly spaced out that I should have been giving it things. Yeah, I was debating this on the Dualism one. It does have a lot of armor. The problem is that we have the Fungis in front all the time, basically. And so, like, there's not often that the Spike Driver is going to get hit adequately. But, I mean, like, it does add up. And technically, I can play it in front of this. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that. As long as I'm careful about it, I can play it in front of the Fungi. My deck is a thing. Yeah, I totally meant to give you HP, and I forgot. And I should have given the Crucible Steward some attack. Doesn't matter a ton, but it was what it was meant to happen. Whatever. Here we are. Murder Kale. Although I am fairly reliant on drawing into the spiders. Which I have 3 of them, and I draw about a third of my deck. So it's not, like, totally unreasonable. Well, didn't get what we wanted. Oh, I can't put you there now. Never mind. Fuck me. Like, I could magnetic relay him, I guess, but that's not as exciting. Yeah, the problem is not killing these guys is not really a tenable option. Oh, he's not like this. Unfortunately, you're still getting a big buff from Kale, which makes this awful. I do think I probably just have to have my spiders on top floor. I considered that. I was trying to do it not that way, but I think it's just too much of an issue if I don't draw them early. Yeah. Alright, I forgot we still start at level 1 for each new clan. I have to unlock cards. Yeah, it is weirding me out tremendously today, I will say. Well, that's maybe acceptable. I do still take a lot of pyro damage, but I'm pretty sure I survived. Honestly, didn't check my math, but we're going to make the assumption that I survived. Yeah, there goes most of my health, but not all of my health. Alright, well, time to bring you out. You at least have a lot of armor. And then you gain some permanent rage, so have at ye. Oh god, get rid of all this garbage. Ooh, infused cards look funky, love it. Yeah, they look a bit strange. I actually prefer the old look, but they're not bad. They, you know, do their job serviceably. That's what I care about. Okay, well, I lost most of my health, but I didn't die. Oh, I wish I could smelt with you this turn. Well, we're gonna do this, and we're going to just accept life. Why do you cost 1? Oh, because I have the Savage Shackles in hand. Didn't even see it there. Well, never mind. Ignore that plan. I got 11 forge points. Still probably worth doing. And then just play you out and play out the hammer on you. Oh god, I'm getting low on HP though. I can't just be taking all this damage from the blights. Yeah, well, let's forge him again. And give him back his hammer, I guess. Yes, murder them. Murder them all! Yeah, it doesn't matter what I do here. I don't have a way to forge, so... Anyways, that's fine. Like, we're muddling our way through. Awkward spider crew that we are. Ta-da! The spider will grow and conquer. He's certainly doing it. I mean, I kind of like Tome of Evergrowth, but we'll skip. Oof. Oof. I mean, I do like the Merchant of Arms. We're gonna go here, though, for a variety of reasons. Sure, I shouldn't, but I will. Alright, Enduring Steel 3! Now it's +2 attack and armor 3. So both the armor and the attack goes up for rank 3. Alright, that gives us a lot of health back. Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, don't love you, but we should be able to get around, do no problem. Oh, I'm sorry, we actually want to be on mid-floor so I have a chance to draw into the spiders better. And then our Steel Steward that we basically don't use, but that's fine. He served his purpose earlier. Oh yeah, I do actually have a steward that I wanted to get rid of. It's not for some reason I didn't need to get rid of him, but he is, in fact, in the way. No, I can't do that yet. Well, I can. Okay, so then we Hammerfall, and that means that then I can actually use this ability to do that. I will just forge onto you rather than forging onto the boilerplate, but I will also give you the boilerplate because reasons. Unfortunately, they do kill these guys before I can kill them on a more meaningful floor, but it's okay. I think I'm actually not going to well, I'm not going to play out the quick one, since I actually do want them to attack into this one. That is a lot of armor to lose if I did that, which we're not going to. So, here we are. Yeah, I'll still play out the Herzl's Hammer. And I guess I'll hold on to these. I don't really want to play them where I'd be buffing the enemies. It's not the end of the world, but it just seems unnecessary. Oh, my hand is full. Never mind. I should have known my hand was full. I just wasn't really paying attention. Okay. I don't know what I want to forge. I think I probably just want to forge you. Oh, did I not have room in my hand for the boilerplate? Looks like I didn't. Glug Boy is my first banner unit. Oh, very nice. I definitely appreciate what got changed about Glug Cider. Again, I'd been trying for a long time to get it changed into a more interesting policing unit. Alright, well, I guess we do it this way. So then you die. We do that. Oh, and your ability is on cooldown. I just, for some reason, thought it wasn't. Well, that changes my plans, I guess. Well, I'm taking some damage. Whatever, fine. Not ideal, but it's okay. And thus, we forge our way to victory. Yeah, I'll just not play out the other holdover one so I can try to draw into the magnetic relay again. And I will subject myself to some damage like a chump. Yeah, I would love the magnetic relay. Although the Permafrost holdover card means this is always taking up a slot in my hand no matter what I do. Because either I play it and then it comes back, or I don't play it and it just stays there. I mean, technically, it's, I'm not killing it. That's fine. We'll kill Athena on the next floor regardless. Technically, I can smelt it, but otherwise, yeah. Okay, there's the magnetic relay. Alright, don't really need to play the boilerplate because I don't have any more forge points to spend on it. But this is fine. Here we go. Doesn't matter that he survived just because we were killing a Thane right here and now. Ta-da! Our army of spiders. Oh boy. I do like trap shoot. We're not taking railgun here. It's just too late for me to care about. Yeah, all of my spiders have upgrades. But we're gonna go here for several reasons. Number one, the healing is actually fairly nice. Number two, I hate you pyre piping. Yeah, I'll take ancient roots, I guess. Not helpful. Dante's footstool I could take. One spider dupe probably can hold the Titan floor. I mean, that's sort of the plan. I might take Inferno Room here with Dante's footstool. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. It does mean we're no longer going to be scaling Rage, basically, but that's okay. And I have 8 Deployment Ember. Uh... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got excess deployment ember by 1. I also want to get rid of one of the stewards because I can't play it normally, so... I guess we'll just make the boilerplate deployable. And then we'll just dupe this spider with his 700 armor. God. Well, that ballooned fast. Yeah, that's fine. We'll subject him to death, even though it's not actually that helpful. But that's fine. We don't really need the forging at this point. Not really. God, I fucking hate you, Pyre of Entropy. You truly are a pyre of all time. Don't think I want to play out this one. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? We will. Alright, so let's play out one spider here. And another spider here. Our quick spider's kind of going to waste there, since he ended up attacking into a wall that he can't kill. But that's fine. Oh, the magnetic relay costs 1. Whoops. Well, that's fine. I didn't really need a magnetic relay when I don't have much I can do with what comes back. Whatever, here we are. Well, Seraph is not having a great time. Yes, go, my beautiful rage spiders. Ugh. Alright, well, we'll play him back out. Just for the sake of it. Don't really mind that these guys are getting buffed. Like, yeah, some of them survive the Inferno, but most of them don't. And then we've got still 400 armor, even though he's sitting in the Inferno. Well, so be it. Anyways, this is the thing. I am pleased with how ridiculous our armor has gotten. Like, the dualism goes a long way. Okay. was hoping to get the magnetic relay this turn. Okay, you definitely have the higher rage, so let's, I guess, reforge you. You already got reforged once, which also makes you maybe the better target, but whatever. We'll just go ahead and do it. He's only taking 110 onto his now 814 armor. He cannot be stopped. Alright, well, our spider army is doing some work. Okay, on to the Titans. And yeah, as soon as we draw our spiders, it's basically over. Oh. 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 I'm having a real good time, but I definitely need to rest tomorrow. I have been streaming for a very long time today. Right, there's the Steel Steward. Here is the Salvage Machine, which doesn't really matter. Here's this and that. And I guess we give that to you just while we wait to draw a spider. Now that you can talk about things, what clan have you enjoyed more? I mean, I still enjoy Wurmkin more. I think they're a very fun, cool clan. I do like Railforged. As I've said, though, I think they're overall kind of an awkward clan. They get a lot more satisfying the more you play them. But, you know, it does feel a little strange, the ways that you have to kind of manipulate how you are approaching things to actually get your team to do any real damage. But I like that for the most part. Again, what I've said before, kind of at the top of the stream, nearly 12 hours ago that was, is that my favorite thing about Railforged is the ways in which they feel like a factory. Like you are constructing a machine to make pleasing outputs. And so while that can feel awkward at times, I think it's very rewarding and fun, and is my favorite thing about the clan. And so, like, I've heard people complain that, like, there are too many, like, synergy, like, support pieces in the banner pool for Railforged. Like, they don't just have attacker units like Juggernaut, except in the rare pool. But I think that's what's cool about the clan, is that, you know, all of their units are... There we go. I was just trying to get some of the banner units and all. But, like, these are not, like, attacker units for the most part. They all do something interesting and special. And because of Forge, you can make them all into attack units. Or you can pair them with units from other clans to good effect. But, like, you've seen me use basically all of these today. Even though I complained about Pyre Steward the whole time. God, we haven't seen Conductor Steward. We haven't seen Conductor Steward since, like, early this morning. But, like, I love Salvage Machine. I think it's a great unit. Crucible Steward is very cool, as we saw, you know, a couple runs back where we were just using that for all of our damage. Forge Steward is just a solid little, you know, value piece. Steel Steward is a bit boring, but it's fine. Conductor Steward is cool, especially if you have ways to play out multiple of them or to lower the cooldown. You better not stop. I mean, I'm not stopping anytime soon. I will have to get up soon to get, like, another drink, but... and I'm definitely going to stretch after this run, because the colder it gets in here and the more I've been sitting in this chair all day, the more my body is just, like, a little uncomfortable. But that's fine. Alright, so let's smelt. Pirate Dude looks like a great dude. How dare you, Ether? Don't give him that satisfaction. Unfortunately, I can't play out the spider here. I mean, he's not like the strong spider either way, so it doesn't totally matter, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, we'll just play that, and then that, and then spider number 1. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to which one was which, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll just give you Herzl's Hammer. And you have Dualism, so you apply 6 armor instead of 3 per hit. Ideally, we'd have it on the one who has 1 more attack, but that's minimal. Well, there goes Savagery, basically. And there's a good chunk of Entropy gone, too. Just to make sure, Void Armament is a non-bow and eggs. Yeah, unfortunately. I was hoping it would get changed at some point to work, but it does not. I mean, you can do it, it's just, it will be the last time that egg hatches. I mean, whatever, we'll just play that there, and play that there, and then be there, and enjoy whatever, who cares. We're basically just waiting for Dominion to die, no surprise. It's almost like that's how it goes all the time. I still loved that Pyre Smith Herzl run, though. That was cute. Where we did the Hall of Mirrors. And we just had a real good time. You know what? Let's knock off your damage shields. I can actually do some damage with those. It'd be a lot better if I could still generate extra Ember with the smelting, but we gave up that world for a world of Inferno and spiders, so... I hate how much Ember it takes for me to burp through all of the stupid curses, blights, whatever they are. The 380 damage fire. Yeah, that was something. Yep. Oh, man. But, I mean, we played a lot of fun decks over the day, so, you know, I think it's just fun. Well, Herzl's buddy is dying, finally. Entropy's down, Savagery down, our spiders are still just doing their thing. And thus he comes out refreshed. Not really necessary, but you know, here we are. Okay. No, we're so close. There we go. Alright, well I'm glad that worked, especially after our crushing defeat on the prior attempt. But, yeah, that worked a lot better. Now the spider retires to Australia. Oh, hey, that's what the level 10 unlock is. Assembly room. So this thing is a thing that exists. It's a room, cost 4. Cooldown 2, it has an ability. Create a copy of the front-friendly non-champion unit and descend it. Honestly, this probably should be pyre-bound, so that you can't just play it on bottom floor and create copies that can't be descended anywhere. But, you know, it's quite a room. It's very powerful, perhaps too powerful, even at 4 cost. Also, I don't know if all the bugs ever got ironed out. But it's interesting. It's cool. I like that it exists, but it feels like a bit much. Alright, we have level 10 with Railforge. It makes spiders. It's bugged by default. Ha 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 ha. Truly, truly a man of great unknowable wit. God, I didn't realize that our corruption applied was so high. I mean, I knew it was high, but like compared to my prior record, we went from 1,500 to 7,500. No great surprise. Like, I don't normally take the corruption upgrade anyways. Either way, we're probably doing Wormkin next because they're still not level 10. I'm going to stand up for a moment and go get a drink and, like, rest my voice for a couple seconds. So, I'll be back in a minute or two. Let me know if you want to see Spine Chief or Echo Right, and we'll go from there. Alright, I'm back. Let's do another run. Good to see you, Tesserar. How's your day been? Okay, so you wanted to see Echowright, which I would prefer because we've only done one run with Echowright so far. And also, Echowright is, as we all know, the greatest champion of our time. And it's first of kin. That's fine. I don't hate seeing Life Mother's Pyre, kind of. So that's less... Well, it's good if we do Martial Lord. It's less good if we are doing Repeater. Yeah. I think we're doing Dawn Echo here. Well, we can do either. I would like to do Martial Lord, so we're going to do Martial Lord. Of note, Martial Lord does have some changes. So, right off the bat, it no longer gives... So, Martial Lord creates an egg when you summon it. The egg changes as you level up, because there are 3 different eggs in Wurmkin, and so you get the smallest egg at rank 1, the medium egg at rank 2, the large egg at rank 3. Makes sense. In Monster Train 1, it gave bonus HP to the egg that was summoned. It no longer does that, but that's partly because eggs now just have higher HP to begin with. They don't just start at 1 HP. And then there's an etch. So whenever you play a consume card, remove 1 shell from all eggs on the floor. And then new to this, it now also applies +2 attack to friendly units. So even after you have hatched all the eggs on the floor, Martial Lord now still does something in that it will help you scale up the team. So I think that's pretty cool for the most part. It does feel a little weird that the +2 attack doesn't scale up as you go higher in ranks, but it's definitely not the main part of the path. Alright, so let's play First of Kin. Let's play you here so we can protect the egg. And then once we hatch the egg, we can do other things. Alright, and because the egg has some attack now, we have enough attacks to kill all these guys. Also, First of Kin gets way stronger with those two things. Oh, so eggs, I explained them before, but for those of you who aren't familiar with them. So, when you play them, they're basically like nothing units. They start with a stack of shell. This one started with 5. We removed 2 by playing out the consume cards. Once it hits shell 0, the egg dies and then hatches into a different unit. This one in particular hatches into 2 separate bogflies. The hatched units inherit any of the stat changes to the egg. And also new to Monster Train 2, they also inherit the equipment. Oh, and they also get all the upgrades. So, that's what they do. You'll see them in action. They're quite good. Oh, whoops. I meant to do that differently. That's fine. I meant to play that Foregone Power on top floor so that we could hatch the egg. Totally was planning to. Totally spaced out when it mattered. Where are the cards purple now? So that is for Wurmkin. To explain really quick, if you didn't see it before. So they have a starter artifact which explains this. Clan starter cards are infused. 1 card in each draft pack will be infused. Infused is what the purple means. Any card that has that purple glow to it is infused. When you play an infused card on a floor, it generates a charge. Charges don't do anything on their own, but various Wurmkin things use charges. So, for instance, the eggs eat all charges at the end of the turn and remove 1 shell for every charge that is eaten. There are units that get bonuses when a charge is generated on their floor. Reap deals damage to a unit per stack, per charge on the floor, basically. Yada, yada, yada. So on and so forth. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Let me know if there's anything else you don't know. I tried to cover this earlier, but if you missed it, then, it doesn't hurt to go over it again. And thanks for the raid, Billy. How you doing? Hope your day's been well. Yeah, let's just play that out and then do that to get the last charge. You weren't kidding about going all day? Nope. I was not. It has been a long but fun day so far. We still got a ways to go. Oh, how are you liking the new mode? I haven't played it any. Like, I played it a very small amount in testing, but that was before it had been fully fleshed out. So honestly, like, I don't have a good sense of where it's at currently. I've just been doing normal runs with the new clans all day, basically. Like, I definitely will play Soul Savior later. Yeah. Here we are. I played it once, got a win. I was surprised by the lack of shops and boss relics. Yeah, it's a bit weird in that regard. It definitely is expecting you to make up for a lot of that with the souls that you unlock and level up. And so it can feel a little weird at the beginning when you don't have any of that. Echo Infusion is good, but also we do want just more consume cards. Obviously, we can also make more consume cards. We can even make Echo Infusion into a consume card. I think we're doing Echo Infusion. Yeah, I'll take Offering Token. So I do want the Merchant of Steel, but like most of all, what we want is we want to get an egg unit. It's also not bad to visit the Merchant of Magic. Like there's some just making things into consume cards is good for us. Also, holdover on Echo Infusion, not bad. It's Glug Cider. No, but I don't want to play Glug Cider here. I don't know. So, like, the correct gameplay choice here is Kinhost Vessel. Admittedly, kind of want to play Glug Cider. Glug Cider, very different, by the way, as I had mentioned, you know, before. But now that we can actually see it on screen. So, old Glug Cider used to be 0-200. It was the same capacity, but it was extract 4, so you had to have 4 charges on the floor before you could play it. And then it was Inspire, gain 5, or restore 5 health, and Revenge, apply Reap to the unit who hit it. It was very bad in Monster Train 1 for a number of reasons. Namely, that the extract was very difficult to play early, and it was just, like, Smidgestone didn't exist, so getting 4 capacity was a problem, especially because the capacity upgrade also did not give 2 capacity, it only gave 1. It just eats unit, I mean, okay. Yeah, so the new one eats an enemy unit. It's extract 4, can be done every turn, eats an enemy, and the Inspire is now bumped up to restoring 10 health. All I remember was you not liking this unit. So, I liked the idea of Glug Cider in Monster Train 1, but it was a bad unit. I did use it a number of times, but it was bad. Both because it was very difficult to play, and because it just wasn't really worth the payoff. The fact that it applied Reap only to the attacker rather than the entire floor made it very bad. If it at least applied Reap to the entire floor, it would have been a lot better in Monster Train 1, because then you could have, like, pinged it with your own Echo Breaks. You could have... It would have scaled better into the larger waves of Divinity. not applying it to all units also meant that it didn't kill enemies who didn't attack, which was a problem, especially since Monster Train 1 had some high health enemies with spikes, and so if those got to the pyre, they would just do a bunch of damage to you by your pyre attacking into them. It was just a lot of problems for not enough benefit. Now, Glugsider doesn't have the Revenge Reap, but in exchange can just one-hit murder an enemy, all while keeping itself topped up on health. So, it is a very different unit. I think it's overall a much better, more interesting unit. But yeah. Anyways, we're just actually going to play Martial Lord. We'll take the egg. And then we'll make decisions here. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. And then we'll do the -2 and consume. On, I guess, Helical. And then we want this on an Echo Break. You didn't hold over offer token? Nope. I wanted the HP constantly increasing more. Although we might still do some bad things to that in the future. Yeah, I don't have enough capacity yet for what I want to do, but that's fine. We're just gonna play eggs upon eggs. And then you'll get to chill there, and you get to chill there. Feels like a little bit of a waste, but that is what we're doing. Now, what I would really like to do is draw the Echo Infusion before this hatches. Unfortunately, can't get the Collector, which depresses me. Because, like, it's not like I have no backline ping sources. I just don't have them now. But whatever, fine. Are you kidding me? Well, that's really irritating. My poor egg. Well, that's not great. Did Monster Train 1 infuse have a crystal effect instead of a glowing effect? Yes, it did. It was, in fact, changed. This unit, by the way, can host Pupa, the hatched unit. It has multi-strike by base, so it has base 3 attacks, and it applies Reap 1 to enemy units when attacking. I missed the old layout. TB. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, yeah, TBH. Yeah, I realized it as I said it, that I did actually, in fact, realize what you were going for. Alright, well, we take a lot of damage from the spikes, but we still murder him. No, you're totally fine. I just didn't understand. It's not a big deal. Yeah, we'll take more consume cards, I think. We'll just take the hosting kin. We'll skip those, so the helical is fine, but we don't need it. I kind of want the Merchant of Magic, but I also would like the Merchant of Arms here. So, let's do Merchant of Arms. Glass Cannon is not exactly what I wanted. Inferno Room is honestly not bad. Hmm. Yeah, we don't want that. Something like that is interesting, and that it could get me a ton of deployment ember. Man, Bloodthirsty Blade on an egg is not what it's cracked up to be. It can be. Especially because it works in an interesting way with Bogfly Chrysalis. Yeah, we're just not going to take these. I'm not well suited to those. Kind of. Like, I could sort of use them. We're just not going to. Yeah, I don't have the ember, or not the ember, the gold to do what I want here. Because, like, I can take Inferno Room, which I do want, but I can't make it deployable. Like, unless they changed it, the inherited Bloodthirsty Blade still does count for the original Bloodthirsty Blade. And if they did change that, I think they should change it back. I thought the copies don't scale. So you would think that, but... And again, last time I tested it, they did scale. But, unless they changed it, in which case... That would make sense with the letter of the law, but would feel really bad for eggs. Because there's not that many scaling equipment. And that's partly why it annoys me that Echo Stone in the Merchant of Steel is not a scaling upgrade. Anyways, what was I looking at? So we've got back-to-back Merchants of Steel. Ideally, we hit what we want here. And then we dupe there. And then we visit that Merchant of Arms. Alright, I'll take it, I guess. It just, like... It's maybe unnecessary, but it is very useful against Dominion. It's not what I was going to that shop for. Also, I definitely missed when it happened, but whoever was the 700th follower, I really appreciate it. It is a very pleasing milestone to finally get over 700. Okay, let's play you there and hopefully not have you die this time. And I still can't play out the Steward. Oh, I totally spaced out that we're up against Archeon. That's not going to work. Okay. I'm sorry, First of Kin, but it is just better for us to be playing it like this. Well. I was hoping he was going to go bottom floor. Yeah, I should have just played out the First of Kin here, which is what I was originally planning to do, and then I got greedy. But we'll see what we can do. Having the Echo Infusion on holdover, like, largely solves my problems. Not perfect, but it does help quite a bit. And it is nice that I'm able to kill the enhanced flagellant on that turn. Since he is obviously the more threatening enemy. Oh, I also meant to dupe some cards with Life Mother's Pyre, but I couldn't because you can't do that at Merchant of Arms. So, that was the thing. I mean, it's fine. I do need to spend my gold elsewhere anyways. Oh, okay. Troubles got a buff, cooldown reduced by 1. Yep, I have mentioned that earlier today, and I will tell you that I have long championed that change. Like, not that I can really say anything about testing, but I definitely was probably pretty annoying. Not that I'm the only one who wanted that, obviously. Like, it's something I've wanted for a long time. Which is Truffles. It's the Under-Legion non-banner dog that generates equipment. It just generates random equipment. It was on cooldown 3, now it's on cooldown 2. Unearth Remains is pretty good. I don't know how applicable it actually is to us right now, but I'll still take it, even though I maybe shouldn't. We will skip on these. And we're going to take... We're gonna take Draw. Okay, the copies of equipment on the hatch units do scale. Yeah, I was pretty confident that was the case. Like I said, unless they had changed it. Okay, so now it's Martial Lord 2, who summons a Kin Host Vessel, which is the same as the egg that we have picked up ourselves. Not gonna take those. I don't really want Titanite. Echo Stone is fine. I don't really want it, though. So I'm talking about the Umbra changes yet? You mean Shadow Siege?